Chapter 14. The Taft Commission. The papers it at Ansem, but you bet the army knows. Kipling, Ballad of the Boer War. The essentials of the situation which confronted the Taft Commission on its arrival in the islands in June 1900, and the mental attitude in which they approached that situation, may now be briefly summarized, with entire confidence that such summary will commend itself as fairly accurate to the impartial judgment, both of the historian of the future and of any candid contemporary mind. It is not necessary to vex the dull ear of a mighty people much engrossed with their own affairs, by repetition of any further details concerning the original de facto alliance between Admiral Dewey and Aguinaldo. Suffice it to remind a people whose saving grace is a love of fair play, that, after the Battle of Manila Bay, when Admiral Dewey brought Aguinaldo down from Hong Kong to Cavite, both the Admiral and his Filipino allies were keenly cognizant of the national purpose set forth in the declaration of war against Spain, and that the Filipinos could not have been expected to make any substantial distinction between the casual remarks of a victorious admiral on the quarterdeck of his flagship in May. Remarks concurrent and consistent with actual treatment of the Filipinos as allies, and the imperious commands of a general ashore in December thereafter, acting under specific orders pursuant to the Treaty of Paris. The one great fact of the situation, as huge as high Olympus, they did grasp, viz., that both were representatives of America on the ground at the time of their respective utterances, and that one in December, in effect, repudiated without a word of explanation what the other had done from May to August. They had helped us to take the city of Manila in August, and, to use the current phrase of the passing hour, coined in this period of awakening of the national conscience to a proper attitude toward double-dealing in general, they felt that they had been given the double cross. In other words, they believed that the American government had been guilty of a duplicity rankly Machiavellian, and that was the cause of the war. We have seen in the chapters on the Benevolent Assimilation Proclamation and the Iloilo fiasco that, in the Philippines at any rate, no matter how mellifluously pacific it may have sounded at home, no matter how soothing to the troubled doubts of the national conscience the Benevolent Assimilation Proclamation of December 21, 1898, was recognized both by the 8th Army Corps and by Aguinaldo's people as a call to arms, a signal to the former to get ready for the work of civilizing with a crag, a signal to the latter to gird up their loins for the fight to the death for government of their people, by their people, for their people, and that the yearning benevolence of said proclamation was calculated strikingly to remind the Filipinos of Spain's previous traditional yearnings for the welfare of Cuba, indignantly cut short by us yearnings, to spare the great island from the danger of premature independence, which that decadent monarchy could not even help repeating in the swan song wherein she sued to President McKinley for peace. We did not realize the absoluteness of the analogy then. It is all clear enough now. We can now understand how and why Mr. McKinley's program of annexation and benevolent assimilation of 1898-9, blindly earnest, as was his belief, that it would make the Filipino people at once cheerfully forgo the legitimate aspirations, to which we ourselves had originally given a momentum so generous that nothing but bullets could then possibly have stopped it, was in fact received by them in a manner compared with which Canada's response in 1911 to Speaker Champ Clark's equally benevolent suggestion of United States' willingness to accord to Canada also gradual benevolent assimilation and ultimate annexation, was one great sisterly sob of sheer joy as at the finding of a long-lost brother. From the arrival of the American troops on June 30, 1898, until the outbreak of February 4, 1899, there had been two armies camped not far from each other, one born of the idea of independence and bent upon it, the other at first groping in the dark without instructions, and finally instructed to deny independence. There was never any faltering or evasion on the part of Aguinaldo and his people. They knew what they wanted, and said so on all occasions. At all times and in all places they made it clear, by proclamation, by letter, by conversation, and otherwise that independence was the one thing to which, whether they were fit for it or not, they had pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor. We have seen how easily the war itself could have been averted by the Bacon Resolution of January 1899, or some similar resolution, frankly declaring the purpose of our government. How here was Senator Bacon at this end of the line, pleading with his colleagues to be frank, and to make a declaration in keeping with the high purpose, for which we had gone to war with Spain, instead of holding on to the Philippines on the idea that they might prove a second Klondike, while justifying such retention by arbitrarily assuming, without any knowledge whatever on the subject, that the Filipinos were incapable of self-government. How there, at the other end of the line, at Manila, Aguinaldo's commissioners, familiar with our Constitution and the history and traditions of our government, were making, substantially, though in more diplomatic language, precisely the same plea, and imploring General Otis's commissioners to give them some assurance which would quiet the apprehensions of their people, and calm the fear that the original assurance, "We are going to lick the Spaniards and set you free," was now about to be ignored, because the islands might be profitable to the United States. We have seen the war itself, as far as it had progressed by June 1900, one of the bitterest wars in history, punctuated by frequent barbarities avenged in kind, and how, if the Taft Commission had not come out with McKinley spectacles on, they would have seen the picture of a bleeding, prostrate, and deeply hostile people, still bent on fighting to the last ditch. Not only animated by a feeling against annexation, by a similar to that the Canadians would have today, if we should also try the benevolent assimilation game on them first with proclamations breathing benevolence, and then with cannon belching grapeshot, but further animated by the instinctive as well as inherited knowledge common to all colored peoples, whether red, yellow, brown, or black, that wheresoever white men and colored live in the same country together, there the white man will rule. Understand, this was before Judge Taft had had a chance to assure them, with the kindly Taft smile and the hearty Taft handshake, that their benevolent new masters were going to reverse the verdict of the ages and treat them with a fraternal love wholly free from race prejudice. If Judge Taft could only have arrived in January 1899 and told them that the Bacon Resolution really represented the spirit of the attitude of the American people toward them, then the finely commanding bearing of Mr. Taft and the noble genuineness of his desire to see peace on earth and goodwill toward men might even have prevented the war. But this is merely what might have been. What actually was, when he did arrive, in June 1900, was that the milk of human kindness had long since been spilled, and his task was to gather it up and put it back in the pail. When I, a Southern man who have taken part in the only 2 wars this nation has had in my lifetime, reflect that in this year of grace, 1912, Mr. Underwood's otherwise matchless availability as the candidate of his party for president is questioned on the idea that it might be a tactical blunder because of the late war, which broke out before either Mr. Underwood or myself were born. I cannot share the Taft optimism as to the rapidity with which the scars of the late war in the Philippines will heal, and as to the affectionate gratitude toward the United States with which the McKinley-Taft program of benevolent assimilation will presently be regarded by the people of the Philippine Islands. We have seen the futile efforts of the Sherman Commission of 1899, sent out that spring, in deference to American public opinion, with definite instructions to try and patch up a peace, by talking to the leading spirits of a war for independence, now in full swing, about the desirability of benevolent leading strings. They meaning the Sherman Commission had come, says Mr. McKinley, in his annual message to Congress of December 5, 1899, with the hope of cooperating with Admiral Dewey and General Otis in establishing peace and order. They came, they saw, they went, recognizing the futility of the errand on which they had been sent. And now came the Taft Commission a year later, on precisely the same errand, after the Filipinos had sunk all their original petty differences and jealousies in a very reasonable instinctive common fear of economic exploitation, and a very unreasonable, but to them, very real common fear of race elimination, amounting to terror, and been welded into absolute oneness if that were somewhat lacking before in the fierce crucible of 16 months of bloody fighting against a foreign foe for the independence of their common country. President McKinley's message to Congress of December 1899 is full of the old insufferable drivel, so grossly, though unwittingly, ungenerous to our army than in the field in the Philippines, about the triviality of the resistance we were up against. The message in one place blandly speaks of the peaceable and loyal majority who ask nothing better than to accept our authority, in another of the sinister ambitions of a few selfish Filipinos. Thus was outlined, in the message announcing the purpose to send out the Taft Commission, the view that no real fundamental resistance existed in the islands. Basing contemplated action on this sort of stuff, the presidential message outlines the presidential purpose as follows this in December 1899, mind you. There is no reason why steps should not be taken from time to time to inaugurate governments essentially popular in their form as fast as territory is held and controlled by our troops. Then follows the genesis of the idea, which resulted in the Taft Commission. To this end, I am considering the advisability of the return of the Commission, or such of the members thereof as can be secured. In Cuba, General Wood began the work of reconstruction at Havana with a central government and the best men he could get hold of, and acted through them, letting his plans and purposes percolate downward to the masses of the people. Not so in the Philippines. Reconstruction there was to begin by establishing municipal governments, to be later followed by provincial governments, and finally by a central one. In other words, by placing the waters of self-government at the bottom of the social fabric among the most ignorant people, and letting them percolate up, according to some mysterious law of gravitation apparently deemed applicable to political physics. Of course, these poor people simply always took their cue from their leaders, knowing nothing themselves that could affect the success of this project, except that we were their enemies, and that they might get knocked in the head if they did not play the game. I have believed, says Mr. McKinley, in his message to Congress of December 1899, that Reconstruction should not begin by the establishment of one central civil government for all the islands, with its seat at Manila, but rather that the work should be commenced by building up from the bottom. Whereat, the young giant America bowed, in puzzled hope, and worldly-wise old Europe smiled, in silent but amused contempt. If at the time he formulated this scheme for their government Mr. McKinley had known anything about the Philippines, or the Filipinos, he would have known that what he so suavely called building from the bottom was like trying to make water run uphill, i.e., like starting out to have ideas percolate upward, so that through the masses, the more intelligent people might be redeemed. The nigger in the woodpile lay in the words, essentially popular in form. Of course, no government by us, essentially popular, was possible at the time. But a government popular in form would sound well to the American people. And, if they could be kept quiet until after the presidential election of 1900, maybe the supposed misunderstanding on the part of the Filipinos of the benevolence of our intentions might be corrected by kindness. Accordingly, the following spring, contemporaneously with General Otis's final departure from Manila to the United States, in which free country he might say the war was over as much as he pleased without being molested with round robins by Bob Collins, O.K. Davis, John McCutcheon, and the rest of those banes of his insular career, who so pestiferously insisted that the American public ought to know the facts. The Taft Commission was sent out to aid General MacArthur, as the Sherman Commission had aided General Otis. It would seem fairly beyond any reasonable doubt that the official information the Taft Commission were given by President McKinley concerning the state of public order they would find in the islands on arrival was in keeping with the information solemnly imparted to Congress by him in December thereafter, which was as follows. By the spring of this year, 1900, the effective opposition of the dissatisfied tackles always the same minimization of the task of the Army as a sop to the American conscience was virtually ended. Then follows a glowing picture of how the Filipinos are going to love us after we rescue them from the hated Tagal, but with this circumspect reservation. He would be rash who, with the teachings of contemporary history, would fix a limit as to how long it will take to produce such a state of affairs. Looking at that mighty panorama of events from the dispassionate standpoint now possible, it seems to me that Mr. McKinley's whole Philippine policy of 1899-1900 was animated by the belief that the more the Philippine situation should resemble the really identical Cuban one in the estimation of the American people. The more likely his Philippine policy was to be repudiated at the polls in the fall of 1900. The Taft Commission left Washington for Manila in the spring of 1900, after their final conference with the president who had appointed them and was a candidate for re-election in the coming fall. As completely committed as circumstances can commit any man or set of men to the program of occupation which was to follow the subjugation of the inhabitants, and to the proposition of present incapacity for self-government, its cornerstone. To say nothing of the embarrassment felt at Washington by reason of having stumbled into a bloody war with people whom we honestly wanted to help, had never seen, and had nothing but the kindliest feelings for, while the serene and capacious intellect of William H. Taft was still pursuing the even tenor of its way in the halls of justice. As United States Circuit Judge for the Eighth Circuit, the Philippine program was formulated at Washington. Judge Taft went to Manila to make the best of a situation which he had not created, to write the lines of the Deus ex machina for a tragedy of errors up to that point composed wholly by others. It has been frequently stated and generally believed that when Mr. McKinley sent for him and proposed the Philippine mission, Judge Taft replied, substantially, "Mr. President, I am not the man for the place. I don't want the Philippines." To which Mr. McKinley is supposed to have replied, "You are the man for the place, Judge. I had rather have a man out there who doesn't want them." The point of the original story lay in what Mr. McKinley said. The point of the repetition of it here lies in what Mr. Taft said, the inference therefrom being that he did not think the true interests of his country wanted them, and that had he been called into President McKinley's counsel sooner, he would have so advised. An inference warranted by his subsequent admission that we blundered into colonization. It is utterly fatal to clear thinking on this great subject, which concerns the liberties of a whole people, to treat Judge Taft's reports as commissioner to, and later governor of, the Philippines as in the nature of a judicial decision on the capacity of the Filipinos for self-government. When he consented to go out there, he went, not to review the findings of the Paris Peace Commission, but at the urgent solicitation of an administration whose fortunes were irrevocably committed to those findings, including the express finding that they were unfit for self-government, and the implied one that we must remain to improve the condition of the inhabitants. He was thus not a judge come out to decide on the fitness of the people for self-government, but an advocate to make the best possible case for their unfitness, and its corollary, the necessity to remain indefinitely, just as England has remained in Egypt. The war itself convinced the whole army of the United States that Aguinaldo would have been the boss of the show had Dewey sailed away from Manila after sinking the Spanish fleet. The war satisfied us all that Aguinaldo would have been a small edition of Porfirio Diaz, and that the Filipino Republic, that might have been, would have been, very decidedly, a going concern. Although Aguinaldo probably would have been able to say with a degree of accuracy, as Diaz might have said in Mexico for so many years, "The Republic? I am the Republic." The war demonstrated to the army, to a QED, that the Filipinos are capable of self-government. Unless the kind which happens to suit the genius of the American people is the only kind of government on earth that is respectable, and the one panacea for all the ills of government among men without regard to their temperament or historical antecedents. The educated, patriotic Filipinos can control the masses of the people in their several districts as completely as a captain ever controlled a company. While the municipal officials of the McKinley-Taft Municipal Kindergarten were stumbling along with the strange new town government system imported from America, and atoning to their benignant masters for mistakes by writing them letters about how benignant they the teachers were, they the pupils according to the contemporaneous description by the commanding general of the United States forces in the islands, were running a superbly efficient municipal system throughout the whole archipelago. Simultaneously and in the same sphere as the American governments, and in many instances through the same personnel, in aid of the insurrection. General MacArthur humorously adds that the town officials acted openly in behalf of the Americans and secretly in behalf of the insurgents, and with considerable apparent solicitude for the interest of both. In short, the war at once demonstrated their capacity for self-government and made granting it to them for the time being unthinkable. For the war was fought not on the issue of the capacity, but on the issue of the granting. The Treaty of Paris settled the capacity part. The Army in 1898, 1899, and 1900 can hardly be said to have had any much more decided opinion on the capacity branch of the subject than Perry did about the Japanese in 1854. The Paris Peace Commission, having solemnly decided the capacity part, adversely to the Filipinos, and the war having followed, thereafter Mr. Taft went out to make out the best case possible in support of the action of the Peace Commission and ex Roman 6 termini, in support of everything made necessary by the fact of the purchase. Unless someone goes out to present to the American people the other side of the case, they will never arrive at a just verdict. Committed, a priori, to the task of squaring the McKinley administration with its course as to Cuba, the only course possible for the Taft Commission was to set up a benevolent government based upon the incompetency of the governed, which, being a standing affront to the intelligence of the people, earns their hatred, however it may crave their love. By the very bitterness of the opposition it permits yet disregards, it binds itself ever more irrevocably to remain a benevolent engenderer of malevolence. Government and governed thus get wider apart as the years go by, and, the racin darder of the former being the mental deficiencies of the latter, it must, in self-defense, assert those deficiencies the more offensively, the more vehemently they are denied. What hope, therefore, can there be that the light that shone upon Saul on the road to Damascus will ever break upon the President? What hope that he will ever reattune his ears to the voice of the Declaration of Independence, calling down from where the signers, we hope without untoward exception, have gone, crying, William, William, why persecutest thou me? It is hard for thee to kick against the right of a people to pursue happiness in their own way. The difference between the President and the writer is that both went out to scoff, and the latter remained much longer to pray. The Taft Commission arrived at Manila on June 3, 1900, loaded to the guards with kindly belief in the stale falsehood wherewith General Otis, ably assisted by his press censor, had been systematically soothing Mr. McKinley's and the general American conscience during the whole 20 months he had commanded the 8th Army Corps, viz., that the insurrection was due solely to the sinister ambitions of a few selfish leaders, and did not represent the wishes of the whole people. It is true that the insurrection originally started under Admiral Dewey's auspices, and under the initial protection of his puissant guns was headed by a group of men, most of whom, including Aguinaldo, were Tagalos. But all Filipinos look alike, the whole 7 or 8 millions of them. They differ from one another, not one whit more than one Japanese differs from another. And they all feel alike on most things, because they all have the same customs, tastes, and habits of thought. Said Governor Taft to the Senate Committee in 1902, while it is true that there are a number of Christian tribes, so-called, I do not know the number, possibly 8 or 10 or 12, that speak different languages, there is a homogeneity in the people in appearance, in habits, and in many avenues of thought. To begin with, they are Catholics. Certainly this should forever crucify the stale slander, still ignorantly repeated in the United States at intervals, which seeks to make the American people think the great body of the Filipino people are still in a tribal state, ethnologically. A Tagalog leader is about as much a tribal leader as is a Tammany brave of Irish antecedents. In fact, there is much in common between the two. Both are clannish. Both have a genius for organization that is simply superb. Both are irrepressible about home rule. Countless generations ago, the Filipinos were lifted by the Spanish priests out of the tribal state, and the educated people all speak Spanish. But the original tribal dialects, which the Spanish priests patiently mastered and finally reduced for them to a written language, still survive in the several localities of their origin. So that every Filipino of a well-to-do family is brought up speaking 2 languages, Spanish, and the local dialect of his native place, which is the only language known to the poorer natives of the same neighborhood. Surely even the valor of ignorance can see that we are presumptuously seeking to reverse the order of God and nature, in assuming that an alien race can lead a people out of the wilderness better than could a government by the leading men of their own race, to whom the less favored look with an ardent pride that would be a guarantee of loyal and inspiring cooperation. You can beat a balking horse to death, but you cannot make him wag his tail or otherwise indicate contentment or a disposition to cordial cooperation which will make for progress. Mr. Bryan has visited the Philippines, and his evidence is simply cumulative of mine, as mine, based on 6 years' acquaintance with the Filipinos, is simply cumulative of Admiral Dewey's testimony of 1898, so often cited hereinbefore, and of the opinion of Hun. George Curry, a Republican member of Congress from New Mexico who served 8 years in the Philippines, and believes they can safely be given their independence by 1921. Mr. Bryan says, so far as their own internal affairs are concerned, they do not need to be subject to any alien government. He further says, there is a wide difference, it is true, between the general intelligence of the educated Filipino and the laborer on the street and in the field, but this is not a barrier to self-government. Intelligence controls in every government, except where it is suppressed by military force. 9/10 of the Japanese have no part in the lawmaking. In Mexico, the gap between the educated classes and the peons is fully as great as, if not greater than, the gap between the extremes of Filipino society. Those who question the capacity of the Filipinos for self-government forget that patriotism raises up persons fitted for the work that needs to be done. It is because I believe that in the Philippines we are doing ourselves an injustice and keeping back the progress of the world by depreciating and scoffing at the value of patriotism as a factor in self-government and in the maintenance of free institutions that I have written this book. There is no more patriotic people in the world than the Filipino people. I base this opinion upon an intimate knowledge of them and in the light of considerable observation throughout most of Europe, and in Asia from the Golden Horn to the mouth of the Yangtze. Woe to the nonsense, sometimes ignorant, sometimes vicious, wherewith we are regaled from time to time by Americans who go to Manila, smoke a cigar or two in some American club there, and then come back home and depreciate the Filipino people without at least correcting call. Roosevelt's wholly uninformed and cruel random assertions of 1900 about the Filipinos being a jumble of savage tribes, and about Aguinaldo being the Osceola of the Filipinos, or their Sitting Bull. It is wonderfully inspiring to turn from such stale slander to Mr. Bryan's above statement of the case for our Oriental subjects, a statement framed in his own infinitely sympathetic and inimitable way, which says for me just what I had long wanted to express, but could not so well. And in the midst of the recurring slander that the Filipino people are a heterogeneous lot, it is refreshing to find in a preface to the American Census of the Philippines of 1903, by the director thereof, a passage where, in comparing the tables of that census with those of the 12th census of the United States, he says, those of the Philippine census are somewhat simpler, the differences being due mainly to the more homogeneous character of the population of the Philippine Islands. When we consider the above in the light of the past and present operation of our own immigration laws, it is not flattering, but it may and should tend to awaken some realization of the manifold nature and blinding effects of current misapprehensions in the United States concerning the inhabitants of the Philippines. One Filipino does not differ from another any more than one American does from another American. In fact, they differ less, considering immigration. The Filipino people are not rendered a heterogeneous lot by having 3 different languages, Ilocano, Tagalog, and Viscayan, which are respectively the languages spoken in the northern, the central, and the southern part of their country, any more than the people of Switzerland are rendered heterogeneous by the circumstance that in northern Switzerland you find German spoken for the most part, while farther south you find French, and near the southernmost extremities some Italian. At this late date, no credible person acquainted with the facts will be so poor in spirit as to deny that the motives of the men who originally started the insurrection were patriotic. Nor will anyone who served under General Otis's command in the Philippines deny that that eminent desk soldier continued to cling to his early theory that it was a purely Tagalog insurrection long after the deadly unanimity of the opposition had seeped, with all-pervading thoroughness, into the general mind of the army of occupation. The white flag or rag of truce, alias treachery, used to be hoisted to put us off our guard in pretense of welcome to our columns approaching their towns and barrios. Such use of such a flag, followed by treachery, the ultimate weapon of the weak, had been in turn followed, with relentless impartiality in countless instances, by due unloosening of the vials of American wrath, until every nipa shack in the Philippine Islands that remained unburned had had its lesson, written in the blood of its occupants or their kin, to the tune of the Crag Jorgensen or the Gatling. Yet General Otis's reports are always bland, and always convey the idea of an insurrection exclusively Tagalog. In the summer of 1900, the newly arrived civilians, the Taft Commission, had no special interest in the soldiers who, for better, for worse, were doing their country's work. As Kipling calls his own country's countless wars against its refractory subjects in the Far East, and no especial sympathy with that work. 2 years later, we find President Roosevelt, in connection with the general amnesty of July 4, 1902, congratulating his bold lads, as Mr. Dooley would call them, meaning General Chaffee, and the 8th Army corps on a total of 2,000 combats, great and small, up to that time. But you never find in any of Governor Taft's Philippine state papers any more affirmative recognition of continued resistance to American rule than some mild allusion to small but hard knocks being administered here and there by the Army. From the beginning, there was a systematic belittling, on the part of the Taft Commission, of the work of the Army, incidentally to belittling the reality and unanimity of the opposition, which was daily calling it forth. This was not vicious. It was essentially benevolent. It was part of the initial fermentation of their preconceived theory. But the trouble about their theory was that it was only a theory. It would not square with the facts. They were trying to square the subjugation of the Philippines with the freeing of Cuba, a task quite as soluble as the squaring of a circle. They hoped, with all the kindly benevolence of Mr. McKinley himself, that the opposition to our rule was not as great as some people seem to think. They had come out to the islands earnestly wishing to find conditions not as bad as they had been asserted to be. And the wish became father to the thought, and the thought soon found expression in Word's cablegrams to the United States presenting an optimistic view as to the prospects of necessity for further shedding of blood in the interest of benevolent assimilation, alias trade expansion. Some flippant person will say, that is a polite way of charging insincerity. This book is not addressed to flippant persons. It is a serious attempt to deal with a problem involving the liberties of a whole people, and will be, as far as the writer can make it, straightforward, dignified, and candid. Judge Taft's fearful mistake of 1901 in the matter of his premature planting of the civil government a mistake, because based on the idea that the great majority of the people welcomed American rule, and a fearful mistake because fraught with so much subsequent sacrifice of life, due to too early withdrawal of the police protection of the Army was not the first instance in American history where an ordinarily level-headed public man has, with egregious folly, mistaken the mood and temper of a whole people. The key to his mistake lay in the fact that, coming into a strange country in the midst of a war, he ignored the advice of the commanding general of the army of his country concerning the military situation, and took the advice of a few native Tories or copperheads of wealth, who had never really been in sympathy with the insurrection, and who, flocking about him as soon as he arrived, told him what he so longed to be told, viz., that the war did not represent the wishes of the people, but was kept up by a conspiracy of assassination of all who did not contribute to it either in service or money. He thereupon decided that the men who told him this really represented the voice of the people, and that the men in the field who had then been keeping up the struggle for independence for 16 months, in season and out of season, were simply a mafia on a very large scale. Consequently, the Taft Commission had been in the islands less than 3 months when Secretary of War Root at Washington was giving the widest possible publicity to cablegrams from them, such as that dated August 21, 1900, mentioned in the preceding chapter, conveying the glad tidings that large number of people long for peace and are willing to accept government under United States. And by November next thereafter, the large number had grown to a great majority, and the willing to entirely willing. The November statement was, a great majority of the people long for peace and are entirely willing to accept the establishment of a government under the supremacy of the United States. Yet, as we saw in the preceding chapter, the real situation in the Philippines at this very time was described 4 years later at the Republican National Convention of 1904 by Mr. Root thus. When the last National Convention met, over 70,000 American soldiers from more than 500 stations held a still vigorous enemy in check. Between the date of their arrival in the islands on June 3D and the date of this August 21st telegram, the Taft Commission did little junketing, but remained in Manila imbibing the welcome views of the Tories, or Copperheads, and seeking very little information from the Army. But it so happens that the Adjutant General at Manila used to keep a record of the daily engagements during that period, which record was later published in the annual War Department report, and it shows a total of about 500 killings of Filipinos between June 3D and August 21st, to say nothing of probably many times that number hit but not killed, and therefore able to get away. You could not include any Filipino in your returns of your killings, except dead you had actually counted. It also happens that on June 4th, the day after Judge Taft's arrival, General MacArthur, in response to an order from Washington sent some time previous at the instance of Congress, had all the Filipino casualties our military records showed up to that time, i.e., during the 16 months from the day of the outbreak, February 4, 1899, to June 3, 1900, tabulated and totaled. And the total Filipino killed, accordingly reported by cablegram to the War Department on June 4, 1900, was 10,780. 10,000 in 16 months is 625 per month, so that by the time Judge Taft arrived, the Filipinos had been sufficiently beaten into submission to decrease the death rate due to the independence bug from something over 600 per month to about 200 per month. Judge Taft called this enthusiasm. I call it exhaustion. Whereupon, exclaims a Boston anti-imperialist, "Why don't you issue Mr. Taft a certificate as a member of the Ananias Club at once and be done with it?" My answer is that I do not believe the Taft Commission in 1900 either knew these figures or wanted to know them. They came out preaching a gospel of hope to the exclusion of all else, a species of mental healing. They said soothingly to Dame Filipina, "Be not afraid, you are well, of the desire for independence she had conceived, when what that lady needed was the surgical operation indispensable for the removal of a stillborn child. The will of the American people is ascertainable and quadrennially announced through certain prescribed methods. And nearly everybody takes the result good-humoredly. God bless our country, whatever the result." But just how Mr. Taft and his colleagues could assume to speak for the great majority of the Filipino people at the tremendous juncture in their destinies, now under consideration during the presidential election of 1900, does not clearly appear, except that in their first report they say, "Many witnesses were examined as to the form of government best adapted to these islands and satisfactory to the people." A statement which obviously takes for granted the only point involved in the war, viz., whether any kind of alien government would be satisfactory to the people. And in their various other communications to Washington, they describe themselves, with no small degree of benevolent satisfaction, as enthusiastically received by natives not under arms at the moment of such reception. As a matter of fact, a carpetbag governor of Georgia might just as well have reported to Andrew Johnson an enthusiastic reception at the hands of the people whose homes had lately been put to the torch, and their kith and kin to the sword, while the whole fair face of nature from Atlanta to the sea lay bruised and bleeding under the iron heel of Sherman's army. Let no advocate of indefinite tutelage whet his scalping knife for me because of the use of that word, carpetbag. It was as free from ill will as the explosion incident to flashlight photography. We are trying to develop a picture of those times. Two at least of the commission, Messrs. Taft and Wright, were the kind of men who in all the personal relations of life meet the ultimate test of human confidence and friendship. You would make either, if you would consent to act, executor of your will or testamentary guardian of your child. But they came out with the preconceived notion that kindness would win the people over, whereas what those people wanted was not foreign kindness, but home rule, not silken political swaddling clothes, but freedom. And as the acquisition of the Philippines has placed us under the necessity of getting up a new definition of freedom, one consistent with tariff taxation without representation through legislation, by a Congress on the other side of the world in which our new possessions have no vote, it should be added that one of the things freedom meant with us before 1898 was freedom to frame the law's tariff and other which largely determine the selling price of crops and the purchase price of the necessities of life. Freedom to see the intelligent and educated men of your own race in charge of your common destiny. Freedom to have a flag as an emblem of your common interests. In a word, just freedom. And that was what the war was about. They wanted to be free and independent. Whether they were fit for such freedom is wholly foreign to the reality and unanimity of their desire for it. General Otis used to be very fond of taking the wind out of the sails of their commissioners and other officials before the outbreak, by saying that their people had not the slightest notion of what the word independence meant. It is true that they knew nothing about it by experience, but equally true that whatever it was, they wanted it. Of the 10,000 men we had already killed when Judge Taft arrived, there can be no question, as already heretofore suggested, that many of them may have been hit just as they were hurrahing for independence, in other words, died with the word independence on their lips. When men have been thus fighting against overwhelming odds for some 16 months for government of their people, by their people for their people, however, inarticulate the emotions of the rank and file on going into battle, it is idle to claim that they do not know what they want, whether the great majority of the rank and file can read and write or not. But pursuant to the idea that kindness would cure the desire for independence, Judge Taft ignored, in the outset, all advice from the military department, because that was not the kindness department, accepting as truly representative of the temper of the whole people the views of a few ultra-conservatives of large means who had always been part and parcel of the Spanish administration. On the other hand, General MacArthur and the whole 8th Army Corps had seen a great insurrection drag on from month to month, and from one year to another, under General Otis, when short shrift would have been made of it in the outset, and far less life sacrificed, if Mr. McKinley had not needed, in aid of his Philippine policy, the support of both of those who believed it was right and of those who believed it would pay. The one central thought which had seemed to animate General Otis from the beginning, a thought which we have already traced through all its humiliating manifestations, was that he must neither do or permit anything that might hurt the administration. When the impatience of the people, at home, which figures so prominently in the correspondence already cited between the Adjutant General of the Army, General Corbin, and General Otis at Manila, had begun to cast its shadows on the presidential year, 1900, the mastermind of Mr. Root had interrupted the fatal Otis treatment of the insurrection, indicated by General Otis's long failure to call for volunteers. His stupid stream of situation well in hand and insurrection about to collapse telegrams, and his utterly unpardonable persistence in calling it a purely Tagalo insurrection, by sending him a competent force and a plan of campaign and directing him to carry out the plan. General Otis did this because he was told to, and then began again to sing the same old song. MacArthur, Wheaton, Lawton, Bates, Young, Funston, and the rest of the fighting generals had submitted to all the Otis follies without a murmur, because insubordination degrades an army into a rabble. But they believed the army was there to put down that insurrection, not to have a symposium with its leaders on the rights of man. They had taken up the white man's burden, after the manner of Lords Kitchener and Roberts, and they had no qualms. Above all, they wanted peace, no matter how much fighting it took to get it. Mindful of the attempts of the Sherman Commission of the year before to mix peace with war, and of the immense encouragement thus given the insurgents, they had not looked forward with enthusiasm to the coming of the Taft Commission, and to the highly probable renewal of negotiations with the insurgent leaders in the field, pursuant to a presidential policy of patching up a peace at any price, suggested by the exigencies of political expediency, to give the government a semblance of having more or less of the consent of the governed. That the anticipations of the military authorities in this regard did not receive a pleasant disappointment has already been suggested by the nature of the views adopted by the Commission soon after its arrival. The military view of the situation, as it stood when Judge Taft and his colleagues arrived at Manila in June 1900, is set forth in the annual report of the commanding general, General MacArthur, rendered shortly thereafter. Rendered, not in aid of any political candidate at home, nor of a sudden, but at the usual and customary annual season for the making of such reports. and rendered by a soldier of no mean experience and ability, who was a man of great kindliness of heart as well, to the War Department of his government, to acquaint it with the facts of a military situation he had been dealing with for 2 years prior to the arrival of the Taft Commission. General MacArthur's views, as expressed in his report, must now be contrasted with the Taft view, not to show that MacArthur is a bigger man than Taft, nor for any other idle or petty purpose, but because, if in 1900 General MacArthur was right and Judge Taft was wrong about the unanimity of the whole Filipino people against us, then the institution of the civil government of the Philippines on July 4, 1901, was premature. And therefore, by reason of the withdrawal of the strong arm of the military at a critical period of public order, it was not calculated to give adequate protection to the lives and property of those who were willing to abandon the struggle for independence and submit to our rule. And if, as we shall see later, it did in fact grossly fail to afford such adequate protection for life and property, it was derelict in the most sacred duty enjoined upon it by Mr. McKinley's instructions to the Taft Commission. But first let me introduce you to General MacArthur. General MacArthur is not only a soldier of a high order of ability, but a statesman as well. Moreover, he was a thoroughgoing expansionist. He believed in keeping the Philippines permanently, just as England does her colonies, but he was perfectly honest about it. He recognized the fact that they were against our rule, but he did not attach any more weight to that circumstance than Lord Kitchener would have done. Also, he had come out to the islands with the first expedition in 1898, had been in the field continuously for 15 months prior to assuming supreme military command, and knew the Filipinos thoroughly. As soon as he took command, on May 5, 1900, of the 70,000 troops then in the islands, he set himself with patience and firmness to the great task of ending the insurrection, which at that time promised to continue indefinitely, the far more formidable guerrilla warfare that had followed the brief period of serried resistance having now settled down to a chronic stage, aided and abetted by the whole population. I have said General MacArthur was a thoroughgoing expansionist. This needs a slight qualification. At first, he appears to have had a few qualms. Shortly after the outbreak of the war with the Filipinos, when he took the first insurgent capital, Malolos, in March 1899, he had said at Malolos, as we have seen, to a newspaper man who accompanied the expedition, "When I first started in against these rebels, I believed that Aguinaldo's troops represented only a faction. I did not believe that the whole population of Luzon was opposed to us, but I have been reluctantly compelled to believe that the Filipinos are loyal to Aguinaldo and the government which he represents." General MacArthur's reports concerning the war in the Philippines during the period of his command are succinct and luminous. He makes it perfectly clear that the original resistance offered by the insurgent armies in the field after the arrival of the overwhelmingly ample reinforcements sent out from this country in the fall of 1899 was little more than a mere flash in the pan, compared with the well-planned scheme of resistance which followed the dispersion of those armies to the several provinces which had furnished them to the cause, and Aguinaldo's simultaneous flight into the mountains with his government concealed about his person, as Senator Lodge exultantly described that incident in his speech of April 1900 in defense of the administration's Philippine policy. Speaking of this period, General MacArthur says, "It has since been ascertained that the expediency of adopting guerrilla warfare from the inception of hostilities was seriously discussed by the native leaders, and advocated with much emphasis as the system best adapted to the peculiar conditions of the struggle. It was finally determined, however, that a concentrated field army, conducting regular operations, would, in the event of success, attract the favorable attention of the world, and be accepted as a practical demonstration of capacity for organization and self-government. The disbandment of the field army, therefore, having been a subject of contemplation from the start, the actual event, in pursuance of the deliberate action of the Council of War in Bayambang about November 12, 1899, already hereinbefore noticed, was not regarded by Filipinos in the light of a calamity, but simply as a transition from one form of action to another. a change which by many was regarded as a positive advantage and was relied upon to accomplish more effectively the end in view. The Filipino idea behind the dissolution of their field army was not at the time of the occurrence well understood in the American camp. As a consequence, misleading conclusions were reached to the effect that the insurrection itself had been destroyed, and that it only remained to sweep up the fag ends of the rebel army by a system of police administration not likely to be either onerous or dangerous. In his report covering the period from May 5th to October 1, 1900, General MacArthur says of the policy of resistance above outlined, "The country affords great advantages for the practical development of such a policy. The practice of discarding the uniform enables the insurgents to appear and disappear almost at their convenience. At one time, they are in the ranks as soldiers, and immediately thereafter are within the American lines in the attitude of peaceful natives, absorbed in a dense mass of sympathetic people." In this same connection, the report includes a copy of the original order of the insurgent government, which was the cornerstone of the guerrilla policy, and states that systemized regulations for its effective prosecution throughout the archipelago had been compiled and published by the Filipino junta or Revolutionary Committee at Madrid, and distributed among the insurgent forces. The report also appends a copy of the Army regulations, under which the insurgent forces were to conduct the guerrilla warfare. It also describes in detail the system of warfare prescribed under these regulations, and states that as a result of the measures which he, General MacArthur, took to combat that warfare, the 53 stations of American troops occupied in the archipelago on November 1, 1899, had on September 1, 1900, expanded to 413, and that during this period, the casualties to our troops were 268 killed, 750 wounded, 55 captured, and to the insurgents, so far as our records showed, 3227 killed, 694 wounded, and 2864 captured, says he. The extensive distribution of troops has strained the soldiers of the army to the full limit of endurance. Each little command has had to provide its own service of security and information by never ceasing patrols, explorations, escorts, outposts, and regular guards. An idea seems to have been established in the public mind that the field work of the army is in the nature of police, in regulating a few bands of guerrillas and involving none of the vicissitudes of war. Here he is meeting the Otis theory, then being industriously circulated in the United States. Such a narrow statement of the case is unfair to the service. In all things requiring endurance, fortitude, and patient diligence, the guerrilla period has been preeminent. It is difficult for the non-professional observer to understand that apparently desultory work, such as has prevailed in the Philippines during the past 10 months, has demanded more of discipline and as much of valor as was required during the period of regular operations against the concentrated field forces of the insurrection. It is therefore a great privilege to speak warmly in respect of the importance of the service rendered day by day, with unremitting vigilance, by the splendid men who, etc. It was not until July 4, 1902, that President Roosevelt officially declared, by his amnesty proclamation of that date, that the insurrection in the Philippines was at last ended. It was by no means beaten to a frazzle, as we shall later see. But of course, knowing the impatience of a large portion of the American people with a situation about which there was a widespread notion that much remained undisclosed, Mr. Roosevelt would have issued such a proclamation earlier, had the facts seemed to him to so authorize. General MacArthur's relentless, never-ceasing patrols, explorations, etc., continued straight on through the presidential campaign of 1900 side by side in point of time with the roseate Taft cablegrams of the same period, and long thereafter how long will be later indicated, says General MacArthur in his report for 1901. It had been suggested that some of the Filipino leaders were willing to submit the issue to the judgment of the American people, which was soon to be expressed at the polls, and to abide by the result of the presidential election of November 1900. But subsequent events demonstrated that the hope of ending the war without further effusion of blood was not well founded, and that, as a matter of fact, the the Filipinos were organizing for further desperate resistance by means of a general banding of the people in support of the guerrillas in the field. General MacArthur then goes on to tell how, as part of this program, the insurgent authorities announced a primal and inflexible principle to the effect that every native, without any exception, residing within the limits of the archipelago, owed active allegiance to the insurgent cause. This jurisdiction was enjoined under severe penalties, which were systematically enforced. This is what Judge Taft afterwards described as a conspiracy of murder, a mafia on a very large scale, the characterization being made in support of his theory that the great majority of the people, with whom we were then at war, would welcome our rule if allowed to follow their real preferences, and that they were being cruelly coerced to fight for the independence of their country. General MacArthur's view, however, did not support this theory. His report deals with this branch of the subject thus: the cohesion of Filipino society in behalf of insurgent interests is most emphatically illustrated by the fact that assassination, which was extensively employed, was generally accepted as a legitimate expression of insurgent governmental authority. The individuals marked for death would not appeal to American protection, although condemned exclusively on account of supposed pro-Americanism. Later on, when we came to understand the Filipinos better, this summary method of dealing with the faint-hearted lost much of its initial horrifying force, and the failure of such to appeal to us for protection lost much of its strangeness. In the first place, nobody loves a traitor. Even those to whom he claims to have betrayed his countrymen do not trust him implicitly. Again, Latin countries never assume that before a man is punished for alleged crime, he has been confronted with the witnesses against him. Such testimony is, under their jurisprudence, frequently received in his absence. The legal department of General MacArthur's office once got hold of a captured insurgent paper subscribed with the autograph of Juan Cales, one of their best generals. It directed that a named Filipino residing in a certain town garrisoned by American troops be executed. We, of course, would call it assassinated at a certain hour on a certain day in a public street of the town, and that the soldier or soldiers performing the execution should declare to the bystanders, if any, in so doing, that it was done because the man was a traitor, a friend of the Americans. We kept this paper, intending to hang Juan whenever he should be captured. He held out a long time, and finally surrendered unconditionally, but he proved such an elegant fellow game as a pebble, courteous as Chesterfield, and immensely popular with his people, that it was decided he could be of more service as a live governor of a province than he could as a dead general. So he was appointed a provincial governor by Governor Taft and made a splendid official. Another reason why Filipinos suspected, during the insurrection, by the more obstinate and stout-hearted of their compatriots who held out longer in the struggle for independence, of weakening toward the cause of their country, in other words, suspected of what might be called Copperhead or Tory tendencies, would not appeal to us for protection, is strikingly presented in General MacArthur's report for 1901. He says they naturally had grave doubt as to the wisdom of siding with us, as the United States had made no formal announcement of an inflexible purpose to hold the archipelago and afford protection to pro-Americans. The one great thing that has crippled progress in the Philippines from the beginning of the American occupation down to date is the uncertainty as to what our policy for the future is to be, the lack of some formal announcement of an inflexible purpose. And of course I mean, as General MacArthur meant, by formal announcement, an authoritative declaration by the lawmaking power of the government. If Congress should formally declare that it is the purpose of this government to hold the Philippines permanently, American and other capital would at once go there in abundance, and the place would blossom like a rose. If, on the other hand, Congress should formally declare that it is the purpose of this government to give the Filipinos their independence as soon as a stable native government can be set up, thus holding out to the present generation the prospect of living to see the independence of their country, the place would also quickly blossom as aforesaid, through the generous ardor of native love of country. In either event, everybody out there would know where he is. At present, all is uncertainty, both with the resident members of the dominant alien race and with those over whom we are ruling. It took over 120,000 American troops, first and last, to put down the struggle of the Filipinos for independence. The war began February 4, 1899, and the last public official announcement that it was ended was on July 4, 1902. Of course, this does not imply that every province was at all times during that period a theater of actual war. Putting down the insurrection was something like putting out a fire in a field of dry grass. At first, the trouble was general. Gradually, it diminished toward the end. But for a while, no sooner was it quenched in one province than it would break out in another. How the Filipinos were able to prolong the struggle as long as they did against such apparently overwhelming odds is most interestingly explained by General MacArthur in his report for 1900. After describing the method he followed of establishing native municipal governments in territory as conquered, he says, with a patient stateliness that is almost humorous. The institution of municipal government under American auspices, of course, carried the idea of exclusive fidelity to the sovereign power of the United States. All the necessary moral obligations to that end were readily assumed by municipal bodies, and all outward forms of loyalty and decorum carefully preserved. But precisely at this point, the psychologic conditions referred to above began to work with great energy in assistance of insurgent field operations. For this purpose, most of the towns secretly organized complete insurgent municipal governments to proceed simultaneously and in the same sphere as the American governments, and in many instances through the same personnel. That is to say, the presidents and town officials acted openly in behalf of the Americans and secretly in behalf of the insurgents, and, paradoxical as it may seem, with considerable apparent solicitude for the interests of both. In all matters touching the peace of the town, the regulation of markets, the primitive work possible on roads, streets, and bridges, and the institution of schools, their open activity was commendable. At the same time, they were exacting and collecting contributions and supplies and recruiting men for the Filipino forces, and sending all obtainable military information to the Filipino leaders. Wherever, throughout the archipelago, there is a group of the insurgent army, it is a fact beyond dispute that all contiguous towns contribute to the maintenance thereof. In other words, the towns, regardless of the fact of American occupation and town organization, are the actual bases for all insurgent military activities, and not only so in the sense of furnishing supplies for the so-called flying columns of guerrillas, but as affording secure places of refuge. Indeed, it is now the most important maxim of Filipino tactics to disband when closely pressed and seek safety in the nearest barrio. A maneuver quickly accomplished by reason of the assistance of the people and the ease with which the Filipino soldier is transformed into the appearance of a peaceful native. To contrast a cold, hard military fact involving the lives of American soldiers with a lot of political nonsense intended for consumption in the United States during a presidential election. The next paragraph is particularly interesting in the light of the contemporaneous Taft view. The success of this unique system of war depends upon almost complete unity of action of the entire native population. That such unity is a fact is too obvious to admit of discussion. Intimidation has undoubtedly accomplished much to this end, but fear as the only motive is hardly sufficient to account for the united and apparently spontaneous action of several millions of people. One traitor in each town would effectually destroy such a complex organization. Then follows this bit of grim humor. It is more probable that the adhesive principle comes from ethnological homogeneity, which induces men to respond for a time to the appeals of consanguineous leadership. In other words, to stick to their own kith and kin. He had in a previous paragraph used that very expression thus: the people seem to be actuated by the idea that in politics or war men are never nearer right than when going with their own kith and kin. In all the foregoing, General MacArthur was not simply trying to score a point against Judge Taft, though his resentment of the effort of the Taft Commission of 1900 to mix politics with war in the presidential year was quite as decided, and quite as well known in the islands at the time, as was General Otis's similar attitude toward the Sherman Commission of the previous year. He is simply laying before the War Department, as a soldier, the familiar facts of a situation which he had been dealing with for 2 years past, as well known to the 70,000 officers and men under his command as to himself. And as the details into which he goes are simply prefatory to an account of the remedy he applied to the situation, that remedy must now claim our attention. The remedy General MacArthur finally applied was a proclamation, explaining to the Filipino people, to all classes throughout the archipelago, it read, and especially to the leaders in the field, many of whose captured comrades in arms he had now become thoroughly acquainted with the severities sanctioned by the laws of civilized nations under such circumstances, and the reasons therefore, and, further, serving them with notice that thenceforward he proposed to enforce those laws with full rigor. The eminent lawyers of the Taft Commission were too busy about that time acquainting themselves with the situation through natives not in arms to attach much importance to General MacArthur's proclamation. But the 8th Army Corps always believed that that proclamation, and the Army's work under it, was the main factor in making the civil government at all possible by the date it was set up, July 4, 1901. The issuance of this document was not only a wise military move, but a subtle stroke of statesmanship as well. It assumed that the Filipino people were a civilized people, an assumption never indulged by Spain during the whole of her rule, but always freely admitted by General MacArthur in all his dealings with their leading men to be a fact. It therefore appealed to their amour propre and to the noblesse oblige of many of the most obstinate and trusted fighting leaders. The writer was, at the date of the proclamation under consideration, on duty at General MacArthur's headquarters, as assistant to Colonel Crowder, his judge advocate, now Judge Advocate General of the United States Army, and prepared the first rough, tentative suggestions for the final draft of it, accompanying such suggestions with a memorandum showing the course taken by Wellington in France in 1815, and by Bismarck's generals at the close of the Franco-Prussian War, as well as that followed under General Order No. 100, 1863, for the government of the armies of the United States in the field. Having then entertained the opinion that that proclamation, though drastic, was wise and right under the facts of the situation which confronted us, and having nowise changed that opinion since, it may be well for the writer of this book to explain his reasons for that opinion. This must be done wholly without reference to the authorities, for neither at the bar of public opinion nor at the bar of final judgment do the authorities count for much. In so doing, however, we must start with the assumption that it was a case of American military occupation of hostile territory. Notwithstanding that Judge Taft began soon after his arrival in the islands, in the June previous to the December now referred to cable home impressions which, if correct, amounted to a denial that the great body of the people were hostile. Military occupation is a fact which admits of no debate, and the necessity of making your country's flag respected is always fully and keenly recognized as the one supreme consideration by every good American except one who, obsessed with the idea that kindness will cure the desire of a people for independence, proceeds to act on that idea in the midst of a war for independence. Under the laws of war, the commanding general of the occupying force owes protection, both of life and property, to all persons residing within the territory occupied. The object of General MacArthur's proclamation was to put a stop to such executions or assassinations as that perpetrated by Juan Cales, mentioned above, and to separate the insurgents in the field from their main reliance, the towns. The latter end of a bloody war is no time for a discussion of the causes of the war between victor and vanquished. Nor is it any time to believe the representative of the enemy who tells you that most of him is really in sympathy with you and merely coerced. Your duty is to stop the war. You and your enemy having had a difference, and having referred it to the arbitrament of war, which is, unfortunately at present the only human jurisdiction having power to enforce decisions concerning such differences, if you win, and your enemy refuses to abide the decision, he is simply, as it were, in contempt of court, and, in the scheme of things, as at present ordered, deserves punishment as an enemy to the general peace. To state the ethics of the matter juridically, there should be an end of litigation somewhere. I do not believe in the doctrine that might makes right, and I cherish the high hope that this human family of ours will survive to see war superseded, as the ultimate arbiter, by something more like heaven and less like hell. But in the Philippines in 1900, it was a situation, not a theory, that confronted us, and as far as my consciously fallible thinking apparatus lights the way which then lay before us. That way led to a shrine whereon was written, "A life for a life." This is no mere academic discussion. With me, it is a tremendously practical one. In the gravest possible acceptation of the term, it is awfully so. If I am wrong, every execution I approved by memorandum review furnished Colonel Crowder and General MacArthur. Of military commission findings out there was wrong. And so were a number of the executions I ordered as a judge appointed by Governor Taft under a government which, though nominally a civil government, was no more civil, in so far as that term implies absence of necessity for the presence of military force, than other governments immediately following conquest usually are. The propriety of the imposition of capital punishment by the constituted authorities of a nation as part of a set policy to make its sovereignty respected is wholly independent of whether you call your colonial government a civil or a military one. So that in justifying General MacArthur, I am also justifying Governor Taft. And as it was on the recommendation of the former that the latter appointed me to the bench, we are certainly all three in the same boat in the matter of the capital punishments under consideration. And while the company you were in on earth in a given transaction, however distinguished that company, is not going to help you with the recording angel, still, it is some comfort to know that wiser and abler men than yourself approved a course of imposing capital punishments to which you were a party, such punishments having been inflicted as part of a policy whose subsequent evolution revealed it to you as fundamentally wrong. And this reflection is quite relevant in the present connection to the question whether the government of benevolent assimilation we have maintained over the Filipinos for the last 14 years is one which was originally imposed by force against their will, or whether it was ever welcomed by them or any considerable fraction of them. That the MacArthur Proclamation of December 20, 1900, concerning the laws of war, was at the time a military necessity, is as perfectly clear to me now as it was then. And yet it may well give the thoughtful and patriotic American pause. It is sometimes difficult to understand why men are so often entirely willing to go on fighting and dying in a cause they must know to be hopeless. The famous passage of Edmund Burke's speech on conciliation with America. If I were an American, as I am an Englishman, so long as foreign troops remained on my native soil, I never would lay down my arms, no, never, never, never. Sounds well to us, but from the standpoint of a conqueror, there is a good deal of wind-jamming to it, after all. It was the language of a man who knew nothing of the horrors of war by actual experience, or of what hell it slowly becomes to everybody concerned after most of the high officials of the vanquished government have been captured, and are sleeping on dry, warm beds, eating good wholesome food, and smoking good cigars in comfortable custody, while the vanquished army, no longer strong enough to come out in the open and fight, is relegated to ambuscades and other tactics equally akin to the methods of the assassin. The law of nations in this regard is an expression of the views of successive generations of civilized and enlightened men of all nations, whose profession was war men familiar with the horrors inevitably incident to it and anxious to mitigate them as far as possible. That law represents the common consensus of Christendom resulting from that experience. It recognizes that after resistance becomes utterly hopeless, it becomes a crime against society and the general peace, and this is wholly independent of the merits or demerits of the questions involved in the war. In other words, the greatest good of the greatest number cries aloud that the war must stop. The cold, hard fact is that the great majority of the men who hold out longest are, usually, either single men having no one dependent on them, or nothing to lose, or both, or else they are men more or less indifferent to the ties of family affection, and callous to the suffering fruitlessly entailed upon innocent non-combatants by the various and sundry horrors of war, such as decimation of the plow animals of the country due to their running at large without caretakers or forage, resultant untilled fields and scant food, pestilence and famine consequent upon insufficient nourishment, arson, robbery, rape, and murder inevitably committed in such times by sorry scamps and ruffians claiming to be patriots, but yielding no allegiance to any responsible head, and so on ad infinitum. General MacArthur's proclamation of December 20, 1900, served notice on the leaders of a hopeless cause that assassinations, such as that ordered by Juan Cales above mentioned, must stop. That the universal practice of the townfolk, of sending money, supplies, and information concerning our movements to the enemy in the field must stop. That participating in hostilities intermittently, in citizen garb, followed by return to home and avocation when too hard pressed, must stop. In short, that the war must stop. Yet the proclamation explained in so firm and kindly a way why the penalties it promised were only reasonable under the circumstances, that, as an educational document, the effect was immediate and far-reaching. To quote from an opinion expressed by its author in the body of it, an opinion entirely consistent with modesty and fully justified by the facts. General MacArthur also goes on to say of his unrelenting and rigid enforcement of the terms of this proclamation that the results preclude all possibility of doubt, that the effective pacification of the archipelago commenced December 20, 1900, its date. It is a part of the history of those times, familiar to all who are familiar with them, that the Taft Civil Commission thought its assurances of the benevolent intentions of our government were what made the civil government possible by midsummer, 1901. But whatever the Filipinos may think of us at present, now that they understand us better, certainly in 1901, in view of the events of the preceding 2 or 3 years, which formed the basis of the only acquaintance they then had with us, and in view of the fact that their experience for the preceding 200 or 300 years had made force the only effective governmental argument with them, and governmental promises a mere mockery. And in view of the fact that the never-ceasing patrols, explorations, escorts, outposts, etc., of General MacArthur's 70,000 men were relentlessly kept up during the 6 months immediately following the proclamation, and in aid of it, it at once becomes obvious how infinitesimal a fraction of the final partial pacification which made the civil government possible, the Taft assurances to the Filipinos as to our intentions must have been. These matters are of prime importance to any honest effort toward a clear understanding of present conditions, because far and away the greatest wrong which we, in our genuinely benevolent misinformation, have done the Filipinos, not even accepting the tariff legislation perpetrated upon them by Congress, lies in the insufferably hypocritical pretense that they ever consented to our rule, or that they consent to it now, a pretense conceived in 1898 by trade expansion. To beguile a nation, the breath of whose own life is political liberty, based on consent of the governed, into a career of conquest, but not even countenanced since by those who believe the government should go into the politico-missionary business, after the manner of Spain in the 16th century. Having now exhaustively examined the differences of opinion between Judge Taft and General MacArthur, when the former set to work, in the summer of 1900, to get a civil government started by the date of expiration of the term of enlistment of the volunteer army, June 30, 1901, let us follow the facts of the situation up to the date last named, or, which is practically the same thing, up to the inauguration of Judge Taft as civil governor of the islands on July 4, 1901, pausing, in passing, for such reflections as may force themselves upon us as pertinent to the Philippine problem of today. On September 19, 1900, General MacArthur wired Secretary of War Root General Corbin, the Adjutant General of the Army to be exact, but it is the same thing describing what he calls considerable activity throughout Luzon, ominously stating that General Young up in the Ilocano country, into which we followed him and his cavalry in Chapter 12, Ante, has called so emphatically for more force, that he, MacArthur, feels grave concern. Adding that Luzon north of the Pasig is very much disturbed, and that south of the Pasig the same conditions prevail. October 26th, General MacArthur cables outlining a plan for a great campaign on comprehensive lines, stating that full development of this scheme requires about 4 months and all troops now in the islands, and deprecating any move on Mr. Root's part to reduce his force of 70,000 men by starting any of the volunteers homeward before it should be absolutely necessary. October 28th, General MacArthur wires, shall push everything with great vigor, adding expect to have everything in full operation November 15th. November 5th, as if to reassure General MacArthur that he and the general understand each other, and that the Taft contemporaneous nonsense is not going to be allowed to interfere with more serious business, Secretary Root, through the Adjutant General, sends this cable message. Secretary of War directs no instructions from here be allowed interfere, or impede progress your military operations, which he expects you force to successful conclusion. So that while the American people were being pacified with the Taft cablegrams to Secretary Root that the Filipino people wanted peace, General MacArthur, under Mr. Root's direction, was simultaneously proceeding to make them want it with the customary argument used to settle irreconcilable differences between nations' powder and lead. Mr. Root was all the time in constant communication with both, but he gave out only the Taft optimism to the public and withheld the actual facts within his knowledge. December 25th, General MacArthur wires Secretary Root, expectations based on result of election have not been realized. Progress, he says, is very slow. And now I come to one of the most important things that all my researches into the official records of our government concerning the Philippine Islands have developed. On December 28, 1900, General MacArthur reports by cable the contents of some important insurgent papers captured in Cavite province about that time. The Filipinos have a great way of reducing to writing, or making minutes of, whatever occurs at any important conference. This habit they did not abandon in the field. The papers in question belonged to General Trias, the lieutenant general commanding all the insurgent armies in the field, and next to Aguinaldo, the highest official connected with the revolutionary government. One of these papers, according to General MacArthur's dispatch of December 28, purported to be the minutes of a certain meeting had October 11th previous between General Trias and the Japanese consul at Manila. As to whether or not the paper was really authentic, General MacArthur says, "I accept it as such without hesitation." Communicating the contents of the paper, he says, Consul advised that Trias visit Japan. Filipinos represented that concessions, which they might be forced to make to Washington, would be more agreeable if made to Japan, which as a nation of kindred blood would not be likely to assert superiority. Consul said Japan desired coaling station, freedom to trade and build railways. I consider these negotiations of the Japanese government with the Philippine insurgents important to be related here because they have never been generally known, for the good reason, of course, that the President of the United States cannot take the public into his confidence about such grave and delicate matters when they occur. The incident is not ancient history relatively to present-day problems for the following reasons. 1. Because it is credibly reported and currently believed in the United States that in Japan, during the cruise of our battleship fleet around the world in 1907, one of the reception committee of Japanese officers who welcomed our officers was recognized by one of the latter as having been, not a great while before that, a servant aboard an American battleship. 2. Because of the following incident, related to me in 1911, without the slightest injunction of secrecy, by the Director of Public Health of the Philippine Islands, then on a visit to the United States. Shortly before the director said visit home, while he was out in one of the provinces, there was brought to his attention a Filipino with a broken arm. There was a Japanese doctor in the town, at least a Japanese who had a sign out as a doctor. The director carried the sufferer to the doctor, not being a surgeon himself. The doctor turned out to be a civil engineer who had been making maps and plans of fortifications. The plans were found in his possession. 3. Because from one of the islands through which the northern line of the Treaty of Paris runs, situated only a pleasant morning's journey in a launch due north of Apari, the northernmost town of Luzon, you can see, on a clear day with a good field glass, the southern end of Formosa, some 60 or 70 miles away. Japan can land an army on American soil at Apari any time she wants to, overnight an army several times that of the total American force now in the Philippines, or likely ever to be there. From Apari, it is 70 miles up the river to Tuguegarao, 40 more to Iligan, and 90 more, all fairly good marching, to Bayambang in Nueva Vizcaya total distance, Apari to Bayambang, 200 miles, the province which lies in the heart of the watershed of central Luzon. I know what I am talking about, because that region was the first judicial district I presided over, and many a hard journey I have had over it, circuit riding, on a scrubby pony. Part of it I have been through in the company of President Taft. It thus appears that from Aperi to Bayambang, there would be but a week or 10 days of unresisted marching to reach the watershed region, Nueva Vizcaya. The Japanese soldier's ration is mainly rice, so that he can carry more days' travel rations than almost any other soldier in the world. Never fear about their making the journey inside of a week or 10 days once they start. To descend from the watershed aforesaid, over the Caranglan Pass, and down the valley of the Rio Grande de Pampanga to Manila, another 3 or 4 days would be all that would be needed. It would be a Japanese picnic. Fortifying Corregidor Island, at the entrance to Manila Bay, which is about all the serious scheme of defense against a foreign foe we have out there, is quite like the reliance of the Spaniards on Morro Castle, at the mouth of the harbor of Santiago de Cuba, against our landing at Guantanamo. Our garrison in the Philippines, all told, is but a handful. Aperi is an absolutely unfortified seaport, at which the Japanese could land an army overnight from the southern end of Formosa. There are no military fortifications whatsoever to stay the advance of an invading army from Aperi down the Cagayan Valley, and thence over the watershed of Nueva Vizcaya province, through the Caranglan Pass, and down the valley of the Pampanga River to Manila. So that today Japan can take Manila inside of 2 weeks any time she wants to. That is why I object to the president's jollying the situation along as best he can, without taking the American people into his confidence. Any Army officer at our War College will inform any member of the House or Senate on inquiry that Japan can take the Philippines any time she wants to. President Taft and the Mikado may keep on exchanging the most cordial cablegrams imaginable, but the map-making goes on just the same. And earnest and sincere as both the President and the Emperor undoubtedly are in their desire to preserve the general peace, who is going to restrain Hobson and Hearst, and several of Japan's public men equally distinguished and equally inflammatory. Heads of nations cannot restrain gusts of popular passion. The Pacific coast is not so friendly to Japan as the rest of our country, and as between Japan and the Pacific coast, we are pretty apt to stand by the latter without inquiring with meticulous nicety into any differences that may arise. The reason I said in the chapter before this one that Mr. Root is a dangerous man to Republican institutions was because he is of the type who are constantly finding situations which they consider it best for the people not to know about. After the McKinley election of 1900 was safely put over, Mr. Root, as Secretary of War, let Judge Taft go ahead and ride his dove of peace hobby horse in the Philippines, duly repeating to the American people all the cheery Taft cluckings to said horse, at a time when the real situation is indicated by such grim correspondence as the following cablegram dated January 29, 1901. Wood, Havana, Secretary of War is desirous to know if you can give your consent to the immediate withdrawal 10th Infantry from Cuba. Imperative that we have immediate use of every available company we can lay our hands on for service in the Philippines. Signed, Corbin. But let us turn from this sorry spectacle of Mr. Root pulling the wool over the eyes of his countrymen to make them believe the Filipinos were not quite so unconsenting as they seemed to be, and again look at the sheer splendor of American military ability to get anything done the government wants done. I refer to the capture of Aguinaldo. One of the most eminent lawyers in this country once said to me, "I would not let that man Funston enter my house." I tried to enlighten him, but as I happened to be a guest in his house at the time, which entitled him to exemption from light if he insisted, which he did General Funston, and he have continued to miss what might have been a real pleasure to them both. The following is, as briefly as I can dispose of it, the story of the capture of Aguinaldo on March 23, 1901. Ever since Aguinaldo had escaped through our lines in November 1899, his capture had been the one great consummation most devoutly wished. It has already been shown how busy with the war the army was all the time Judge Taft was gaily jogging away astride of his peace hobby about the insurrection being really quite regretted and over. However, in the favorite remark with which he used to wave the insurrection into thin air, to the effect that it was now merely a mafia on a large scale, there was one element of truth. The general feeling of the people, both educated and uneducated, was such as to countenance the attitude of the leaders that pro-American tendencies were treason. Any leader who surrendered, of course, was thereafter an object of at least some suspicion to his fellow countrymen, however assiduous his subsequent double-dealing. As long as Aguinaldo remained out, this state of affairs was sure to continue indefinitely, possibly for years to come. If captured, he would probably himself give up the struggle and use his influence with the rest to do likewise. Therefore, in the spring of 1901, each and every one of General MacArthur's 70,000 men was, and had been since 1899, on the qui vive to make his own personal fortunes secure for life, and gain lasting military distinction by taking any sort of chances to capture Aguinaldo. On February 8, 1901, an officer of General Funston's district, the 4th in central Luzon, intercepted a messenger bearing dispatches from Aguinaldo to one of his generals of that region, directing the General Lacuna to send some reinforcements to him, Aguinaldo. General Funston's headquarters were then at San Fernando, in the province of Pampanga, organized as a civil government province by act of the Taft Commission just 5 days later. Through these dispatches and their bearer, General Funston ascertained the hiding place of the insurgent chieftain to be at a place called Palanan, in the mountains of Isabela Province in northeastern Luzon, near the Pacific coast. Early in the war, we had availed ourselves of a certain tribe, or clan, known as the Macabes, who looked nowise different from all other Filipinos, but who had, under the Spanish government, by reason of long-standing feuds with their more rebellious neighbors, come to be absolutely loyal to the Spanish authorities. When we came, they had transferred that loyalty to us, and had now become a recognized and valuable part of our military force. So it occurred to General Funston, why not personate the reinforcements called for, the American officers to command the expedition, assuming the role of captured American prisoners? The plan was submitted to General MacArthur and adopted. A picked company of Macabes was selected, consisting of about 80 men, and General Funston decided to go himself, taking with him on the perilous expedition 4 young officers of proven mettle: Captain Harry W. Newton, 34th Infantry U.S. Volunteers, now a captain of the Coast Artillery; Captain R. T. Hazard, 11th Volunteer Cavalry; Lieutenant O.P.M. Hazard, his brother of the same regiment, the latter now an officer of the regular army, and Lieutenant Mitchell, my efficient aide. March 6, 1901, the USS Vicksburg slipped quietly out of Manila Bay, bearing the participants in the desperate enterprise as desperate an undertaking as the heart and brain of a soldier ever carried to a successful conclusion. General Thomas H. Barry wrote Secretary of War Route, after they left, telling of their departure, and stating that he did not much expect ever to see them again. The chances were 10 to 1 that the 80 men would meet 5 or 10 times their number, and as they were to masquerade as troops of the enemy, they could not complain, under the recognized laws of war as to spies, at being summarily shot if captured alive. And the whole Filipino people were a secret service ready to warn Aguinaldo, should the carefully concocted ruse be discovered anywhere along the journey. They went down to the southern end of Luzon, and through the San Bernardino Straits into the Pacific Ocean, and thence up the east coast of Luzon to Casiguran Bay, about 100 miles south of Palanan, landing at Casiguran Bay, March 14th. The Little Macs, as General Funston calls the Macabes, were made to discard their dapper American uniforms after they got aboard the ship, and don instead a lot of nondescript clothing gathered by the military authorities at Manila before the Vicksburg sailed, so as to resemble the average insurgent command. Not a man of them had been told of the nature of the expedition before sailing. This was not for fear of treachery, but lest someone of the faithful Macs should get his tongue loosed by hospitality before departing. Also, their Krag Jorgensen regulation rifles were taken from them, and a miscellaneous assortment of old Springfields, Mausers, etc., given them instead to complete the deception. An ex-insurgent officer, well known to Aguinaldo, but now in General Funston's employ, was to play the role of commanding officer of the reinforcements. To read General Funston's account of this expedition is a more convincing rebuttal of the contemporaneous Taft denials of Filipino hostility and of the unanimity of the feeling of the people against us than 1,000 quotations from official documents could ever be. It was necessary to land more than 100 miles south of Aguinaldo's hiding place, lest the smoke of the approaching vessel should be sighted from a distance, and some peasant or lookout give the alarm. Accordingly, they landed at Casiguran Bay by night, with the ship's lights screened, the Vicksburg at once departing out of sight of land, and agreeing to meet them off Palanan, their destination, on March 25th, 11 days later. From the beginning, they vigilantly and consummately played the role planned, the Macs having been drilled on the way up, each and all, in the story they were to tell at the first village near Casiguran Bay, and everywhere thereafter, to the effect that they had come across country, and en route had met 10 American soldiers out map-making, and had killed 2, wounded 3, and captured 5. They were to point to General Funston and the 4 other Americans in corroboration of their story. Speaking of himself and his 4 fellow prisoners, General Funston says, "We were a pretty scrubby-looking lot of privates." The villagers received the Patriot forces, thus flushed with triumph, in an appropriate manner, and supplied them with rations and guides for the rest of their 100-mile journey to the headquarters of the dictator. General Funston is even at pains to say for the village officials that they were very humane and courteous to himself and the other 4 American prisoners. They reached Palanan Bay, 8 miles from Palanan, on March 22d. Here Hilario Tal Placido, the ex-insurgent officer whose role in the present thrilling drama was that of commanding officer of the expedition, sent a note to Aguinaldo, stating that he had halted his command for a rest at the beach preparatory to marching inland and reporting to the Honorable President that they were very much exhausted and much in need of food and pleased to send him some. Of course, that was the natural card to play to put Aguinaldo off his guard. The food came, and the bearers returned and casually reported to the Honorable President that his honorable reinforcements would soon be along, much to the Honorable Joyta, make the thing a little Japanesque of the President of the Honorable Republic. This incident has been since made the occasion of some criticism that it was contrary to decency to accept Aguinaldo's food and then attack him afterwards. General Funston very properly replies in effect that the case would have been very different had he thrown himself on Aguinaldo's mercy, taken his food, and used treachery afterwards, but that his conduct was entirely correct under the code of war, for the reason that should he and his command be captured while personating enemy's forces, Aguinaldo would have had a perfect right, under the rules of the game, to shoot them all as spies. He adds rather savagely, concerning certain ladylike persons in the United States who have censured his course in the matter, that he would be very much interested in seeing the results of a surgical operation performed on the skull of a man who cannot readily see the radical difference between the 2 propositions, and that he doubts if a good quality of calf brains would be revealed by the operation. At all events, the expedition was very much refreshed by the food and highly delighted at the proof, contained in the sending of it, that Aguinaldo did not suspect a ruse. But now came one of the many emergencies which had to be met by quick wit in the course of that memorable adventure. Aguinaldo sent word to leave the prisoners under a guard in one of the huts by the seashore, where there was one of the Aguinaldo retainers in charge, an old Tagalo. After a hurried, whispered conversation, prisoner Funston instructed commanding officer Placido to go ahead with his main column, and then a little later send back a forged written order purporting to be from Aguinaldo for the prisoners to come on also. This was shown to the old Tagalo, thus disarming suspicion on his part. But now came the closest shave they had. The column met a detachment from Aguinaldo's headquarters, sent down with instructions to relieve the necessarily worn-out guard of the newly arrived reinforcements that were supposed to be guarding the 5 prisoners at the beach, and let said guard come on up to headquarters with the rest of the reinforcements. The idea being to still leave the prisoners at the beach so they would not learn definitely as to the Aguinaldo whereabouts. Detaining the officer commanding this detachment for a moment or so on some pretext, the commanding officer of the reinforcements whispered to a Macabe corporal to run back and tell General Funston and the rest of the prisoners to jump in the bushes and hide. This they did, lying within 30 feet of the detachment as it passed them en route for the beach. Of course, a fight would have meant considerable firing, and the quarry might hear it, take fright, and escape. Finally, they reached Palanan, the prisoners quite far in the rear. Placido got safely into Aguinaldo's presence, followed at a short distance by the main body of his Macabes. Aguinaldo's lifeguard of some 50 men neatly uniformed, presented arms as Placido entered the insurgent headquarters building, and thereafter waited at attention outside. Then the worthy Placido entertained the honorable president with a few cock-and-bull stories about the march across country, etc., made obediently to the president's order, keeping a weather eye out of the window all the time. As soon as the Macabes had come up and formed facing the Aguinaldo lifeguard, Placido went to the window and ordered them to open fire. This they did, killing 2 of the insurgents and wounding their commanding officer. The rest fled, panic-stricken, by reason of the surprise. Then Placido, a very stout individual, grabbed Aguinaldo, who only weighs about 115 pounds, threw him down and sat on him until General Funston, the Hazards, Mitchell, and Newton arrived. The orders were ironclad that under no circumstances, if it could be avoided, was Aguinaldo to be killed. His signature to proclamations telling the people to quit the war was going to be needed too much. The party rested 2 days and then set out for the coast again, on March 25th, the day the Vicksburg had agreed to meet them. At noon, says General Funston, we again saw the Pacific, and far out on it a wisp of smoke the Vicksburg coming in. In due course they reached Manila Bay. The old palace of the Spanish captains general, then occupied by our commanding general, is up the Pasig River, accessible from the bay by launch. By that method, General Funston took his precious prisoner to the palace without the knowledge of a soul in the great city of Manila. He arrived before General MacArthur had gotten up. In a few minutes the general came out. "Where is Aguinaldo?" said he, dryly. He supposed General Funston simply had some details to tell, like the commanding officers of hundreds of other expeditions that had gone out before that on false scents in search of the illustrious but elusive president. "Right here in this house," said General Funston. General MacArthur could hardly believe his ears. A few days later, General Funston walked into General MacArthur's office. The latter said, "Well, Funston, they do not seem to have thought much in Washington of your performance. I am afraid you have got into trouble." At the same time he handed me, says General Funston in the Scribner magazine article above mentioned, a cablegram announcing my appointment as a brigadier general in the regular army. In his annual report for 1901, General MacArthur describes the capture of Aguinaldo as the most momentous single event of the year, stating also that Aguinaldo was the incarnation of the insurrection. This last statement explains why he was so anxious to capture him alive. If dead, he would be sure to get reincarnated in the person of some able assistant of his entourage, thus ensuring undisturbed continuance of the war. He was most graciously treated by General MacArthur during his stay as that distinguished soldier's guest at the Malacanan Palace, from March 28th until April 20th. The word guest is placed in quotations because the host thought so much of him that he considered him worth many hundred times his weight in gold, and had him watched night and day by a commissioned officer. Everything that had been done by the Americans since November 1899 was explained to him, and he was made to see that our purposes with regard to his people were not only benevolent but also inflexible. In other words, that there was no altering our determination to make his people happy whether they were willing or not. Seeing this, Aguinaldo bowed to the inevitable. The program explained to Aguinaldo is wittily described by a very bright Englishwoman as a plan to have lots of American school teachers at once set to work to teach the Filipino English, and at the same time keep plenty of American soldiers around to knock him on the head should he get a notion that he is ready for self-government before the Americans think he is. A quaint scheme, she adds, and one characteristic of the dauntlessness of American energy. To be brief, on April 19th, Aguinaldo took the oath of allegiance to the American government, which all agree he has faithfully observed ever since, and issued a proclamation recommending abandonment of further resistance. This proclamation was at once published by General MacArthur and signalized by the immediate liberation of 1,000 prisoners of war, on their likewise taking the oath of allegiance. In his proclamation, Aguinaldo said, among other things, "The time has come, however, when they find their advance along this path impeded by an irresistible force. Enough of blood, enough of tears and desolation." He concludes by announcing his final unconditional submission to American sovereignty and advises others to do likewise. Soon after this, General Tino surrendered in General Young's district, and in another part of northern Luzon, General Mascardo, commanding the insurgent forces in the provinces of Bataan and Zambales, heretofore described as the west wing of the Great Central Plain, also surrendered. In the latter part of June, General Cales, with whom we have already had occasion to become acquainted, in connection with Judge Taft's mafia on a large scale, also surrendered in Laguna Province. After that, there was never any more trouble in northern Luzon. But during the spring of 1901, the Commission had been very busy organizing the provinces of southern Luzon under civil government, thus cutting short the process of licking it into submission and substituting a process of loving it into that state through good salaries, and otherwise a policy which postponed the final permanent pacification of that ill-fated region for several years, as hereinafter more fully set forth. The unconditional absoluteness with which Judge Taft acted from the beginning on the assumption that the Filipinos would make a distinction between civil and military rule, and that their objection to us was because we had first sent soldiers to rule them and not civilians, and that these objections would vanish before the benignant sunlight of a government by civilians, is one of the great tragedies of all history, considering the countless lives it eventually cost. As a matter of fact, the Filipino objection had little or no relation to the kind of clothes we wore, whether they were white duck or khaki. Their objection was to us, i.e., to an alien yoke. However, to heal the bleeding wounds of war, the Filipinos were benevolently told to forget it, and a civil government was set up on July 4, 1901, pursuant to the amiable delusion indicated. That it has never yet proved a panacea, and why will be developed in the next and subsequent chapters, but only in so far as such development throws light on the present situation which it is the whole object of this book to do. And now a few words by way of concluding the present chapter, as preliminary to the inauguration of a civil government, cannot be misconstrued, though they come from one who held office under it. I have certainly made clear that Judge Taft and his colleagues were as honest in their delusion about how popular they were with the Filipinos as many other public men who have been known to have hobbies. And my remarks must be understood as based on the comprehensive bird's-eye view which we have had of the whole situation from the outbreak of the war with Spain in 1898 to the end of June, 1901, as a summation of that situation. It is quite true that all contemporary history is as much affected by its environment as the writer of it is by his own limitations. But it certainly seems clear now that, in regard to the Philippine problem presented in 1898 by the decision to keep the islands, the American people were played upon by the politicians for the next few years thereafter, sometimes on the idea that the Filipino people were not a people, but only a jumble of semi-civilized tribes incapable of any intelligent notion of what independence meant, and sometimes on the idea that, while there was no denying that they were indeed a civilized, homogeneous Christian people, yet the great majority of them did not want independence and would prefer to be under a strong alien government. But the keynote to the McKinley policy from the beginning, his answer to the eager question of his own people, was that there was no real absence of the consent of the governed. In Senator Lodge's History of the War with Spain, written in 1899, there is a description of the long struggle for independence in Cuba, whose existence Spain denied year after year, until we decided that patience had ceased to be a virtue, which description is so strikingly applicable to the situation in the Philippines during the first years of American rule that I cannot refrain from quoting it here. And we were to go on pretending that the war was not there, and that we had answered the unsettled question, when we really had simply turned our heads aside and refused to look. And then, when the troublesome matter had been so nicely laid to sleep, the result followed which is usual when congressmen and presidents and nations are trying to make shams pass for realities. By the same high token, the Philippine question will always remain the unsettled question until it is settled right. In other words, the American occupation of the Philippines, having been originally predicated on the idea that the Filipino people did not really want independence, a fiction which political expediency incident to government by parties inexorably compelled it to try to live up to thereafter, took the form, in 1901, of a civil government founded upon a benevolent lie, which expressed a hope, not a fact, a hopeless hope that can never be a fact. And that is what has been the matter with it ever since. The papers it at Ansem, but you bet the Army knows. Chapter 15. Governor Taft 1901-2. For they have healed the hurt of the daughter of my people slightly, saying peace, peace, when there is no peace. Jeremiah Roman 8:11. On February 22, 1898, the American consul at Manila, Mr. Williams, after he had been at that post for about a month, wrote the State Department, describing the Spanish methods of keeping from the world the outward and visible manifestations of the desire of the Filipino people to be free from their yoke thus. Peace was proclaimed, and, since my coming, festivities therefore were held. But there is no peace, and has been none for 2 years. He adds, conditions here and in Cuba are practically alike. War exists, battles are of almost daily occurrence, etc. As will hereinafter appear, this is not far from a correct description of the conditions which prevailed successively in various provinces of the Philippines, in gradually lessening degree for the 6 years next ensuing after the report of the Taft Commission of November 30, 1900, wherein they said, a great majority of the people long for peace, and are entirely willing to accept the establishment of a government under the supremacy of the United States. We have seen how from the date of the outbreak, February 4, 1899, to the date of his final departure from the islands for the United States on May 5, 1900, General Otis had diligently supplied the eager ear of Mr. McKinley with his situation well in hand, and insurrection about to collapse, telegrams, Secretary of War Alger having meantime been forced out of the cabinet in part, at least by a public opinion, which indignantly believed that the real situation was being withheld. We have seen how, from soon after the arrival of the Taft Commission at Manila on June 3, 1900, until after the November elections of that year, the same eager presidential ear aforesaid was supplied with like material through the presumably innocent but opportunely diluted optimism of the Commission, as manifested in the above sample message. How the actual military situation as described by General MacArthur, the military commander at the time, was one of desperate resistance by means of a general banding of the people in support of the guerrillas in the field. He having wired the War Department on January 4, 1901, troops throughout the archipelago more active than at any time since November, 1899. And how this had been followed on July 4, 1901, by a civil government, the inauguration of which could by no possibility be construed as affirming to the people of the United States anything other than the existence of a state of peace. We are to trace in this and subsequent chapters how, a short time after the civil government was instituted, the insurrection got its second wind. How a year later came another public declaration of peace, on July 4, 1902, and how this was followed by a long series of public disorders, combated by prosecutions for sedition and brigandage, until toward the end of 1906. The drama is quite an allegory Uncle Sam wrestling with his guardian angel consent of the governed. He finally gets both the angel's shoulders on the mat, however, and so the two have lived at loggerheads in the Philippines ever since. As soon as we had once blundered into the colonial business, the rock-bottom frankness with which we so dearly love to deal with one another, let carping Europe deny it as she will, was superseded by a systematic effort on the part of the statesmen responsible for the blunder to conceal it. It soon became clear to those on the inside that the sovereign American people had bought a gold brick, that is to say, had made a grievous mistake and had done wrong. But as it is not expedient for courtiers to tell the sovereign he has done wrong, because the king can do no wrong, thereafter all the courtiers, i.e. persons desiring to control the sovereign, while seeming to obey him instead of risking loss of the royal favor, by boldly telling the people they had done wrong and ought to mend the error of their ways, began to fill their ears and salve their conscience with medieval doctrines about salvation of the heathen through governmental missions, maintained by the joint agencies of cross and sword. For the foregoing and cognate reasons, Senator Lodge's description of Spain's last 30 years in Cuba fits our first 6 or 7 in the Philippines, beginning in 1899 with the original Otis press censorship policy of not letting anything go that will hurt the administration, and coming on down to a certificate made in 1907 by the Philippine Commission for Consumption in the United States. to the effect that a state of general and complete peace had prevailed throughout the islands for a stated period preceding the certificate, when, as a matter of fact, during the period covered by the certificate, an executive proclamation formally declaring a state of insurrection had issued, and the Supreme Court of the islands had upheld certain drastic executive action as legal because of the state of insurrection recognized by the proclamation. The Taft civil government of the Philippines, set up in 1901, was an attempt to answer the question, which, during the crucial period of our country's history following the Spanish War, rang so persistently through the public utterances of both Grover Cleveland and Benjamin Harrison. Mr. President, how are you going to square the subjugation of the Philippines with the freeing of Cuba? Mr. McKinley's answer had been, in effect, "Never mind about that, Grover. You and Benjamin are back numbers. I will show you the latest thing in the consent of the governed line, a government not essentially popular. It is true, nor indeed at all popular, in fact very unpopular, but essentially popular in form. You lads are not experts on the political trapeze." Accordingly, as Senator Lodge said concerning the dreary years of continuous public disorders in Cuba under Spain, which we finally put a stop to in 1898. We were to go on pretending that the war was not there, etc. Lack of frankness is usually due to weakness of one sort or another. The weakness of the Spanish colonial system lay in the impotent poverty of the home government and the graft tendencies of the colonial officials. The weakness of the American colonial system has always lain in the fundamental unfitness of Republican governmental machinery for boldly advocating and honestly enforcing doctrines which deny frankly, and as a matter of course, that governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed. There are so many people in a republic like ours who will always stand by this last proposition as righteous, and as being the chief bulwark of their own liberties, and so many who will always regard denial of that proposition as an insidious practice, calculated ultimately to react on their own institutions, that no colonial government of conquered subject provinces eager for independence can ever have the sympathy and backing of all our people. Thus it is that to get home support for the policy, the supreme need of the colonial government is constant apology for its own existence, and constant effort to show that the subject people do not really want freedom to pursue happiness in their own way as badly as their orators say they do, that the oratory is mere, hot air, and that the people really like alien domination better than they seem to. Always in a mental attitude of self-defense against home criticism, in its official reports, there is ever present with the Philippine insular government the tendency and temptation not to volunteer to the American people evidence within its possession calculated to awaken discussion as to the wisdom of its continuance. It thus usurps a legitimate function never intended to be delegated to the executive, but reserved to the people. It thus makes itself the judge of how much the people at home shall know. The law of self-preservation prompts it not to take the American people into its confidence, at least not that portion of them who are opposed on principle to holding remote colonies impossible to defend in the event of war without a large standing army maintained for the purpose. There is always the apprehension that the value of apparently unfavorable evidence will not be wisely weighed by the people at home because of unfamiliarity with insular conditions. This is by no means altogether vicious. It is a perfectly natural attitude, and a good deal can be said in favor of it. But the real vice of it lies in the fact that your colonial government thus becomes not unlike the president of a certain naval board before which a case involving the commission of an officer of the Navy was once tried. They had no competent official stenographer to take down all that transpired. The Navy Department was asked for one, but they referred it to the board. The president of the board knew very well that the defense wanted to show bias on his part. He exuded conscious rectitude and plainly resented any suggestion of bias. So a stenographer was refused, and the case proceeded, the proceedings being recorded in longhand by a regular permanent employee of the board. Under such circumstances, there is so much which transpires that is absolutely irrelevant and immaterial that the proceedings would be interminable if every little thing were recorded. Consequently, much that was material, including casual remarks of the president of the board clearly indicative of bias sufficient to disqualify any judge or juror on earth, failed of entry in the record. However, enough was gotten into the record to satisfy the President of the United States that the President of the Board was not only not impartial, but very much prejudiced, and he reversed the action of the Board. The case of that Board is very much like the case of the Philippine government. The case of the latter is, as it were, a case involving a question as to how long a guardianship ought to continue, and they simply fail and omit to have recorded in a form where it may be available to the reviewing authority, the American people, much that is material, on the idea of saving the reviewing authority labor and trouble, which they think the record ought not to be cumbered with or the reviewing authority bothered with. This practice is due to a confident belief that the American people, being so far away, and being necessarily so wholly unacquainted with all the ins and outs of the situation in the Philippines, are not fitted to pass intelligently on the questions which continually confront the colonial government. This is not a mental attitude of insult to the intelligence of the people of the United States. It is simply a belief that they, the colonial officials, know much better than the American people can ever know what is wisest, in each case, to be done in the premises. And there is much to be said in favor of this view, so far as details go. The fundamental error of it, however, lies in the assumption that the American people are forever committed to permanent retention of the Philippines, i.e., permanent so far as any living human being is concerned, an assumption wholly unauthorized by any declaration of the lawmaking power of this government, and countenanced only by the oft-expressed hope of President Taft that that will be the policy someday declared, if any definite policy is ever declared. Thus it is that throughout the last 12 years, those particular facts and events which, to me, seem most vitally relevant to the fundamental question in the case, viz., whether or not we should continue to persist in the original blunder of inaugurating and maintaining a to all intents and purposes permanent overseas colonial government, have been withheld from the knowledge of the American public. The present policy of indefinite retention with undeclared intention is a mere makeshift to avoid a frank avowal of intention to retain the islands for all future time, with which anybody living has any practical concern, until it is substituted by a definite declaration by Congress similar to the one we made in the case of Cuba, and the present American Governor-General and his associates are substituted by men sent out to report back how soon they think the Filipinos may safely be trusted to attend to their own domestic concerns. All crucial facts and situations that might jeopardize the continuance of the present American regime in the Philippines will continue, as heretofore, to remain unmentioned in the official reports of the American authorities now out there. Until that is done, you will never hear the Filipino side of the case from anybody whose opinion you are willing to make the basis of governmental action. These remarks will, obviously from the nature of the case, be quite as true long after President Taft, the reader, and I are dead as they are now. Mr. Taft would be very glad to have Congress declare frankly that it is the purpose of this government to hold the Philippines permanently, i.e., permanently so far as the word means continuance of the uplift, treatment long after everybody now on the earth is beneath it. But because public opinion in the United States is so much divided as to the wisdom of a policy of frankly avowed intention permanently to retain the islands, he prefers to leave the whole matter open and undetermined, so as to get the support both of those who think a definite program of permanent retention righteous and those who think such a program vicious. He wishes to please both sides of a moral issue, on the idea that, as the present policy is in his individual judgment best for all concerned, the end justifies the means. Yet, as the issue is a moral one, which concerns the cause of representative government throughout the world, and a strategic one which concerns the national defense, it should, in my judgment, no longer be dodged, but squarely met. You constantly hear President Taft talking quite out loud here at home, in his public utterances, about the great politico-missionary work we are doing in the Philippines by furnishing them with the most approved up-to-date methods for the pursuit of happiness, the avoidance of graft in government, the elimination of crimes of violence, in short the ideal way to minimize the ills that human governments are heir to. while every day and every dollar spent out there by Americans induced by him to go there. Our time and money tensely arrayed against the ultimate independence he purports to favor. Give the Americans out there a square deal. Let them know whether we are going to keep the islands or whether we are not. Honesty is a far better policy than the present policy. The Americans in the islands, Mr. Taft's agents in the Philippines, talk no uncandid and misleading stuff about the Philippines being exclusively for the Filipinos, and they do considerable talking. They need looking after if the present pious fiction is to be kept up at this end of the line. Nobody in the Philippines today, among the Americans, considers talk about independence as anything other than political bunkum very hampering to their work. Listen to this high official of the insular government, who writes in the North American Review for February 1912. The somewhat blatant note with which we at the beginning proclaimed our altruistic purposes in the Philippines has died away into a whisper. To say much about it is to incur a charge of hypocrisy. The most important problem which confronted Mr. McKinley, when he sent Judge Taft to the Philippines, was how to so handle the supreme question of public order as to avoid any necessity of having to ask Congress later for more volunteers to replace those whose terms of enlistment would expire June 30, 1901. We have already reviewed the strenuous efforts of General MacArthur during the 12 months immediately following the arrival of the Taft Commission in June 1900 to get rid of the shadow of this necessity by the date named. The regular army having been reorganized meantime and considerably increased by the Act of February 2, 1901. On March 22, 1901, while the Taft Commission was going around the islands with their federal party folk, holding out the prospect of office to those who would quit insurging and come in and be good, General MacArthur reported progress to Secretary of War Root by cable as follows. Hope reports cessation of hostilities before June 30. His idea was to get a good military grip on the situation, if possible, by that time, and as a corollary, of course, that the grip thus obtained should be diligently retained for a long time, not loosened, so that the disturbed conditions incident to many years of war might have a few years, at least, in which to settle. In his annual report dated July 4, 1901, the date of the inauguration of Judge Taft as civil governor, he says, in regard to the imperative necessity for continuing the military grip by keeping on hand sufficient forces. Anything in the immediate future calculated to impede the activity or reduce the efficiency of these instruments will not only be a menace to the present, but put in jeopardy the entire future of American possibilities in the archipelago. General MacArthur believed in keeping the islands permanently. His views were frankly imperialistic. He had no salve to offer to the conscience of pious thrift at home anxious to believe that the Filipinos were not bitterly opposed to our rule, and very much in favor of what was supposed to be a glittering opening for trade expansion. He was thoroughly imbued with the British colonial idea known as the white man's burden. On the other hand, Governor Taft firmly believed that kindness would cure the desire of the people for independence. The difference between these two gentlemen was fully ventilated afterward, before the Senate Committee of 1902. A statement of General MacArthur's embodying the crux of this difference was read to Governor Taft by Senator Carmack, and the governor's reply was, "We did not then agree with that statement, and we do not now agree with it." A little later, in the same connection, he said to the same Senate committee, with the cheery tolerance of conflicting views which comes only from entire confidence in the soundness of one's own, "I have been called the Mark Tapley of this Philippine business. There is no doubt about the fact that President Taft is an optimist. But while optimism is a very blessed thing in a sick room or a financial panic, it is a very poor substitute for powder and lead in putting down an insurrection, or in weaning people from a desire for independence accentuated by a long war waged for that purpose, especially when your kindness must be accompanied by assurances to the objects of it that on account of a lack of sufficient intelligence, they are not fit for the thing they want." It was upon a program of this sort that Governor Taft entered upon the task of reconciling the Filipinos to American rule more than 10 years ago. The impossibility of the task is of course obvious enough from the mere statement of it. The subsequent bitterness between him and the military authorities was quite carefully and very properly kept from the American public, because it might get back to the Filipino public. The military folk knew that to go around the country setting up provincial and municipal governments, carrying a liberal payroll, with diligent contemporaneous circulation of the knowledge that anybody who would quit fighting would stand a good chance to get an office, would seem to many of the Filipinos a confession of weakness and fear, sure to cause trouble later. Many of them, of course, it would be inappropriate to mention, names simply, did not believe that Mr. Taft was honest in his absurd notion. They simply damned politics for meddling with war and let it go at that. But the real epic pathos of the whole thing was that Mr. Taft was actually sincere. He believed that the majority of the Philippine people were for him and his policies. As late as 1905, he seems to have clung to this idea, according to various accounts by Senators Newlands, Dubois, and others, in magazine articles written after their return from a trip to the Philippines in that year in company with Mr. Taft, then Secretary of War. In fact, so impressed were they with the general discontent out there, and yet so considerate of their good friend Mr. Taft's feelings in the matter and his confidence that the Filipinos loved benevolent alien domination, that one of them simply contented himself with the remark, "When we left the islands, I do not believe there was a single member of our party who was not sorry we own them, except Secretary Taft himself." Indeed, it is not until 1907 that we find Mr. Taft's paternal solicitude for his stepdaughter, Miss Filipina, finally reconciling itself to the idea that while this generation seems to want home rule as irreconcilably as Ireland herself, and won't be happy till it gets it, yet inasmuch as home rule is not, in his judgment, good for every people, this generation is therefore a wicked and perverse generation. And hence the Filipinos must simply resign themselves to the idea of being happy in some other generation. This attitude was freely stated before the Millers' Convention at St. Louis, May 30, 1907, the speech being reported in the St. Louis Globe-Democrat the next day. Said Mr. Taft on that occasion, after admitting that the islands had been a tremendous financial drain on us, "If, then, we have not had material recompense, have we had it in the continuing gratitude of the people whom we have aided?" Answering this, in effect, though not in so many words, "Alas, no," he adds, with a sigh which is audible between the lines. He who would measure his altruism by the thankfulness of those whom he aids will not persist in good works. Thus we see the Mark Tapley optimism of 1902 become in 1907 a species of solicitude which Dickens describes in Bleak House as telescopic philanthropy. In the chapter by that title in which he introduces the famous Mrs. Jellyby, mother of a large and interesting family, a lady of very remarkable strength of character, who devotes herself entirely to the public, who has devoted herself to an extensive variety of public subjects at various times, and is at present devoted to the subject of Africa, with a general view to the cultivation of the coffee berry and the natives, to the woeful neglect of her own domestic concerns and her large and expensive family of children. Since 1907, Mr. Taft has frankly abandoned his early delusion about the consent of the governed, and boldly takes the position, up to that time more or less evaded, that the consent of the governed is not at all essential to just government. The apotheosis of Uncle Sam as Mrs. Jellyby is to be found in one of Mr. Taft's speeches, wherein he declared that the present Philippine policy was a plan for the spread of Christian civilization in the Orient. Thus has it been that, under the reactionary influence of a colonial policy, this republic has followed its frank abandonment of the idea that all just government must derive its origin in the consent of the governed, by a further abandonment of the idea that church and state should be kept separate. I do not wish to make President Taft ridiculous, and could not if I would. Nor do I seek to belittle him in the eyes of his people, for we are his people, for the time being. No one can belittle him. He is too big a man to be belittled by anybody. Besides, he is, in many respects beyond all question, a truly great man. But he is not the only great man in history who has made egregious blunders, and there is no question that we are running there on the confines of Asia, in the Philippines, a superfluous governmental kindergarten whose sessions should be concluded, not suddenly, but without unnecessary delay. The two principal reasons for retaining the Filipinos as subjects, or wards, or by whatever euphemism anyone may prefer to designate the relation, are first, that a Filipino government would not properly protect life and property, and second, that although they complain much at taxation without representation through tariff and other legislation placed or kept on the statute books of Congress through the influence and for the benefit of special interests in the United States, yet that such taxation without representation is not so grievous as to justify them in feeling as we did in 1776. Whether these reasons for retaining the Filipinos as subjects indefinitely are justified by the facts must depend upon the facts. If they are not, the question will then arise, would a Filipino government be any worse for the Filipinos than the one we are keeping saddled on them over their protest? In his letter of instructions of April 7, 1900, to the Taft Commission, Mr. McKinley first quoted the noble concluding language with which the Articles of Capitulation of the City of Manila gave an immediate and supremely comforting sense of security to a city of some 300,000 people, who had then been continuously in terror of their lives for 3½ months. Thus, this city, its inhabitants, and its private property of all description, are placed under the special safeguard of the faith and honor of the American Army. And then added, as high and sacred an obligation rests upon the government of the United States to give protection for property and life to all the people of the Philippine Islands. I charge this commission to labor for the full performance of this obligation, which concerns the honor and conscience of their country. How the premature setting up of the civil government of the Philippines in 1901 under pressure of political expediency, and the consequent withdrawal of the police protection of the Army, was followed by a long series of disorders combated by prosecutions for sedition and brigandage, toward the end of which the writer broke down and left the islands exclaiming inwardly, I do not know the method of drawing an indictment against a whole people, will now be traced. Not so much to show that the Philippine insular government has failed properly and competently to meet the most sacred obligations that can rest upon any government, but to show the inherent unfitness of a government based on the consent of the governed to run any other kind of a government. There were 5 officers of the Philippine Volunteer Army of 1899-1901 appointed to the bench by Governor Taft in 1901. Their names and the method of their transition from the military to the civil regime are indicated by the following communication, a copy of which was furnished to each, as indicated in the endorsement which follows the signature of Judge Taft. United States Philippine Commission. President's Office, Manila, June 17, 1901. Major General Arthur MacArthur, USA. Military Governor of the Philippine Islands, Manila. Sir, I am directed by the Commission to inform you that it has made the following appointments under the recent Judicial Act, passed June 11, 1901. You will observe that among our appointees are 5 Army officers: Brigadier General James F. Smith, Lieutenant James H. Blount, Jr., 29th Infantry, Captain Adam C. Carson, 28th Infantry, Captain Warren H. Ickes, 36th Infantry, and Lieutenant George P. Whitsitt, D. Infantry. It is suggested that it would be well for these officers to resign their positions in the United States military service to the end that they may accept the civil positions, take the oath of office, and immediately begin their new duties. I have the honor to be, very respectfully, your obedient servant. Signed W.M. H. Taft, President. Official extract copy respectfully furnished Lieutenant James H. Blount, Jr., 29th Infantry, U.S. Vols. Manila, P.I. Your resignation, if offered in compliance with above letter, will be accepted upon the date preferred. By command of Major General MacArthur. Signed, E. H. Crowder, Lieutenant Colonel and Judge Advocate, U.S.A. Secretary, Military Secretary's Office, June 18, 1901. General Smith had come out as Colonel of the 1st Californias and had won his stars on the field of battle, as has already been described in an earlier chapter. He went from the Army to the Supreme Bench at Manila. The archipelago had been divided by the Taft Commission into 15 judicial districts, containing 3 or 4 provinces each district court to be a nisi prius or trial court. Judge Carson, Va. went to the Hemp Peninsula district in the extreme south of Luzon, already described, and 4 years later to the Supreme Bench, where he still is. Judge Ickes Aya went to Mindanao and later died of the cholera down there. Judge Witsit Mo went to Jolo, the little group of islets near British North Borneo, but his wife died soon afterward, and he resigned and came home. The writer Ga went to northern Luzon, to the 1st district hereinafter noticed. Just here it may be remarked that the reader will need no long, complicated description of the details of the organization of the new government, interspersed with unpronounceable names, if he will simply assume the viewpoint Governor Taft had in the beginning. Governor Taft simply analogized his situation to that of a governor of a state or territory at home. His 50 provinces were to him 50 counties, 25 of them in the main island of Luzon, which, as heretofore stated, is about the size of Ohio or Cuba, 40-odd thousand square miles, and contains half the population and over 1/3 the total land area of the archipelago. However, each of his provincial governors was liberally paid, and the authority of a governor of a province was, on a small scale, more like that of one of our own state chief executives than like the authority and functions of the chairman of the Board of County Commissioners of a county with us. For instance, the governorship of Cebu, with its 2,000 square miles of territory and 650,000 inhabitants, was quite as big a job as the governorship of New Mexico, or some other one of our newer states. So that the task on which Governor Taft entered July 4, 1901, was the governing of a potential ultimate federal union in miniature, containing nearly 8 millions of people. One slight mistake I think he made was in providing that the governors of the provinces should be ex officio sheriffs of the courts of first instance of the 15 several judicial districts aforesaid. This was to enable the judges of first instance to keep a weather eye on the provincial governors, the judiciary at first being largely American, and it being the program to have native governors, some of them recently surrendered insurgent generals, as rapidly as practicable and advisable. The scheme was good business, but not tactful. It subtracted some wind from the gubernatorial sails to be a sheriff, a provincial governor, under the Spanish regime having been quite a vice-regal potentate. But the judges were as careful to treat their native governors with the consideration the authority vested in them called for as Governor Taft himself would have been. So no substantial harm was done, and the real power in the provinces of questionable loyalty remained where it belonged, in American hands. Just after Governor Taft's inauguration, the 4 newly appointed district judges just out of the Army called on the governor. Judge Carson was the spokesman, though without prearrangement. He said, "Governor, we have called to pay our respects and say goodbye before going to the provinces. We have been acting under military orders so long that while we are not here to get orders, we would like to have any parting suggestions that may occur to you." Governor Taft said, "Well, gentlemen, all I can think of is to remind you that if what we have all heard is true, the Spanish courts usually operated to the delay of justice, rather than to the dispensing of it. So just go ahead to your respective districts and get to work, remembering that you are Americans." So we did. Of course, none of us loaned ourselves for a moment to the amiable Taft fiction that the great majority of the people are entirely willing to government under the supremacy of the United States. We had all had a share in the subjugation of the islands as far as it had progressed at that time, and had seen the Filipinos fight unskillfully and ineffectively. It is true, because they none of them understood the use of 2 sights on a rifle, and simply could not hit us much, but pluckily enough. We knew the Filipinos well, and our attitude was simply that of Pharaoh and the Sergeant, in Kipling's Ballad of the Conquest of Egypt. However, we knew nothing of the Egyptians, except what we had learned in the Bible, gave no thought to whether our occupation was to be temporary, like the British occupation of Egypt since 1882, or temporary like the American occupation of Cuba in 1898. That was a matter for the people of the United States to determine later. But somebody had to govern the islands, and there we were, and there were the islands. In the scheme of things, someone had to do that part of the world's work, and as the salaries were liberal, we went to the work, not concerning ourselves with amiable fictions of any kind. I think our attitude was really one of more intimately sympathetic understanding of the Filipinos than that of Governor Taft himself, because we had all known them longer, and all spoke their language, i.e., the language of the educated and representative men, Spanish, and knew their ways, their foibles, and their many indisputably noble traits. But we did not start out to play the part of political wet nurses. Our attitude was, if Mr. Filipino does not behave, we will make him. Judge Carson and myself had one peculiar qualification for fidelity to the Taft policies for which we were entitled to no credit. We instinctively resented any suggestion comparing the Filipinos to Negroes. We had many warm friends among the Filipinos, had shared their generous hospitality often, and in turn had extended them ours. Any such suggestion as that indicated implied that we had been doing something equivalent to eating, drinking, dancing, and chumming with Negroes. And we resented such suggestions with an anger quite as cordial and intense as the canons of good taste and loyal friendship demanded. I really believe that the Southern men in the Philippines have always gotten along better with the Filipinos than any other Americans out there, and for the reasons just suggested. Not only is the universal American willingness to treat the educated Asiatic as a human being endowed with certain unalienable rights going to redeem him from the downtrodden condition into which British and other European contempt for him has kept him, but the American from the South out, there is a guarantee that he shall never be treated as if he were an African. The African is eons of time behind the Asiatic in development. The latter is eons ahead of us in the mere duration of his civilization. The Filipino has many of the virtues both of the European and the Asiatic. Christianity has made him the superior in many respects of his neighbor and racial cousin, the Japanese. And Spanish civilization has produced among them many educated gentlemen whom it is an honor to call friend. The 5 lawyers, who on ceasing to be volunteer officers became judges, had other incentives also to make the Taft government a success. The possession of power is always pleasant. We knew the military folk were going to stand by and watch the civil government and prophesy failure. This, of course, put us on our mettle to impress upon the dictatorial gentry of the military profession, with didactic firmness, the fundamental importance to all American ideals that the military should be subordinate to the civil authority. The first judicial district to which the writer was first assigned comprised 4 provinces: Ilocos Norte, in the Ilocano country, the province situated at the extreme northwestern corner of Luzon, in the military district, the conquest of which by General Young has already been fully described, and the 3 provinces of the Cagayan Valley, overrun by Captain Batchelor on his remarkable march from the mountains to the sea in November 1899, also already described. Here I remained for a year, and then came home on leave, desperately ill, being given, on returning to the islands after my recovery, an assignment in one of the southern islands, hereinafter dealt with. We volunteers were all commissioned as judges as of the 15th of June, though none of us, I believe, were mustered out until June 30th. The day after I was notified of my appointment as judge, as above set forth, desiring to enter upon my judicial emoluments, which were several times those I was receiving as a soldier. I removed the shoulder straps and collar ornaments from my white duck suit, and went over and took the oath of office before the Chief Justice of the islands. We had not yet been mustered out of the army, but as above stated, Governor Taft had suggested to General MacArthur that we resign without waiting for the day of muster out, so we could get to work that much sooner. And General MacArthur had notified us that if we cared to resign at once as suggested, he would cable our resignations to Washington. Immediately after qualifying before the Chief Justice, I left his office and on emerging from the courthouse hailed a caramata, but the driver said no, he would not carry me. I suggested in a very rudimental way, in rather rudimental Spanish suited to him, that he was a common carrier, and as such under a duty to transport me. He said his horse was tired. His horse did not look tired. He would not have thus casually toyed with veracity if I had had my shoulder straps on. An autoridad, a representative of constituted authority, is to the masses of the Filipino people something which instinctively challenges their respect and obedience, more especially where the authority is firm and just. Respect for authority is their most conspicuous civic trait, and it is on this element in the lower 90, on the intelligence and capacity to guide them of the upper 10, and on the ardent patriotism of both, that I predicate my difference with President Taft as to the capacity of the Filipino people for self-government. However, as I was to all appearances not an authority, this ignorant man treated me as merely one of the Americans who, having invaded his country, apparently were not sure whether they were afraid of his people or not. Again, I tried diplomacy, offering him an exorbitant fare. Nothing doing. It was about siesta time, and he would not budge. Here then was the civil government proposition in a nutshell: to take the ignorant people and teach them their rights under theoretically free institutions, instead of letting their own people do it in their own way. To reason directly with such people as this Cachero, Hackman, to begin at the bottom of the social scale right on the jump, the idea being to fit them, the sacred majority, to know their rights and knowing dare maintain them against the educated minority, as if the latter did not have a greater natural interest in their welfare than any stranger could possibly have. That I indulged all these reflections at the time I, of course, do not mean to say. The significance of the incident has, of course, deepened in the light of the subsequent years. At any rate, I did not succeed in budging that Cachero. I walked home, forgo the difference between the military and the judicial salary for the 2 weeks remaining before muster-out day, put my shoulder straps back on, and kept them on until June 30, 1901. When I first landed on the China seacoast of the district I was to preside over, I was met by quite a reception committee of the leading men, who conducted me with great courtesy to the provincial capital. A little later, the justices of the peace paid their respects. One of them came 30 miles to do so. The courtroom was very long, and when I first spied this last man, he was at the other end of the room bowing very low. He would bow, then advance a few steps, then bow again, then resume the forward march toward me. I reminded myself of some ancient king, so profound were his obeisances. At first I thought to myself, he bows too low, he must have been up to some devilment lately. Experience showed me later that it was simply one of the ever-present manifestations of the respect of the Filipino for constituted authority. They positively love to show their respect for authority, just as a good soldier loves to show his respect for an officer. Here some American remarks: but that is not good proof of capacity for self-government. They would not cuss out the party in power enough. I answer: who made you the judge to say that our particular form of government and our particular way of doing things is better for each and every other people under the sun than any they can devise for themselves? But there was, of course, another possible reason for the profundity of the obeisances of my judicial subordinate above mentioned. When I reached that province of Ilocos Norte in July 1901, the people were in a state of submission that was simply abject. They had at first worked the amigo business on General Young, and treachery of that kind had been so inexorably followed by dire punishment that every home in the country had its lesson. Yet that was the only way. The poor devils did not seem to know when they were licked. This is not maudlin sentiment. It is a protest against the contemporary libel on Filipino patriotism about the great majority being entirely willing to accept our rule, and the contemporary belittling of the work the army had to do to make them accept it. I remained in charge of the 1st Judicial District for more than a year, and during that period tried few or no crimes of a political character. That is to say, indictments for sedition or the like attempts to subvert the government. The district comprised a total population of about 500,000 people, more than 1/8 of the population of Luzon, and a total area of over 13,000 square miles, nearly 1/3 of all Luzon. But remember, this was in northern Luzon, where the work of pacification was lucidly completed by the army before the peace at any price policy began. We will see what happened in my friend Judge Carson's district, and in the rest of southern Luzon later. The principal broad general fact I now recall, in connection with the administration of justice in the 1st Judicial District during the year or more I had it, is that the main volume of business on the court calendars was crimes of violence of a strictly non-political character due to lack of efficient police protection in the several communities, consequent on withdrawal of military garrisons. The country was in an unsettled state. The aftermath of war, lawless violence was virulently present, and the presence of troops scattered through a province, under such circumstances, is a wonderful moral force to restrain lawlessness. However high the purpose, however kindly the motive, the setting up of a civil government in the Philippines at the time it was set up, when the country was far from ready for it, was a terrible mistake. Of course, no one man in a given province or judicial district had a bird's-eye view of the whole situation and the whole panorama at the time, such as we can get at this distance, in retrospect. Of course, it did not lie in human nature for the men responsible for the mistake to see it at first, and the die once cast, they had to keep on, with intermittent resort to military help, the extent of which help was always minimized thereafter. To show how little the general state of the archipelago was understood by American provincial officials busy in a given part of it, and getting little or no news of the outside world, I remained in the 1st Judicial District from July 1901 to August 1902, and heard nothing of the great insurrection in southern Luzon in Batangas and the adjacent provinces, which raged during the winter of 1901-02, except a vague rumor that there was trouble down there. The Filipinos did, however. Of course, for Mr. Root to be able to furnish in December 1901 a report as Secretary of War to the President for consumption by Congress and the people of this country, to the effect that his volunteer army had been mustered out on schedule time, June 30, 1901, and a civil government set up and in due operation, was a nice showing, calculated to soothe latent public discontent with wading through slaughter to overseas dominion. Reports thereafter of disturbances could always be waved aside as merely local in character, and not serious. If it were stoutly asserted that everything was quiet all over the archipelago except in certain parts of certain localities, naming them, that sounded well, and as the public at home simply skipped the unpronounceable names, not caring much whether they represented molecules or hemispheres, all went well. For instance, most of the provinces of the archipelago were organized under civil government prior to the inauguration of Governor Taft, which occurred July 4, 1901, and on July 17, thereafter, Batangas, Cebu, and Bohol were restored to military control. I suppose the fact that Batangas, Cebu, and Bohol had been so restored was duly announced at the time in the Associated Press dispatches from Manila. But what light did it throw on the situation? Who knew whether any one of these names represented a mountain lair, a country village, a remote islet, or a large and populous province? As a matter of fact, each was a province, and the total population of the 3 provinces was 1,180,655, and their total area 4,651 square miles. The eminent gentlemen charged with the government of the islands, once they committed themselves to their civil government, persisted always in treating the insurrection, as General Hancock's campaign speeches used to treat the tariff as a local issue. The true analogy, that of a house on fire, with the fire partly but not wholly under control and momentarily subject to gusts of wind, never seems to have occurred to them. Here were provinces aggregating nearly 1,200,000 people, officially admitted to be still in insurrection within less than 2 weeks after the announcement of the inauguration of a civil government, which included them, with its implied assertion of a state of peace as to them. If to the 3 provinces above named you add the province of Samar, later of dark and bloody fame, you have a 4th province, as to which not only had there been no civil government organized on paper, but no claim yet made by anyone that we had ever conquered it. We had been so busy in Luzon and elsewhere that we had not yet had time to bother very much with Samar. The area of Samar is 5,276 square miles, and its population 266,237. See the census tables already cited. In their report dated October 15, 1901, you find the Commission admitting that the insurrection still continues in Batangas, Samar, Cebu, and parts of Laguna and Tayabas provinces. Now the euphemistic limitation implied in the words, parts of, is quite negligible for any serious purpose, since our troops kept the insurgents rather constantly on the move, and the population in all the parts of any province that was still holding out backed up the combatants morally and materially, with information as to our movements, supplies, etc., whenever the insurgent detachments, in the course of their peregrinations, happened to pass through those parts. So, to make a recapitulation presenting the political situation admitted by the Commission to exist a little over 3 months after the inauguration of civil government, we have the insurrection still in progress as follows. Province area SQ, M population. Batangas 201, 715 Cebu 939, 727 Bohol, 511, 223 Laguna, 606 Tayabas, 993, 065 Samar, 276, 237 total, 549, 748, 573. According to his own official statements, it thus appears that on October 15th, after Governor Taft set up his civil government on the 4th of July, throughout 1/5 of the territory and among 1/4 of the population, insurrection was rampant. The total area of the archipelago, if Mohammedan Mindanao be accepted, for the reason that the Moros never had anything to do with the Filipinos and their insurrection against us, is about 80,000 square miles, having a total population of 7 million. So that, to restate the case, 1/5 of the house was still on fire, and 1/4 of the inmates were trying their best to keep the fire from being put out. Just here I owe it to President Taft, under whose administration as governor I served as a judge, as well as to myself, to explain why I have so frequently put the word civil in quotations in referring to the civil government of the Philippines. Broadly speaking, if civil does not imply consent of the governed, it at least distinctly negatives the idea of a bleeding, prostrate, and deeply hostile people. And in that the civil government of the Philippines, founded in 1901, did so negative the actual conditions, it was a kindly humbug. When you go around the country sending people to the penitentiary by scores for political crimes, and then get criticized afterwards for subserviency to the government you are thus serving, you get a trifle sensitive about such criticism. Now the core of the charges made in this country against the Philippine judiciary in the early days was that they were parties to a humbug, pliable servants of a government, which was trying to produce at home an incorrect impression of substantial absence of unwillingness on the part of the governed. I am very sure that the 5 ex-officers of the volunteer army above named, who went from the army to the bench, never did, by act or word, lend themselves to the idea that there was any consent on the part of the governed. Those of us who had been in Cuba with General Wood had but a little while previously observed there a civil regime under a military name. We were now, in the Philippines, serving a military regime under a civil name. We had all of us, doubtless if there was an exception, it is immaterial, served on military commissions. We therefore felt, without immodesty, that we could deal out to insurrectos and their political cousins, the brigands, more even-handed justice, as a military commission of one, than a board of several officers, booted, spurred, and travel-stained from some recent manhunt. Turning, however, from the more inconspicuous objects of Professor Willis's attacks, the American trial judges in the Philippines in the pioneer days, to the now wide-looming historic personage who was his real objective, I was asked at a public meeting in Boston, rather significantly, by one of the most eminent lawyers in this country, Mr. Moorfield Story, formerly president of the American Bar Association, whether or not there had been attempts in the Philippines, while I was there, to make the judiciary subservient to the executive. My answer was, no, the lawyers who have been in charge of the Philippine government have never been guilty of any unprofessional conduct. But the distinguished Boston barrister, above referred to, has a nephew who is now, and has been since 1909, governor of the Philippines, and who, before he went out, there was a representative of big business in Boston, Governor Forbes, and I have no idea that any judge who during that time has rendered any decision of importance he did not like has been promoted to the Supreme Bench of the Islands, though I know that under Governor Taft, Judge Carson unhesitatingly declared a certain act of the Commission null and void as being in conflict with an act of Congress. And before the time servers had gotten through wondering at his rashness, Mr. Taft had him put on the Supreme Bench of the Philippines because he liked that kind of a judge. Having sown the wind by setting up his civil government too soon, let us now observe the whirlwind Governor Taft reaped within 6 months thereafter. Of course, the civil and military folk were at daggers' points. That goes without saying. But their differences were decorously suppressed so that the Filipinos did not get hold of them. To that end, the situation was also diligently concealed in the United States. In his proclamation of July 4, 1902, you find President Roosevelt publicly smoothing the ruffled feathers of that rugged hero of many battles in 2 hemispheres, General Chaffee, and also commending Governor Taft, and telling them how harmoniously they had gotten along together to the credit of their common country. But in 1901, shortly after General Chaffee had relieved General MacArthur, you find the following cablegram. Executive Mansion, Washington, October 8, 1901. Chaffee, Manila, I am deeply chagrined, to use the mildest possible term, over the trouble between yourself and Taft. I wish you to see him personally, and spare no effort to secure prompt and friendly agreement in regard to the differences between you. Have cabled him also. It is most unfortunate to have any action which produces friction, and which may have a serious effect both in the Philippines and here at home. I trust implicitly that you and Taft will come to agreement. Theodore Roosevelt. The most important words of the above telegram are, and here at home. The serious effect here at home, so earnestly deprecated, was that the real issue between General Chaffee and Governor Taft might be ventilated by some congressional committee, and thus bring out the prematurity with which, to meet political exigencies, the civil government had been set up. The issue was that General Chaffee was recognizing the hostility of the people, and deprecating the withdrawal of the police protection of the army from districts in which there were many people who, though tired of keeping up the struggle and willing to quit, were being harried by the die-in-the-last-ditch contingent. This would mean, ultimately, an examination, such as has already been made in this volume, of the evidence on which Governor Taft based his half-baked opinion of 1900 that the great majority were entirely willing to American sovereignty. It would also show up Mr. Root's nonsense about the patient and unconsenting millions, so shamelessly flouted in the presidential campaign of 1900, and his pious philippics against delivering said millions into the hands of the assassin, Aguinaldo, and would reveal the truth confessed by Secretary Root in a speech made to the cadets at West Point in July 1902, after the trouble had blown over, in which, apropos of the valor and services of the Army, he referred proudly to its having then just completed the suppression of an insurrection of 7 million people. On September 28, 1901, just prior to President Roosevelt's above cablegram pouring oil on the troubled politico-military insular waters, a company of General Chaffee's command, Company C of the 9th Infantry, had been taken off their guard and massacred at a place called Balangiga in the island of Samar. This had made General Chaffee somewhat angry, and explains the subsequent dark and bloody drama of which General Jake Smith was the central figure, whereby Samar was made a howling wilderness. But Governor Taft was filled with much more solicitude about the success of his civil government than he was about the obscure lives lost at Balangiga. Apropos of the Balangiga affair, he was wearing the patience of the doughty Chaffee with remarks like this. The people are friendly to the civil government, and suavely speaking of the evidence which accumulates on every hand of the desire of the people at large for peace and protection by the civil government. The same Taft report goes on to deprecate rigor in the treatment of the situation and the consequent revulsion in those feelings of friendship toward the Americans which have been growing stronger each day with the spread and development of the civil government. General Jake Smith was sent to Samar shortly after the Balangiga massacre, and did indeed make the place a howling wilderness, with his famous kill and burn orders, instructions to kill everything over 10 years old and so forth, and the army was in sympathy generally with most of what he did except, of course, the unspeakable 10-year-old part piously exclaiming, as fallible human nature often will in such circumstances, "Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord." Now the civil government could have put a stop to all this if it had wanted to. It had the backing of President Roosevelt. But it quietly accepted the benefit of such fear of God, to use the Army's rather sacrilegious expression about that Samar campaign as the military arm put into the heart of the Filipino, and went on the even tenor of its way, still maintaining that the Filipinos must like us, because the civil government was so benevolent as, if the Filipinos drew any nice distinctions between Governor Taft and General Chaffee, or supposed the two did not represent one and the same government. The government of the United States. There was much investigation about that awful Samar campaign afterward. General Smith was court-martialed and partly whitewashed, at least not dismissed. At General Smith's court-martial, there was some dispute about the alleged orders to kill and burn, to kill everything over 10 years old, etc., but the nature of the campaign may be inferred from General Smith's famous Circular No. 6, which, issued on Christmas Eve, 1901, advised his command, in effect, that he did not take much stock in the Civil Commission's confidence that the people really wanted peace. That he was thoroughly convinced that the wealthy people in the towns of his district were aiding the insurgents while pretending to be friendly, and that he proposed to adopt a policy that will create in all the minds of all the people a burning desire for the war to cease, a desire or longing so intense, so personal, and so real that it will impel them to devote themselves in real earnest to bringing about a real state of peace. During all his trial troubles, General Smith took what was coming to him without a murmur, and General Chaffee stuck to him as far as he could without assuming the primary responsibility for the fearful orders above alluded to. If when General Smith went to Samar, his superior officer, General Chaffee, was in just the direly vengeful frame of mind he, General Smith, afterwards displayed, and prompted him to do, substantially, what he afterward did, which is by no means unlikely, General Smith never whimpered or put the blame on his chief. But a fearful lesson was given the Filipinos, and the civil government profited by it. General Chaffee was never really pressed on whether he did or did not prompt General Smith to do what he did. Governor Taft was never even criticized for not protesting. But with a flourish of presidential trumpets, General Smith was finally made the GOAT by being summarily placed on the retired list, and that closed the bloody Samar episode of 190102. I wonder General Smith has not gone and wept on General Miles's shoulder, and like him become a member of the Anti-Imperialist League of Boston. Some of the best fighting men in the Army say that as a soldier in battle General Smith is superb. At any rate, he may find spiritual consolation in the following passage of the Scriptures, which fits and describes his case. But the goat, on which the lot fell to be the scapegoat, shall be presented alive before the Lord, to make an atonement with him, and to let him go for a scapegoat into the wilderness. In his report for 1901, Governor Taft says that the 4 principal provinces, including Batangas, which gave trouble shortly after the civil government was set up in that year, and had to be returned to military control, were organized under civil rule, on the recommendation of the then commanding General MacArthur. It certainly seems unlikely that the haste to change from military rule to civil rule came on the motion of the military. If the commission ever got, in writing, from General MacArthur, a recommendation that any provinces be placed under civil rule while still in insurrection, the text of the writing will show a mere soldiery acquiescence in the will of Mr. McKinley, the commander-in-chief. Parole contemporaneous evidence will show that General MacArthur told them, substantially, that they were riding for a fall. In fact, whenever an insurrection would break out in a province after Governor Taft's inauguration as governor, the whole attitude of the army in the Philippines, from the commanding general down, was "I told you so." They did not say this where Governor Taft could hear it, but it was common knowledge that they were much addicted to damning politics as the cause of all the trouble. Governor Taft's statement in his report for 1901 that the 4 principal provinces, above named, Batangas and the rest, were organized under civil rule, on the recommendation of General MacArthur, is fully explained in his testimony before the Senate Committee of 1902. From the various passages hereinbefore quoted from President McKinley's state papers concerning the Philippines, especially his messages to Congress, the political pressure Mr. McKinley was under from the beginning to make a show of civil government, thus emphasizing the alleged absence of any real substantial opposition to our rule by a seeming absence of necessity for the use of force, so as to palliate American repugnance to forcing a government upon an unwilling people, has been made clear. There were to be no dark days of Reconstruction. The Civil War in the United States from 1861 to 1865 was a love feast compared with our war in the Philippines. Yet the work of Reconstruction in the Philippines was to be predicated on the theory of consent, so persistently urged by President McKinley before the American people from the beginning, viz., that the insurrection represented only a small faction of the people. We have seen how General MacArthur also had originally, in 1898, entertained this notion, and how by the time he took Malolos in March 1899, He had gotten over this notion and had regretfully recognized that the whole people are loyal to Aguinaldo and the cause he represents. And now came Governor Taft, after 15 months more of continuous fighting, to tell General MacArthur, on behalf of Mr. McKinley, that he, MacArthur, did not know what he was talking about and that the great majority were for American rule. The representative men of my own state of Georgia welcomed the return of the state to military control in 1870. Most of them had been officers of the Confederate Army. The federal commander simply told them that if they could not restrain the lawless element of their own people, he would. By premature setting up of the Philippine civil government, the lawless element was allowed full swing. General MacArthur had been in the Civil War. He knew something about Reconstruction. But here were the Taft Commission, with instructions from Mr. McKinley to the effect that civil government essentially popular in form, was to be set up as fast as territory was conquered. It didn't make any difference about the government being essentially popular, just so it was essentially popular in form. To the Senate Committee of 1902, Governor Taft said, "General MacArthur and the Commission did differ as to where the power lay with respect to the organization of civil governments, as to who should say what civil governments should be organized. The Commission contending that, under the instructions, it was left to them, and General MacArthur thinking that everything was subject to military control ultimately, in view of the fact that the islands were in a state of war." Governor Taft then added that he and General MacArthur reached a modus vivendi. When a good soldier once finds out just what his commander-in-chief wants done, he will endeavor, in loyal good faith, to carry out the spirit of instructions, no matter how unwise they may seem to him. As soon as General MacArthur saw what President McKinley wanted done, he proceeded to cooperate loyally with Governor Taft to carry out the plan. He well knew the country was not ready for civil government, but if Mr. McKinley was bent on crowding civil government forward as fast as territory was conquered, he would make his recommendations on that basis. In the matter of the utter folly of the prematurity with which the civil government was set up in the Philippines in 1901, and the terrible consequences to the hapless Filipinos, hereinafter described, which followed by reason of the premature withdrawal of the police protection of the Army and the sense of security its several garrisons radiated from a country just recovering from some 6 years of war. General MacArthur's exemption from responsibility is shown by his reports for 1900 and 1901. The former has already been fully examined, and the original sharp differences between him and Governor Taft made clear. In the latter report dated July 4, 1901, the date of the Taft inauguration as governor, and also, if I mistake not, the day of General MacArthur's final departure for the United States, the latter washes his hands of the kindly McKinley-Taft nonsense, born of political expediency, about there having never been any real fundamental or unanimous resistance, in no uncertain terms thus. Anything in the immediate future calculated to impede the activity or reduce the efficiency of these instruments, our military forces, will not only be a menace to the present, but put in jeopardy the entire future of American possibilities in the archipelago. No, President Taft can never make General MacArthur, the goat, for what General Bell had to do in Batangas province in 19010, to make our willing subjects behave. Nor can the ultimate responsibility before the bar of history for the awful fact that, according to the United States Coast and Geodetic Survey Atlas of the Philippines of 1899, the population of Batangas province was 312,192. And according to the American Census of the Philippines of 1903, it was 257,715, rest entirely on military shoulders. An attempt to place the responsibility for the prematurity of the civil government on General MacArthur was made by Honorable Henry C. Ide, who was of the Taft Commission of 1900 and later Governor General of the Islands, and is now Minister to Spain in the North American Review for December 1907. But Mr. Taft, a man of nobler mold, has at least maintained a decorous silence on the subject except when interrogated by Congress, and when so interrogated, his testimony, above quoted, if analyzed, places the responsibility where it honestly belongs. In 1900, the Taft Commission were not taking much military advice. Batangas province was first taken under the wing of the peace at any price policy by the Act of the Taft Commission of May 2, 1901, entitled An Act Extending the Provisions of the Provincial Government Act to the province of Batangas. By the Act of the Commission of July 17, 1901, the provinces of Batangas, Cebu, and Bohol were restored to military control. When the civil authorities turned those provinces back to military control, they well knew the frame of mind the military were in, and there is no escape from the proposition that they, in effect, said to the military, "Take them and chasten them, go as far as you like. After you are done with them, it will be time enough to pet them again. But for the present, we mean business." General Bell was scathingly criticized on the floor of the United States Senate for what he did in Batangas in 1901-02. But by the time he took hold there, it had become a case of spare the rod and spoil the child. The substitution by the Commission of Kindness, and a disposition to forget what the Filipinos could not forget, for firmness and the policy of making them submit unreservedly to the inevitable, viz. Abandonment of their dream of independence had created among them a well-nigh ineradicable impression that, for some reason or other, whether due to disapproval in the United States of the so-called imperial policy or what not, we were afraid of them. General Bell's task in Batangas, therefore, was to eradicate this impression all over the archipelago by making an example of the Batangas people. In General Chaffee's report for 1902, he prefaces his account of General Bell's operations in Batangas as follows. The long-continued resistance in the province of Batangas and in certain parts of the bordering provinces of Tayabas, Laguna, and Cavite had made it apparent to me and to others that the insurrectionary force keeping up the struggle there could exist and maintain itself only through the connivance and knowledge of practically all the inhabitants, that it received the active support of many who professed friendship for United States authority, etc. This last was a thrust at Governor Taft's newfound Filipino friends and advisers, in whose lack of sympathy with the cause of their country the governor so profoundly believed, but in whose continuing cooperation in the killing of his soldiers General Chaffee believed still more profoundly. General Bell's famous operations on a large scale in Batangas began January 1, 1902. The great mistake of the Civil Commission, to which they adhered so long, was in supposing that when the respectable military element of the insurgents was pursued to capture or surrender, these last could and would thereafter control the situation. As a matter of fact, whether they could or not, they did not. In his celebrated circular order dated Batangas, December 9, 1901, General Bell announced, "To all station commanders, a general conviction, which the brigade commander shares appears to exist, that the insurrection in this brigade continues because the greater part of the people, especially the wealthy ones, pretend to desire, but do not in reality want peace, that when all really want peace, we can have it promptly. Under such circumstances, it is clearly indicated that a policy should be adopted that will, as soon as possible, make the people want peace and want it badly. The only acceptable and convincing evidence of the real sentiments of either individuals or town councils should be such acts publicly performed as must inevitably commit them irrevocably to the side of Americans by arousing the animosity of the insurgent element. No person should be given credit for loyalty, simply because he takes the oath of allegiance, or secretly conveys to Americans worthless information and idle rumors which result in nothing. Those who publicly guide our troops to the camps of the enemy, who publicly identify insurgents, who accompany troops in operations against the enemy, who denounce and assist in arresting the secret enemies of the government, who publicly obtain and bring reliable and valuable information to commanding officers, those, in fact, who publicly array themselves against the insurgents, and for Americans, should be trusted and given credit for loyalty, but no others. No person should be given credit for loyalty solely on account of having done nothing for or against us so far as known. Neutrality should not be tolerated. Every inhabitant of this brigade should be either active friend or be classed as enemy." In his Circular Order No. 5, dated Batangas, December 13, 1901, General Bell announced that General Orders No. 100, Adjutant General's Office, 1863, approved and published by order of President Lincoln, for the government of the armies of the United States in the field, would thereafter be regarded as the guide of his subordinates in the conduct of the war. This order is familiar to all who have ever made any study of military law. Ordinarily, of course, a captured enemy is entitled to the honors of war, i.e., he must be held, housed, and fed unless exchanged until the close of the war. But where an enemy places himself by his conduct without the pale of the laws of war, i.e., where he does not play the game according to the rules, he may be killed on sight like other outlaws. Under General Orders No. 100, 1863, men and squads of men who, without commission, without being part or portion of the regularly organized hostile army, fight occasionally only, and with intermittent returns to their homes and avocations, and frequent assumption of the semblance of peaceful pursuits, divesting themselves of the character and appearance of soldiers. Armed prowlers seeking to cut telegraph wires, destroy bridges and the like, etc., are not entitled to the protection of the laws of war and may be shot on sight. In other words, the game being one of life and death, you must take even chances with your opponent. General Bell's defenders on the floor of the Senate simply relied on General Orders No. 100. However, there is nothing about reconcentration in that order. We learned that from the Spaniards. In fact, we never did succeed in bringing to terms the far eastern colonies we bought from Spain until we adopted her methods with regard to them. Another of the expedients adopted by General Bell in Batangas seems harsh, but it was used by Wellington in the latter end of the Napoleonic Wars and by the Germans in the latter end of the Franco-Prussian War. It was to promise the inhabitants of a given territory that whenever a telegraph wire or pole was cut, the country within a stated radius thereof, including all human habitations, would be devastated. It is in General Bell's Circular Order No. 7 of December 15, 1901, that we find the genesis of the idea of basing tactics used by Weyler in Cuba on Mr. Lincoln's General Order 100. He there says, though Section 17, General Orders 100, authorizes the starving of unarmed hostile belligerents as well as armed ones, provided it leads to a speedier subjection of the enemy, it is considered neither justifiable nor desirable to permit any person to starve who has come into towns under our control seeking protection. This order goes on to direct that all food supplies encountered be brought to the towns. Of course, this does not mean supplies captured from the enemy's forces, which may lawfully be destroyed at once. To those not familiar with reconcentration tactics, it should be explained that reconcentration means this. You notify, by proclamation and otherwise, all persons within a given area, that on and after a certain day, they must all leave their homes and come within a certain prescribed zone or radius of which a named town is usually the center, there to remain until further orders, and that all persons found outside that zone after the date named will be treated as public enemies. General Bell's Order of December 20th provided that rice found in the possession of families outside the protected zone should, if practicable, be moved with them to the town which was the center of the zone, that found apparently cached for enemies' use should be confiscated, and also destroyed if necessary. Whenever it is found absolutely impossible to transport it any food supply to a point within the protected zone, it will be burned or otherwise destroyed. These rules will apply to all food products. No person within the reconcentration zones was permitted to go outside thereof cross the dead line without a written pass. The Circular Order of December 23d, apparently solicitous lest subordinate commanders might become infected with the Taft belief in Filipino affection, directs that after January 1, 1902, all the municipal officials, members of the police force, etc., who have not fully complied with their duty by actively aiding the Americans and rendering them valuable service, shall be summarily thrown into prison. Circular Order No. 19, issued on Christmas Eve, 1901, provided that, in order to make the existing state pound war and martial law so inconvenient and unprofitable to the people that they will earnestly desire and work for the re-establishment of peace and civil government, subordinate commanders might, under certain prescribed restrictions, put everybody they chose to work on the roads. This was an ingenious blow at the wealthy and soft-handed, intended to superinduce submission by humbling their pride. Note also the seeds of affection thus sown for the civil government under the Reconstruction period which was to follow. In one of Dickens' novels, there occurs a law firm by the name of Spenlow and Jorkins. Mr. Spenlow was quite fond of considering himself, and of being considered by others as tender-hearted. Mr. Jorkins did not mind. When the widow and the orphan would plead with Mr. Spenlow to stay the foreclosure of a mortgage, that benevolent soul would tell them, with a pained expression of infinite sympathy, that he would do all he could for them, but that they would have to see Mr. Jorkins, who is a very exacting man, he would say. In the dual American politico-military regime in the Philippines of 1901–02, Governor Taft was the Mr. Spenlow, General Chaffee the Mr. Jorkins. But the former always seemed to harbor the amiable delusion that the Filipinos did not at all consider the firm as the movants in each proceeding against them, and that, on the contrary, they were sure to make a favorable contrast in their hearts between the kindness of Mr. Spenlow and the harshness of Mr. Jorkins. He seemed blind to the fact that the Filipinos, in considering what was done by any of us, spelled us U.S. General Bell's Circular Order No. 22, also a Christmas Eve product, reiterates the usual purpose to make the people yearn for civil government, and the usual warning that none of them really and truly want the blessings of American domination and benevolent assimilation as they truly should, and adds, to combat such a population, it is necessary to make the state of war as insupportable as possible, and there is no more efficacious way of accomplishing this than by keeping the minds of the people in such a state of anxiety and apprehension that living under such conditions will soon become unbearable. Little should be said. The less said the better. Let acts, not words, convey intentions. Under date of December 26, 1901, General Bell reports, I am now assembling in the neighborhood of 2,500 men, who will be used in columns of 50 each. I expect to accompany the command. I take so large a command for the purpose of thoroughly searching each ravine, valley, and mountain peak for insurgents and for food, expecting to destroy everything I find outside of town. All able-bodied men will be killed or captured. Such was the central idea animating the Bell Brigade that overran Batangas in 1902. The American soldier in officially sanctioned wrath is a thing so ugly and dangerous that it would take a Kipling to describe him. I have seen him in that mood, but to describe it is beyond me. Side by side with innumerable ambuscades incident to the nature of the field service, as it then was, in which little affairs the soldier above mentioned had lost many a bunkie, there had gone on for some time, under the McKinley-Taft peace at any price policy, whose keynote was that no American should have a job a Filipino could fill, much appointing to municipal and other offices of Filipinos, many of whom had at once set to work to make their new offices useful to the cause of their country by systematic aid to the ambuscade business. With this and the Balangiga massacre ever in mind, the men of General Bell's brigade began their work in Batangas in a mood which quite made for fidelity in performance of orders to make living unbearable for the Filipino by acts, not words. Also, the American soldier can sing, sometimes very badly, but often rather irrepressibly, until stopped by his officer. Also, whether justly or unjustly is beside the question, he considers a politician who pets the enemy in the midst of a war a hypocrite. So General Bell's 2,500 men began that Batangas campaign on New Year's Day, 1902, giving preference, out of their repertoire, to a campaign song whose ominous chorus ran, "He may be a brother of William H. Taft, but he ain't no friend of mine." And between songs they would say purringly to one another, "Remember Balangiga." And their commanding officer was the very incarnation of this feeling. So listen to the stride of his 7-league boots and the ring of his iron heel. I expect to first clean out the wide Lubu Peninsula. I shall then move command to the vicinity of Lake Taal and sweep the country westward to the ocean and south of Cavite, returning through Lipa. I shall scour and clean up the Lipa Mountains. Swinging northward, the country in the vicinity of here follows a long list of towns, will be scoured, ending at which will then be thoroughly searched and devastated. Swinging back to the right, the same treatment will be given all the country of which are the main peaks. And so on ad libitum. General Bell's course in Batangas was commended in the annual report of his immediate superior, a very humane, as well as gallant, soldier General Wheaton, as a model in suppressing insurrections under like circumstances. The Batangas program was approved by General Chaffee, the commanding general. In 1902, the United States Senate rang with indiscriminate denunciation of the Batangas severities and the Samar kill and burn orders. I tried in 1903, without success, to satisfy my distinguished and beloved fellow townsman, Senator Bacon, that at the time it was adopted it had become a military necessity, which it had. The fact was that the McKinley-Taft policy of conciliation, intended to gild the rivets of alien domination and cure the desire for independence by coddling, had loaned aid and comfort to the enemy, by creating, among a people used theretofore solely to force as a governmental agency for making sovereignty respected, the pathetic notion that we were afraid of them, and might be weakening in respect to our declared program of denying them independence. The Bell opinion of the Commission's confidence in Filipino gladness at its advent among them is sufficiently apparent in his orders to his troops. On May 23, 1902, Senator Bacon read in the Senate a letter from an officer of the Army, a West Point graduate and a personal friend of the senator's, whose name he withheld, but for whose veracity he vouched, which letter alluded to a reconcentrado pen with a dead line outside, beyond which everything living is shot. Spoke of this corpse carcass stench wafted in, to where the letter writer sat writing, as making it slightly unpleasant here, and made your flesh crawl thus. At nightfall clouds of vampire bats softly swirl out on their orgies over the dead. This does not sound to me like Batangas and Bell. It sounds like Smith and Samar. There were about 100,000 people, all told, gathered in the reconcentrado camps in Batangas under General Bell, and they were handled as efficiently as General Funston handled matters after the San Francisco fire. There was no starvation in those camps. All the reconcentrados had to do was not to cross the dead line of the reconcentration zone, and to draw their rations, which were provided as religiously as any ordinary American who is not a fiend and has plenty of rice on hand for the purpose will give it to the hungry. The reconcentrado camps and the people in them were daily looked after by medical officers of the American Army. General Bell's active campaigning began in Batangas January 1, 1902, Malvar surrendered April 16 thereafter, and Batangas was thoroughly purged of insurrectos and the like by July. During this period, the total of insurgents killed was only 163 and wounded 209, and 3626 insurgents surrendered. The truth is General Bell's bark was much worse than his bite. The inestimable value of what he did in Batangas in 1901-02 lay in convincing the Filipinos once, and for all that we were not as impotent as the civil government coddling had led them quite naturally, but very foolishly, to think we were. Reference was made above to the fact that the population of Batangas in 1899 was 312, 192, and in 1903, 257,715. Those figures were inserted at the outset to make General Bell's bark sound louder. But now that we are considering his bite, how many lives his Batangas lesson to the Filipino people cost another bit of testimony is tremendously relevant. On December 18, 1901, the provincial secretary of Batangas province reported to Governor Taft that the mortality in Batangas due to war, pestilence, and famine has reduced to a little over 200,000, the more than 300,000 inhabitants which in former years the province had. Considering that General Bell's 1910 campaign in that ill-fated province cost outright, but 163 killed, how many of the 209 wounded recovered does not appear. They may have all recovered. The Bell program in Batangas was indeed a very tender model, from the humanitarian standpoint, of civilizing with a crag, a model of suppressing insurrection under like circumstances. But it was never again followed. It had made too much noise at home. Senator Bacon's corpse carcass stench from supposed reconcentrado pens and his clouds of vampire bats softly swirling on their orgies over the dead so vividly reminded our people of why they had driven Spain out of Cuba that the administration became apprehensive. Until the noise about the Batangas business, Our people had been led by Governor Taft and President Roosevelt to believe that the Filipinos were most sobbingly in love with a benign civil government, and had forgotten all about independence. It was obvious that a repetition of such a campaign in any other province might create in the public mind at home a disgust with the whole Philippine policy, which would be heard at the polls in the next presidential election. So the Batangas affair made it certain that the army was not going to be ordered out again in the Philippines before said next presidential election, at least, whatever castigation might be deemed advisable thereafter. It was intimated above that Senator Bacon's army friends, clouds of vampire bats softly swirling over the corpses of reconcentrados, were doing said swirling not over Batangas at all, but over Samar. Any man familiar with the lay of the land in the two provinces can see from the letter that it was written from Samar. Moreover, Colonel Wagner afterwards testified before the Senate Committee of 1902 that if there had been any great mortality in the reconcentration camps in Batangas, he would have known of it. He inspected practically all those Batangas camps. Nobody who was in the islands at the time doubts, but what such conditions may have obtained in some places under General Smith in Samar, or believes for a moment that any such conditions would have been tolerated under General Bell. General Bell has that aversion to either causing or witnessing needless suffering, which you almost invariably find in men who are both constitutionally brave and temperamentally generous and considerate of others. But the moral sought to be pointed here is not that the Bell reconcentration in Batangas was as merciful as the Smith performances in Samar were hellish, but that, in all matters concerning the Philippines, the army, as in the case of Senator Bacon's friend, is gagged by operation of law, and its enforced silence is peculiarly an asset in the hands of the party in power seeking to continue in power, in a distant colonial enterprise. Senator Bacon withheld his friend's name, because for an army officer to tell the truth about the Philippines would be likely to get him into trouble with the President of the United States. The President, be it remembered, is also the leader of the political party to which he belongs. That is why the country has never been able to get any light from those who know the most about the Philippines and the wisdom or unwisdom of keeping them, viz., the army. In 1898, this republic was beguiled into abandonment of the faiths of the founders and started after a gold brick, thinking it was a Klondike. Then and ever since, the most important and material witnesses concerning the wisdom or unwisdom of keeping the brick, viz., the army which best of all knows the rank folly of it, have been gagged by operation of law. All republics that have heretofore become monarchies have become so through manipulation of the army by men in power seeking to continue in power. We should either resign our expensive kingship over the Philippines or get a king for the whole business, and be done with it. We have some ready-made coronet initials in TR. On June 23, 1902, says General Chaffee in his report for that year, by Act No. 421 of the Philippine Commission, so much of Act No. 173 of July 17, 1901, as transferred the province of Batangas to military control was revoked. Civil government was re-established in the province at 12 o'clock noon, July 4, 1902. The rest of the 573 people herein above mentioned, as constituting the population of Batangas, Cebu, Bohol, Laguna, Tayabas, and Samar, were also in turn made to want peace and want it badly. And on July 4, 1902, President Roosevelt issued his proclamation declaring that a state of general and complete peace existed. This is the famous proclamation in which he congratulated General Chaffee and the officers and men of his command on a total of more than 2,000 combats, great and small, most of them subsequent to the Taft roseate cablegrams of 1900 and the still more roseate reports of 1901 from the same source. The proclamation appeared in the Philippines as General Orders No. 66, Adjutant General's Office, Washington, dated July 4, 1902. It directed, in the body of it, that it be read aloud at parade in every military post. It thanked the officers and enlisted men of the Army in the Philippines, in the name of the President of the United States, for the courage and fortitude, the indomitable spirit and loyal devotion with which they had been fighting up to that time, alluded to the impliedly lamb-like or turn-the-other-cheek way in which they had been behaving. No special reference is made either to Batangas, Samar, or the water cure. and closes with a bully Rooseveltian war whoop about the more than 2,000 combats, great and small. Above mentioned, it also referred to how, with admirable good temper and loyalty to American ideals, the armies, commanding generals have joined with the civilian agents of the government in the work of superinducing allegiance to American sovereignty. This document is one of the most remarkable state papers of that most remarkable of men, ex-President Roosevelt, in its evidences of ability to mold powerful discordant elements to his will. It put everybody in a good humor. And yet, read at every military post, it served notice on the military that if they knew which side their bread was buttered on, they had better forget everything they knew tending to show the prematurity of the setting up of the civil government, sheath all tomahawks and scalping knives they might have whetted and waiting for Governor Taft's exit from office, abstain from chatty letters to United States senators telling tales out of school, such as the one Senator Bacon had read on the floor of the Senate, already noticed, and dutifully perceive, in the future, that the war was ended, as officially announced in the proclamation itself. The report of the Philippine Commission for 1902 declares that the insurrection, as an organized attempt to subvert the authority of the United States, is over P3. They then proceed, with evident sincerity, to describe the popularity of themselves and their policies with the same curious blindness you sometimes find in your congressional district, in the type of man who thinks he could be elected to Congress, in a walk, if he should only announce his candidacy, when as a matter of fact, the great majority of the people of his district are, for some notorious reason connected with his past history among them say, his war record very much prejudiced against him. They repeat one of their favorite sentiments about the whole country always, except, as hereinafter accepted, being now engaged in enjoying civil government. But they casually admit also that much remains to be done in suppressing lawlessness and disturbances so as to perfect and accentuate said enjoyment. Let us see just what the state of the country was in this regard according to their own showing. They say, the 6 years of war to which these islands have been subjected have naturally created a class of restless men, utterly lacking in habits of industry, taught to live and prey upon the country for their support by the confiscation of food supplies as a war measure, and regarding the duties of a laborer as dull and impossible for one who has tasted the excitement of a guerrilla life. Even to the man anxious to return to agricultural pursuits, the conditions existing present no temptation. By the war and by the rinderpest, chiefly the latter, the carabaos or water buffaloes, have been reduced to 10% of their former number. Think of the condition of a country, any country, but especially one whose wealth is almost wholly agricultural, which has just had 9/10 of its plow animals absolutely swept off the face of the earth by war and its immediate consequences. The report proceeds. The chief food of the common people of these islands is rice, and the carabao is the indispensable instrument of the people in the cultivation of rice. Adding also that the carabao is the chief means of transportation of the tobacco, hemp, and other crops to market, and that the few remaining carabaos, the ordinary price of which in normal Spanish times had been $10, was now $100. Then, after completing a faithful picture of supremely thorough desolation, such as the islands had never seen since they first rose out of the sea, certainly not during the sleepy, easy-going Spanish rule, they say, the Filipino people of the better class have received the passage of the Philippine Act with great satisfaction, meaning the Act of Congress of July 1, 1902, the Philippine Government Act. Gott im Himmel. What did the people care about paper constitutions concerning benevolent assimilation? What they were interested in was food and safety, not politics. Food, raiment, shelter, and efficient police protection from the brigandage which immediately follows in the wake of all war, not details as to what we were going to do with the bleeding and prostrate body politic. But the commission had started out to govern the Filipino people on a definite theory, apparently on the idea that if Americans wore white duck and no brass buttons, in lieu of khaki and brass buttons, the Filipinos would at once forget the war and be happy with an exceeding great happiness. Now the real situation was this. The islands had not yet been thoroughly beaten into submission. Northern Luzon had been conquered. The lake region of southern Luzon had been conquered. The most important of the Visayan Islands had been conquered. But the extreme southern portion of Luzon, the enormously rich hemp peninsula already described in a former chapter, and the adjoining hemp island of Samar, were still seething with sedition, which later broke out. All through the winter of 1900, one General MacArthur had tried to get Mr. Root to let him close the hemp ports. But some powerful influence at Washington had prevented the grant of this permission. On January 9, 1901, General MacArthur had wired Mr. Root. Hemp in southern Luzon in same relation to present struggle as cotton during rebellion. Nothing doing. General MacArthur must worry along with the blockade runners as best he could, no matter how much hemp money might be poured into the insurgent coffers. So that in the latter part of 1902, although the more respectable of the insurgent leaders had then surrendered, even in the hemp country, the flames of public disorder, which had flickered for a spell after the Batangas lesson, broke out anew in the province of Albay and in parts of Sorsogon, the two provinces of the hemp peninsula having the best seaports. The man at the head of this Albay insurrection was a sorry scamp of some shrewdness by the name of Simeon Ola, with whom I afterwards had an interesting and in some respects most amusing acquaintance. But that is another story. I have simply brought the whole archipelago abreast of the close of 1902, relatively to public order. In this way, only may the insurrections in Albay and elsewhere in 1902-03, described in the chapter which follows, be understood in their relation to a comprehensive view of the American occupation from the beginning, and not be regarded as a local issue, like General Hancock's tariff, having no general political significance. In this way, only may those insurrections be understood in their true relation to the history of public order in the islands. The Commission always represented all disturbances after 1902 as matters of mere banditti, such as have been chronic for generations in Calabria or the Transcaucasus, wholly distinct from, instead of being an inevitable political sequel of, the years of continuous warfare which had preceded. Their benevolent obsession was that the desire of the Philippine people for independence was wholly and happily eradicated. Chapter 16. Governor Taft, 1903. Me miserable, which way shall I fly? Paradise lost. Throughout the last year of Governor Taft's administration in the Philippines, 1903, both he and the peaceably inclined Filipinos in the disturbed districts were between the devil and the deep sea. The military handling of the Batangas and Samar disorders of 1912 had precipitated in the United States Senate a storm of criticism, at the hands of Senator Bacon and others, which had reminded a public, already satiated with slaughtering a weaker Christian people they had never seen in the interest of supposed trade expansion, of the days when Cicero pleaded the cause of Sicily against Verres, and when, before a Senate which still retained some show of freedom, Tacitus thundered against the oppressor of Africa. He did not want to order out the military again if he could help it, and this relegated him to his native municipal police and constabulary experimental outfits of doubtful loyalty, and, at best, wholly inadequate, as it afterwards turned out, for the maintenance of public order, and for affording to the peaceably inclined people that sort of security for life and property, and that protection against semi-political as well as unmitigated brigandage, which would comport with the dignity of this nation. The better class of Filipinos, though not so enamored of American rule as Governor Taft fondly believed, had by 1903 about resigned themselves to the inevitable, and would have liked to see brigandage masquerading under the name of patriotism, stopped by that sort of adequate police protection, which was so obviously necessary in the disturbed and unsettled conditions naturally consequent upon many years of war, and which they of course realized could only be afforded by the strong arm of the American army. But they knew that if the army were ordered out, the burden of proof as to their own loyalty would at once be shifted to them by the strenuous agents of that strenuous institution. The result was a sort of reign of terror for nearly a year, in 1902-03, in the richest province of the whole archipelago, the hemp-producing province of Albay, at the southern end of Luzon, and also in portions of the province of Misamis. These conditions had begun in those provinces in 1902, and not being promptly checked because the army was held in leash and the constabulary were crude and inadequate. By 1903, brigandage therein was thriving like a garden of weeds. supersolicitude concerning the possible effect of adequately vigorous governmental action in the Philippines on the fortunes of the administration in charge of the federal government at Washington, an attitude not surprising in the colonial agents of that administration, but which, as we have seen, had been from the beginning, as it must ever be, the curse of our colonial system, had rendered American sovereignty in the disturbed districts as humiliatingly impotent as senile decadence ever rendered Spain. The average American citizen will admit that the average American statesman, even if he be not far-sighted, looks at least a year ahead, in matters where both his personal fortunes and those of the political party to which he belongs are intimately related to what he may be doing at the time. If in 1903, Governor Taft's administration of affairs in the Philippines was wholly uninfluenced by any possible effect it might have on President Roosevelt's chances for becoming an elected president in 1904, then he was a false friend and a very poor party man as well. Assuming that he was neither, let us examine his course regarding the disturbances of public order in the Philippines in that year, as related to the first and most sacred duty of every government, adequate protection for life and property. In President McKinley's original instructions of April 7, 1900, to the Taft Commission, after quoting the final paragraph of the Articles of Capitulation of the City of Manila. This city, its inhabitants, and its private property of all descriptions, are hereby placed under the special safeguard of the faith and honor of the American Army. The President had added, as high and sacred an obligation rests upon the government of the United States to give protection for property and life to all the people of the Philippine Islands. I charge this commission to labor for the full performance of this obligation, which concerns the honor and conscience of their country. We will probably never again have a better man at the head of the Philippine government than William H. Taft. We have no higher type of citizen in the Republic today than the man now at the head of it. In the Outlook of September 21, 1901, there appeared an article on the Philippines written in the summer previous by Vice President Roosevelt, entitled The First Civil Governor, which began as follows. A year ago, a man of wide acquaintance both with American public life and American public men remarked that the first governor of the Philippines ought to combine the qualities which would make a first-class president of the United States with the qualities which would make a first-class Chief Justice of the United States, and that the only man he knew who possessed all these qualities was Judge William H. Taft of Ohio. The statement was entirely correct. The writer subscribed then, and still subscribes, to the foregoing estimate of Mr. Taft, whether Colonel Roosevelt still does or not. Though I dissent most vigorously from more than one of President Taft's policies, and though this book is one long dissent from his chief pet policy, still it is to me an especial pleasure to do him honor where I may, not merely because he has greatly honored me in the past, but because my judgment approves the above estimate. Though as a party leader he is a very poor general, as chief magistrate of the nation he has certainly deserved and commanded the cordial esteem of the whole country and the respectful regard of all mankind. With this admission freely made, if after reading what follows in this and the next chapter, and weighing the same in the light of all that has preceded, the reader does not decide that the writer, far from being animated by any intelligent high purpose, is merely a foolish person of the sounding brass and tinkling cymbal variety, full of sound and fury signifying nothing, then he can reach but one other conclusion, viz., that colonization by a republic like ours, such as that we blundered into by purchasing the Philippines, is a case of a house divided against itself, a case of the soul of a nation at war with the better angels of its nature, a case where considerations of what may be demanded by home considerations of political expediency will always operate to the detriment of the Filipino people, and be the controlling factor in our government of them. And if I show that in the Philippines in 1903, Governor Taft failed properly to protect the lives and property of peaceably inclined people, as so sacredly enjoined in the language above quoted from President McKinley's original instructions to him, lest the full performance of this obligation might prejudice the presidential prospects of his friend, Mr. Roosevelt, and the success of the party to which they belonged, then I will have shown that for this republic to be in the colonizing business is an absolutely evil thing, and that any man who proposes any honorable way out of the conceited blunder of 1898 is entitled to a hearing at the hands of the American people, because it concerns the honor and conscience of their country. Having tried most of the cases which arose out of the public disorders in the Philippines in 1903, and knowing from what I thus learned, together with what I subsequently learned which Mr. Taft knew then, that the most serious of those disorders were very inadequately handled by native police, and constabulary, with much wholly unnecessary incidental sacrifice of life, in order to preserve the appearance of civil government and convey the impression of the state of peace the name implied. At a time when a reign of terror due to brigandage prevailed throughout wide and populous regions in whose soil lay the riches of agricultural plenty, while the United States Army looked on with a silent disgust which understood the reason, and a becoming subordination which regretfully bowed to that reason as one which must ever be the curse of colonization by a republic like ours, I know whereof I shall speak, and will therefore speak neither lightly nor unadvisedly, but soberly, charitably, and in the fear of God. The insurrection in the Philippines against American authority, which began with the outbreak of February 4, 1899, and whose last dying embers were not finally stamped out until 1906, systematic denials by optimist officialdom to the contrary notwithstanding, had three distinct stages. 1. The original fighting in company, battalion, and regimental formation, with the ordinary wide-flung battle line, this having terminated pursuant to a preconcerted plan early in November 1899. 2. A period of guerrilla warfare maintained by the educated, patriotic, fighting generals in a gradually decreasing number of provinces until the summer of 1902. 3. The final long drawn-out sputterings, which began to get serious in the fall of 1902 in provinces prematurely taken under the civil government and stripped of adequate military protection before things had been given time to settle down in them to normal. These last are the gardens of weeds, brigandage weeds above mentioned. While the horticultural metaphor will help some, to really understand the case nothing so fits it as the more common illustration applied to grave public disorders having a common cause which likens such matters to a conflagration. The third and last stage through which the Philippine insurrection degenerated to final extinction is adequately and accurately described in the following extract from one of the military reports of 1902. The surrender or capture of the respectable military element left the control of affairs and the remainder of the arms in the hands of a lot of persons, most of them ignorant, some criminal, and nearly all pertaining to a restless, irresponsible, unscrupulous class of people, whose principal ambition seems to be to live without work, and who have found it possible to so do under the guise of patriotism. Such was the problem which confronted Governor Taft in 1903 as to public order and protection of the peaceably inclined people, in the two main provinces hereinafter dealt with. It is a great pity that in 1903 President Roosevelt could not have called in Secretary of War Root and sent for Senator Bacon, and those of the latter's colleagues whose philippics in the Senate of the year previous against Generals Jake Smith and J. Franklin Bell had reminded an aroused nation of the days of Cicero and Verres, Tacitus and Africa, etc., and had a frank talk with them somewhat after this fashion. Gentlemen, Governor Taft has a hard job out there in the Philippines. There is a big insurrection going on in the province of Albay, which is the very richest province in the whole archipelago, a province as big as the state of Delaware, having a population of about 250,000 people, and he has, for police purposes, a crude outfit of native constabulary, officered mostly by ex-enlisted men of the mustered-out American volunteer regiments. The personnel of the officers may be weeded out later and made a fine body of men, but just at present there are a good many rather tough citizens among them. Moreover, as soon as the constabulary was got together, they were at once set to work chasing little remnants of the insurgent army all over the archipelago. So as yet they are as undisciplined an outfit as you can well imagine, and have never had any opportunity to act together in any considerable command. Moreover, hardly any Filipinos have yet had a chance to learn much about how to shoot a rifle. Also, They know practically nothing about the interior economy of large commands, such as handling and distributing rations systematically for troops and for prisoners, or doing the same as to clothing, and nothing at all about medical care of the wounded, or the sick, or prisoners. So you can see that to handle this insurrection, with such an outfit, as this is sure to mean trouble of one sort or another. Wholly unauthorized overtures through officious natives to the insurgent brigand chiefs may, possibly, be made, promising them immunity when they ought to be made an example of. And that will embarrass us in punishing them when we do finally get them, and be an encouragement to other cutthroats to do likewise in the future. Worst of all, you can see that if some 500 or 1,000 of these brigands, or insurgents, or whatever they are, suddenly surrender, the ordinary police accommodations for housing and feeding prisoners will be wholly inadequate. Yet we will have to detain them all until our courts can sift them and see which are the mere dumb-driven cattle and which are the mischievous fellows. Therefore, in case of such a surrender, the nature of this constabulary force, as I have already described it to you, makes it plain that its inadequacy to meet the serious conditions we are now confronted with may result in our having on our hands a series of little Andersonville prisons that will smell to heaven. The majority of the people of the province are really sick of the war. Their best men have all surrendered and come in. But there is an ignorant creature calling himself a general, by the name of Ola, who seems to have a great deal of influence with the lawless element that do not want to work. Ola has gathered together nearly 1,000 malcontents who obey him implicitly. He is terrorizing Albay province and the regions adjacent thereto, and as the constabulary are not adequate to patrol the whole province, the people do not know whether self-interest demands that they should side with Ola or with us. Clearly, therefore, this is a case for vigorous measures, if we all have a common concern for the national honor, for the maintenance of law and order in a territory we are supposed to be governing, and for the proper protection of life and property there. General Bell or somebody else ought to be sent there to comb that province just as Bell did Batangas, but we don't want any howl about it. At this point of the supposed colloquy I say colloquy, though tradition has it that most of President Roosevelt's colloquies with senators were what Henry E. Davis, the Sidney Smith of Washington, calls unilateral conversation. One can imagine the senatorial ciceros exchanging glances expressive of the unspoken thought. The man certainly has his nerve with him. Does he think the Senate is an annex of the White House? Then we can imagine President Roosevelt bending strenuously to his task, with infinite tactfulness thus: I put Jake Smith out of business, as you gentlemen all know, for his inhuman methods of avenging the Balangiga massacre in Samar, and I am just as much opposed to cruelty as any of you senators can be. But Bell in Batangas is an altogether different case from Smith in Samar. All this about the odor of decomposing bodies wafted from reconcentration camps, and clouds of vampire bats swirling out on their orgies over the dead. That Senator Bacon's army friend, whoever he may be, wrote the senator, relates to Samar, and never did have any application to Bell's methods in Batangas. Bell did a clean job in a minimum of time and with a minimum sacrifice of life. And, while he did have those reconcentration camps in Batangas, he saw to it religiously that nobody starved, and that all those people received daily medical treatment. For the correctness of the picture of conditions presented in the above hypothetical talk, I, of course, intend to be understood as vouching. If such a talk could have been had in 1903 by President Roosevelt with Senator Bacon and those of his colleagues who shared his views, the Albay situation might have been handled creditably. But the administration was in no position to be frank with the opposition. No administration has ever yet during the last 14 years been in a position to be frank with the Senate and the country concerning the situation at any given time in the Philippines, because at any given time there was always so much that it could not afford to reopen and explain. Mr. Root, for instance, might have been questioned too closely as to why, when Secretary of War, he had gone around the country in the fall of 1900 speaking for Mr. McKinley, and talking about the patient and unconsenting millions, so anxious to be rid of Aguinaldo and his band of assassins, when at that very time Mr. Root's generals in the Philippines were engaged in activities. the magnitude of which may be inferred from a telegram sent from Washington to General Wood at Havana, asking if he could possibly spare the 10th Infantry, and adding, "Imperative that we have immediate use of every available company that we can lay our hands on for service in the Philippines." Although at West Point in 1902, he told the cadets how nobly the Army had labored in putting down an insurrection of 7 million people. No, the administration in 1903 simply could not afford to be frank concerning the situation in the Philippines. I need not recapitulate here any more of the long train of reasons why, because they have all been fully explained in the preceding chapters. Of course, President Roosevelt had no such guilty knowledge of the facts as Mr. Root. He was not in constant daily contact with Army officers at the War Department, familiar with the actual situation in the Philippines as Mr. Root was. He was simply sticking to Taft. Somewhere along about the time, the military folk in the Philippines were scoffing at the unnecessary sacrifice of life incident to the lack of a strong government. President Roosevelt had written his warm personal friend, Hon. George Curry, now a member of Congress from New Mexico, who had been a captain in his regiment before Santiago, was then an official of the civil government of the Philippines and later governor of New Mexico by appointment of Mr. Roosevelt. Stick to Taft, George, or words to that effect. Mr. Roosevelt's attitude was simply that of an intensely loyal friend of Mr. Taft, who simply assumed that the Philippine government was not going to tolerate impotence in the matter of protecting life and property. But everybody at both ends of the line was too deep in the mire of all the long and systematic withholding of facts from the American public, which had been occurring ever since 1898, and which it has been the aim of the preceding chapters to illuminate by the light since becoming available in the published official records of the government. Hence, in the hypothetical conference above supposed, President Roosevelt was in no position to take any high ground. He would have had to admit that the civil government of 1901 was set up too soon in order to stand by half-baked notions dished out in 1900 by the Taft Commission in aid of his own and Mr. McKinley's campaign for the presidency and vice presidency, respectively. In other words, the truth about the Philippines from the beginning might, and probably would, have seriously jeopardized the Roosevelt presidential chances in 1904. So Governor Taft was left to his own resources in struggling with the problem of law and order in the islands, intimately understanding the obvious bearing, just suggested, of what he might do out there, on the election of 1904. What then did Governor Taft do to meet the situation in 1903? Chronological order, as well as other considerations making for clearness, would suggest that I begin by telling what he did not do. In May 1903, I was sent to the province of Surigao to try some cases arising out of what has ever since been known in that out-of-the-way region as the affair of March 23d, 1903. In his annual report for 1903, pages 29 and 30, in describing the Surigao affair, Governor Taft correctly states that a band of outlaws came into the town of Surigao on the day above named, killed Captain Clark, the officer in charge of the constabulary, took the constabulary's guns, while they were all away at their midday meal, scattered about the town, and departed. But Mr. Taft's report disposes of the whole incident in a most casual way. As a matter of fact, the gist of it was that a heroic little band of Americans under Mr. Luther S. Kelly, the provincial treasurer, an old Indian scout of the Yellowstone country, hastily gathered the 7 American women then in the town, one of them in a delicate condition, into the stone government house, and stood off those semi-civilized sensual brigands until reinforcements arrived. Governor Taft's failure adequately to present the gravity of the episode in his account of it does not argue well for the subsequent solicitude he might feel about other American women in other remote provinces, which he was anxious to keep on his pacified list, to say nothing of politically negligible native life therein. Nor does this report include any of the material facts showing the ineffectiveness of the rank and file of the constabulary to cope with the situation, or the general feeling of insecurity I found in the province as to how far the whole population might be in sympathy with the brigands. As a matter of fact, after that Surigao affair, Governor Taft had to turn the army loose in the province to go and get back and restore to his constabulary the 75 to 100 stand of arms the brigands had so rudely and impolitely taken away from them. And I held court there for a month trying the people who were captured and brought in, with Colonel Mayer, of the 11th Infantry, one of the most thorough and able soldiers of the United States Army, and 700 soldiers of his regiment acting as deputy sheriffs, and yet all the time the province was under civil government nominally. Colonel Mayer got the men who killed Clark, and upon due and ample proof, I hung them, but Surigao was never taken for a day from the list of provinces enjoying the peace and protection of a benign civil government. The writ of habeas corpus was never suspended for a moment. In the report above quoted from, Governor Taft remarks that if the prompt steps he did take, he had already described the prompt sending of the military to the scene, had not been taken, the trouble might have spread. But the Surigao affair seemed to teach the civil government nothing in the matter of subsequent protection of life, nor did it lessen their persistence in relying on their constabulary for due extension of such protection in time of need. By June 1903, another scheme was invented for avoiding calling on the military. When you are in a foreign country building a new government on the ruins of an old one, you naturally find out as much as you can about how the old one met its problems. The Spaniards had had the same problem in their day about not ordering out the military because they did not have any military to order out. They were too poor to garrison the various provinces. They had long followed the plan, from time to time, of reconcentrating in the main towns of disturbed districts all the country population they could get to come in, and then acting on the assumption that all who did not come in were public enemies. This meant that when the country people came in, they simply looked out for themselves, while away from their homes and farms as best they could. Of course, nobody at all looked after the farms, and nobody provided medical attention for the reconcentrados or sanitary attention for the reconcentration camps. This general plan was formally sanctioned by the Commission insofar as the following law sanctioned it. The law was enacted June 1, 1903. It is Section 6 of Act 781, which was an act dealing with all the constabulary problems, of which this was one. It read, "In provinces which are infested to such an extent with ladrones or outlaws that the lives and property of residents in the outlying barrios are rendered wholly insecure by continued predatory raids. Think of permitting a country to get into any such condition when you have an abundance of American troops on hand available to prevent it. And such outlying barrios thus furnish to the ladrones or outlaws their sources of food supply. And it is not possible with the available police forces constantly to provide protection to such barrios. There being all the time available police forces, in the shape of regular troops, amply able to handle these unsettled conditions, which were the inevitable aftermath of lawlessness consequent on 5 or 6 years of guerrilla warfare. It shall be within the power of the Governor-General, upon resolution of the Philippine Commission, to authorize the provincial governor to order that the residents of such outlying barrios be temporarily brought. Observe the length of time this may last is not limited. Within stated proximity to the poblacion, or larger barrios of the municipality, there to remain until the necessity for such order ceases to exist. To house and ration the reconcentrados, the following provision is made by the statute we are considering. During such temporary residence, it shall be the duty of the provincial board, out of provincial funds, to furnish such sustenance and shelter as may be needed to prevent suffering among the residents of the barrios thus withdrawn. The Act also provides that during the course of the reconcentration, where the province does not happen to have the necessary ready cash, it may apply to the Commission, in distant Manila, for an appropriation to meet the emergency. What is to be done with those who starve during the temporary deficit, it does not say. If you must have reconcentration, to leave it to such agencies as the above, with the native police and constabulary as understudies, in lieu of availing yourself of the superb equipment of the American Army, with all its facilities for handling great masses of people, as they did, for instance, after the San Francisco fire, is like preferring the Mulligan Guards to the Coldstream Guards. Furthermore, there is no escape from the logic of the fact that reconcentration is essentially a war measure. The difference between what is lawful in war and what is lawful in peace is not a technical one. In war, the innocent must often suffer with the guilty. In peace, the theory at least is that only the guilty suffer. Hence it is that our Constitution is so jealous that in time of peace no man's life, liberty, or property shall be taken from him without due process of law, a provision which becomes inoperative in war times, being superseded by martial law. I know that the early question, does the Constitution follow the flag, was answered by the Supreme Court of the United States in the negative as to the Philippines. But the Act of Congress of July 1, 1902, under which we were governing the Philippines in 1903, and still govern them, known as the Philippine Government Act, extended to the islands all the provisions of the Bill of Rights of our Constitution except the right of jury trial and the individual right to go armed, bear arms. It specifically said in Section 5, "No law shall be enacted in said islands, which shall deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law." It hardly needs argument to show that to bundle the rural population of a whole district out of house and home, and make them come to town to live indefinitely on such public charity as may drain through the itching fingers of impecunious town officials, abandoning meantime their growing crops, and the household effects they cannot bring with them, is depriving people of their property, and restraining them of their liberty without due process of law. In fact, in 1905, in the case of Barcelon versus Baker, Volume V, Philippine Report, page 116, during an insurrection in Batangas, to control which, the presidential election of 1904 being then safely over, the writ of habeas corpus had been suspended and martial law declared. The Supreme Court of the Philippines held that detention of people as reconcentrados under such circumstances, for the purpose of protecting them, was not an illegal restraint of their liberty, because the ordinary law had been suspended. This decision held it to be both the prerogative and the duty of the Governor-General to suspend the writ of habeas corpus when the public safety so required. I refuse to believe for a moment that President Taft, the former wise and just judge, in whom is now vested by law the mighty power of filling vacancies on the highest court in this great country of ours, will seriously contend that that reconcentration law is not in direct violation of the above-quoted section of the Act of Congress of July 1, 1902, for the government of the Philippines, and therefore null and void. The truth is, it was a piece of careless legislation dealing with conditions that were essentially war conditions, under a government which was forever vowing that peace conditions existed and determined not to admit the contrary. The civil government was like Lot's wife. It could not look back. The Act of Congress of 1902 had made the usual provision permitting the governor to declare martial law in a given locality in his discretion. But the reconcentration law passed by the Philippine Commission was a way of avoiding the exercise of that authority, so as to keep up the appearance of peace in the provinces to which it might be applied, regardless of how many lives it might cost. In its last analysis, the reconcentration law was at once an admission of a duty to order out the military and a declaration of intention to neglect that duty. I suppose the eminent gentleman who enacted it justified it on the idea of teaching the natives how to maintain order themselves by letting them stew in the dregs of their own insurrection. Yet no one can read the Commission's own description of the widespread lawlessness, which so long ran riot after the guerrilla warfare degenerated into brigandage, without seeing from their own showing how obvious was their duty to have waited, originally, until law and order were restored by not interfering with the war itself until it was over, and by keeping the country properly garrisoned for a decorous and sufficient period after it was over, until something like real peace conditions should exist, on which to begin the work of post-bellum reconstruction. After all, it all gets us back to the original pernicious program outlined in President McKinley's annual message to Congress of December, 1899, wherein was announced the intention to send out the Taft Commission, which message also announced, in effect, that it was Mr. McKinley's purpose to begin the work of reconstruction as fast as the patient and unconsenting millions, loyal to our rule, should be rescued from the clutch of the hated Taggles. Recurring again to the reconcentration law itself, the moral quality of executive action putting it in operation was not unlike that which would attach should the governor of Massachusetts, in lieu of ordering the state troops to the scene of great strike riots in half a dozen towns around Boston, issue a proclamation something like this: The situation has grown so serious that your local police force, as you see, is wholly inadequate to cope with the situation. You will all, therefore, thrust your toothbrushes, nightgowns, and a change of clothing into the family grip and assemble on the Boston Common and in the public gardens, there to remain until the necessity for this order ceases to exist, and we will there take the best care of you we can, as was done in the case of the San Francisco fire. As governor, I am unwilling to order out the military. If any lawyer on the commission gave any thought at the time to the validity of the reconcentration law, in its relation to the due process of law clause of the Philippine Government Act, which none of them probably did, he must simply have justified the means by the benevolence of the end, on the idea that he knew so much better than Congress possibly could the needs of the local situation. But if you read this law in the light of a knowledge of its practical operation, there is more suggestion between its lines of Senator Bacon's friends, corpse carcass stench, and clouds of vampire bats softly swirling out on their orgies over the dead than there is of benevolence. It really was unsportsmanlike for the commission to have entrusted reconcentration to the native police and constabulary the native governors had, and it was wholly indefensible for them to take the liberty of violating an act of Congress in order to live up to their pet fiction about the war being entirely over. After the term of court at Surigao in the month of May, 1903, I was sent to Misamis province, where I remained until September, handling an insurrection down there. This province also was nominally in a state of peace, i.e., there was no formal recognition of the existence of the insurrection by suspension of the writ of habeas corpus. Curiously enough, as I wrote Governor Taft afterwards, the Misamis crowd of disturbers of the peace were genuine insurrectos. Their movement was not so formidable as the Ola insurrection in Albay I dealt with later, but they were by no means unmitigated cutthroats. I have often wondered how they managed to be so respectable at that late date. They did not steal, as did most of the outlaws of 1903. Their avowed purpose was to subvert the existing government. The use of this word, insurrection, in connection with these various disturbances recalls a pertinent incident. In 1904, there was a vacancy on the Supreme Bench of the islands. Some of my friends, members of the bar of my district, got up a petition to the then Governor-General setting forth in most partial terms my alleged qualifications for the place. Now in the Philippines, in the candor of informal social intercourse, all of us always called a spade, i.e., we called an insurrection, instead of referring to the disturbance in the guarded and euphemistic terms which you find in all the official reports intended for home consumption. So in their petition, these gentlemen recited, among my other supposed qualifications, that I had held court in 3 different provinces during insurrections in the same. The Albay insurrection was the worst one I had to deal with during Governor Taft's administration as governor of the Philippines. This was the insurrection headed by Simeon Ola. The first appearance of this man, Ola, in the official reports of the Philippine government in connection with the Albay disturbances of 1902-3 is in the report of the colonel commanding the constabulary for the district which included Albay, Col. H. Bandholtz, dated June 30, 1903. This report contains a sort of diary of events for the year preceding the date of it. An entry for October 28, 1902 begins. Early this month negotiations were opened with Simeon Ola, chief of the ladrones in this province, with a view of inducing him to surrender. Think of this great government negotiating with the leader of a band of thieves who were openly and flagrantly defying its authority. The entry proceeds. After many promises and conferences extending over a period of 40 days, during which hostilities were suspended, Ola broke off negotiations and withdrew his entire force and a large number of additional recruits that he had secured during the armistice. Before Ola finally surrendered, he is supposed to have had a total command ranging at various times from 1,000 to 1,500 men. And I think Colonel Bandholtz must have had in the field opposed to him, first and last, at least an equal number of native forces. Ola also makes an official reappearance in the report of the governor of Albay province for 1904. It there appears that reconcentration was begun in Albay as part of the campaign against Ola and his forces in March 1903 and continued until the end of October of that year. says this report of the governor of Albay concerning reconcentration. Naturally, the effect of this unusual volume of persons in a limited area was disease and suffering for want of food and ordinary living accommodations. The governor does not say how large the unusual volume of persons was that was herded into the reconcentration zones, nor does he furnish any mortality statistics. Nobody kept any. How much there was of the awful mortality and clouds of vampire bats softly swirling out on their orgies over the dead, that Senator Bacon's army friend correspondent encountered in Samar does not affirmatively appear. The number of people affected by reconcentration in Albay and an adjacent province that caught the contagion of unrest and had to be given similar treatment was about 300,000. In his report for 1903, in describing the Ola insurrection of 1902-3, Governor Taft says, "A reign of terror was inaugurated throughout the province." He then goes on to state that to meet it, he applied the reconcentration tactics. In the same report, he describes what is to my mind the most humiliating incident connected with the whole history of the American government in the Philippines, viz. Vice Governor Wright's visit to Albay in 1903, apparently in pursuance of the peace at any price policy that the Manila government was bent on. Governor Taft says of the civil government's dealings with His Excellency, the Honorable Simeon Ola, the chief of the brigands, that General Wright and Dr. Pardo de Tavera, a Filipino member of the commission, went down to Albay and talked to the people. The idea apparently being that those poor unarmed or ill-armed creatures should go after the brigands. This was to avoid ordering out the military and summarily putting a stop to the reign of terror as became the dignity of this nation. I think these talks had something to do with the origin of the charge afterwards made that immunity was promised Ola and the men who finally did surrender with him. Of course, General Wright made no such promises, but the idea got out in the province that the word was, "Get the guns," the inference being that if Ola and his people would come in and surrender their guns, they would be lightly dealt with. In his book Our Philippine Problem, Professor Willis, at page 140, gives what purports to be an agreement signed by Colonel Bandholtz, dated September 22, 1903, whereby Bandholtz promises Ola immunity, and also promises a number of other things which are on their face rankly preposterous. Ola was much on the witness stand before me during that term of court, and everything came out in the wash. He was represented by competent, intelligent, and fearless Filipino counsel, and they did not suggest the existence of any such document. No proof of any offer of immunity was adduced before me. I think Ola simply finally decided to throw himself on the mercy of the government, on the idea that there would be more joy over the one sinner that repenteth than over the 99 that are already saved. He was probably as much afraid that Governor Taft would order out the military as the wretched pacificos were that he would not. He immediately turned state's evidence against all the men under him of whose individual actings and doings he had any knowledge, the prosecuting attorney making, with my full approval, a promise to ask executive clemency as a reward. This was in keeping with the practice in like cases customary in all jurisdictions throughout the English-speaking world. The magnitude of the Ola insurrection may be somewhat appreciated from the financial loss it occasioned, says Governor Taft in his report for 1903. The governor estimates that hemp production and sale have been interfered with to the extent of some 10 to 12 millions of dollars Mexican, which is equivalent to $5 or $6 million American money. As the population of the province was about 250,000, a loss of $5 million meant a loss of $20 per capita for the 6 months or so of reconcentration during which the farms were neglected. This would be equivalent to a loss of $1,800,000,000 in the same length of time to a country having a population of 90 million, which is the total population figure for the United States according to the census of 1910. It was in the latter part of October, 1903, I believe, that Ola finally surrendered with some 500 or 600 men. I was sent to Albay about the middle of November to assist the regular judge of the district, Hun. Adam C. Carson, now one of the justices of the Supreme Court of the Philippines, in disposing of the case arising out of the Ola performances. Conditions at the time were also very much perturbed in various neighboring and other provinces. and the courts and constabulary were kept very busy. An incident recurs to memory just here which illustrates the state of public order. But before relating it, a decent respect to the opinions of the reader requires me to state my own attitude toward that whole situation at the time. I am perfectly clear in my own mind that as society stands at present, capital punishment is a necessary part of any sensible scheme for its protection. I have no compunction about hanging any man for the lawless taking of the life of another. We owe it to the community as a measure of protection to your life and mine and all others. So far as public order was concerned in the country now under consideration in 1903, the civil government was simply a well-meaning sham, a military government with a civil name to it. When the constabulary would get in the various brigands, cutthroats, etc., who might be terrorizing a given district, some of them masquerading as patriots, others not even doing that, the courts would try them. None of the judges cared anything about any particular brigand in any given case, except to find out how many, if any, murders, rapes, arsons, etc., he had committed during the particular reign of terror of which he had been a part. Wherever specific murders were proven, the punishment would always be a life for a life. And you have no idea how absolutely wanton some of the murders were, and how cruelly some of the young women, daughters of the farmers, were maltreated after they were carried off to the mountains. I would hate to try to guess how much more of this sort of thing would have had to occur in Albay in 1903 than did occur, to have moved Governor Taft to deprive Albay of the protection of a benign civil government, one of the pet expressions of contemporaneous official literature, and say the word to the army to take hold of the situation and give the people decent protection. But to come to the incident above broached. Shortly after I reached Albay and set to work to hold Part 2 of the district court, while my colleague, Judge Carson, held Part 1, we had a call from a third judge, Judge Linebarger of Chicago, who was on his way to some other perturbed region. I think that by that time, late in November 1903, Governor Taft must have known he was soon to leave the islands to become Secretary of War, and therefore was anxious to be able to make the best showing possible in his farewell annual report as governor as to the tranquility conditions. At any rate, Judge Linebarger came to see us for a few hours, his ship having touched en route at the port near the provincial capital of Albay. Judge Carson had had a gallows erected near the public square of the town for the execution of some brigand he had convicted, whether it was for maltreating some poor farmer's daughter until she died, or burying an American alive, or what, I do not now recollect. But in going around the town, someone suggested, as we passed this gallows, that we go up on it to get the view. So we went, the three of us. Then each looked at the other and all thought of the work ahead. Then Judge Carson smiled and dispelled the momentary somberness by repeating with grim humor an old Latin quotation he happened to remember from his college days at the University of Virginia. Hic olim meminisse juvabit. It will be pleasant to remember these things hereafter. The Ola insurrection had continued from October 1902 to October 1903 without suspension of civil government. During that period, the jail had been filled far beyond its reasonable capacity most of the time. It sometimes had contained many hundreds. As to the sanitary conditions, in passing the jail building one day in company with one of the provincial officials, he remarked to me, nonchalantly, "It's equivalent to a death sentence to put a man in that jail." I afterwards found out that this was no joke. During most of my visit to the province, I was too busy holding court and separating the sheep from the goats to think much of anything else. But toward the close of the term, after Christmas, after Governor Taft had left the islands and gone home to be Secretary of War, an incident happened that produced a profound impression on me, suggested a new viewpoint, and started troubled doubts as to whether the whole benevolent assimilation business was not a mistake born of a union of avarice and piety, in which avarice predominated doubts which certain events of the following year, hereinafter related. Converted in conviction that any decent kind of government of Filipinos by Filipinos would be better for all concerned than any government we could give them. Hampered as we always will be by the ever-present necessity to argue that government against the consent of the governed is not altogether wrong, and that taxation without representation may be a blessing in disguise. The Yuletide incident above alluded to was this. Most of the docket having been disposed of, and there being a lull between Christmas and New Year's Day which afforded time for matters more or less perfunctory in their nature. The prosecuting attorney brought in rough drafts of 2 proposed orders for the court to sign. One was headed with a list of 57 names, the other with a list of 63 names. Both orders recited that the foregoing persons had died in the jail, but one between May 20 and Dec. 1903, roughly 6½ months, as will appear from an examination of the dates of death and concluded by directing that the indictments be quashed. The writer was only holding an extraordinary term of court there in Albay, and was about to leave the province to take charge of another district to which Governor Taft had assigned him before leaving the islands. The newly appointed regular judge of the district, Judge Trent, now of the Philippine Supreme Court, was scheduled soon to arrive. Therefore, the writer did not sign the proposed orders, but kept them as legal curios. A correct translation of one of them appears below, followed by the list of names which headed the other, identical order. The United States of America, Philippine Islands, 8th Judicial District. In the Court of First Instance of Albay. The United States against Cornelio Rigorosa died December 1903, Fabian Basques died September 25, 1903 Julian Nation died October 1903 Francisco Rigorosa died October 1903 Anacleto Solano died November 25, 1903 Valentin Cesalano died November 1903 Felix Sasutona died September 26, 1903 Marcelo de los Santos died June 1903 Marcelo Patingo died November 15, 1903 Julian Reynante died September 7, 1903 Dionisio Carafiaga died October 1903 Felipe Navar died September 17, 1903 Luis Nicol died November 23, 1903 Balbino Nicol died September 23, 1903 Damiano Nicol died November 23. 1903 Leoncio Salvaburo died November 20, 1903 Catalino Sideria died July, 1903 Marcelo Areola died October, 1903 Francisco Cao died November 26, 1903 Martin Oleger died November 13, 1903 Juan Neric died November 16, 1903 Eufemio Berra died November 21, 1903 Julian Sotero died October. 1902 Juan Payadan died September 10, 1903 Benedicto Milla died July, 1903 Placido Porlage died June, 1903 Gaudencio Agata died October, 1903 Alberto Cabrera died September 8, 1903 Julian Payadan died August, 1903 Eusebio Payadan died August, 1903 Leonardo Rabusi died November, 1903 Julian Riabaldes died October. 1903 Victor Riabaldes died October, 1903 Mauricio Balbin died September 27, 1903 Tomas Rigador died July, 1903 Miguel de los Santos died July, 1903 Eustaquio Mapula died November 18, 1903 Eugenio Lamibao died November, 1903 Francisco Luna died August, 1903 Gregorio Sirt died October. 1903 Teodoro Patingo died November 21, 1903 Teodorico Tua died September 23, 1903 Seferino Aksha died November 10, 1903 Graciana Pamplona died September 12, 1903 Felipe Bonifacio died November 26, 1903 Baltazar Bundy died October, 1903 Julian Locat died October, 1903 Francisco de Punta died August. 1903 Pedro Madrid died August, 1903 Felipe Pusiquit died July, 1903 Rufo Mansalan died July, 1903 Ignacio Titano died June, 1903 Alfonso Locat died June, 1903 Gil Locat died May, 1903 Regino Baitera died September 7, 1903 Bonifacio Bo died August, 1903 Francisco de Belen died September 29, 1903. Decree. The defendants above named, charged with divers crimes, having died in the provincial jail by reason of various ailments, upon various dates, according to official report of the jailer, it is ordered by this court that the cases pending against the said deceased persons be, and the same are hereby, quashed, the costs to be charged against the government. Judge of the 12th District acting in the 8th. Albay, December 28, 1903. The foregoing order contains 57 names. As already indicated, the second order was like the first. It contained the names of 63 other deceased prisoners, as follows, to wit. Anacleto Avila died September 2, 1903. Gregorio Sequido died July 1903. Francisco Almont died October 11, 1903. Faustino Salo died October 1903. Leocadio Pina died October 16, 1903. Juan Renuco died October 16, 1903. Esteban de Lima died February 4, 1903. Estanislao Jacoba died October 1903. Macario Ordiales died October 19, 1903. Lorino Ordiales died October 27, 1903. Raimundo Narito died October 1903. Antonio Palvarito died September 12, 1903. Norberto Melgar died June 1903. Bartolome Rico died November 8, 1903. Simon Ordiales died September 13, 1903. Candido Rosari died September 29, 1903. Saturnino Vulvo died October 18, 1903. Vicente Belceda died May 1903. Felix Canaria died June 1903. Pedro Cuya died July 1903. Evaristo Diaz died July 1903. Felix Padre died July 1903. Alberto Mance died August 1903. Joaquin Mamat died September 5, 1903. Santiago Casero died May 1903. Hilario Salazar died July 1903. Tomas Odsanada died October 1903. Julian Oco died October 1903. Julian Lontek died August 1903. Ambrosio Rabosa died September 19, 1903. Mariano Garcia died September 12, 1903. Ramon Madrigalijo died August 1903. Albino Iardo died October 1903. Felipe Rodarla died September 29, 1903. Urbano Serralda died October 1903. Gil Mediavillo died June 1903. Egidio Mediavillo died June 1903. Mauricio Lozano died October 1903. Bernabe Kiernan died September 27, 1903. Pedro Sagese died September 29, 1903. Lorino Ibo died August 1903. Vicente Sanozing died July 1903. Francisco Morante died June 1903. Anatolo Sadullo died September 16, 1903. Lucio Rebeza died August 1903. Eugenio Sambuna died August 1903. Nicolas Aberos died August 1903. Eusebio Rambillo died September 13, 1903. Tomas Rampillo died August 1903. Daniel Pattison died August 1903. Ignacio Bundy died September 7, 1903. Juan Locut died May 1903. Zacarias David Padilla died August 1903. Juan Almazar died September 12, 1903. Rufino Quipi died June 1903. Antonio Brio died June 1903. Timoteo Enciso died September 12, 1903. Hilario Pala died August 1903. Ventura Prads died May 1903. Alejandro Olevanto died May 1903. Rufino Palicia died May 1903. Eligio Bruqueza died July 1903. Prudencio Estrada died September 15, 1903. These lists were printed in an article by the author which appeared in the North American Review for January 18, 1907, which article was reprinted by Hun. James L. Sladen, of Texas, in the Congressional Record for February 12, 1907. There can be little doubt that President Taft saw the article, and that if it had contained any inaccuracies, they would long since have been noticed. So that in the Albay Jail in 1903, we had a sort of Andersonville prison, or Black Hole of Calcutta on a small scale. If the military authorities had had charge of the Albay insurrection and of the prisoners in the Albay Jail in 1903, it is safe to say that the great majority of those who died would have lived. But to have ordered out the troops would have been to abandon the official fiction that there was peace. Of Ola's 500 or 600 men, Judge Carson and I, assisted by the chief prosecuting attorney of the government, Hun. James Ross, turned several hundred loose. Another large batch were disposed of under a vagrancy law, which allowed us to put them to work on the roads of the provinces for not exceeding 2 years, usually 6 to 12 months. Most of the remainder, a few score, we tried under the sedition law and sent to Bilibid, the central penitentiary at Manila, for terms commensurate with their individual conduct and deeds. The more serious cases were sent up for longer terms under the brigandage law. We indulged in no more maudlin sentiment about those precious scamps who had been degrading Filipino patriotism by occasionally invoking its name in the course of a long season of preying upon their respectable fellow countrymen than Aguinaldo or Juan Cales would have indulged. I am quite sure that either Aguinaldo or Juan Cales would have made much shorter shrift of the whole bunch than Judge Carson and I did. It was only the men shown to have committed crimes, usually punished capitally in this country, that we sentenced to death a dozen or more, all told. Ola was the star witness for the state. He held back nothing that would aid the prosecuting attorney to convict the men who had followed him for a year. He was given a sentence of 30 years by Judge Carson, as a sort of expression of opinion of the most Christian attitude possible concerning his real deserts. But his services as state's evidence entitled him to immunity, and for that very good and sufficient reason Judge Carson, prosecuting attorney Ross, and myself so recommended to the governor. Ola could read and write after a fashion, though he was quite an ignorant man. But to show what his control must have been over the rank and file of his men, let one incident suffice. On the boat going up to Manila from Albay, after the term of court was over, Ola was aboard en route for the penitentiary. But as he was a prospective recipient of executive clemency, though the guards kept an eye on him, he was allowed the freedom of the ship. One night on the voyage up, the weather being extremely warm, I left my stateroom sometime after midnight, carrying blanket and pillow, and went back to the storm steering gear at the stern of the ship, to spend the rest of the night more comfortably. Waking sometime afterward for some unassignable cause, I realized that the crown of another head was tangent to the crown of my own and occupying part of my pillow. It was Ola, the chief of the brigands. I raised up, shook the intruder, and said, "Hello, Ola, what are you doing here?" He wakened slowly. He had no idea of any first-class passenger being back there, and had taken it for granted that I was one of the ship's crew when he decided to share my pillow. As soon as he realized who I was, he sprang to his feet with profound and effusive apologies and paced the deck until morning, perhaps thinking over the possible effect of the incident on my recommendation concerning himself. After I had recovered the use of all my pillow, I went back to sleep for a spell. About dawn, I was wakened by some of the guards chattering. But I heard Ola, who had apparently been keeping watch over my august slumbers in the meantime, say in an imperious tone to the guards, his keepers, "Hush, the judge is sleeping." They looked at the brigand chief, and cowed obeyed. Ola was pardoned. Chapter 17. Governor Taft, 1903, continued. The Philippines for the Filipinos. Speech of Governor Taft. Just before Governor Taft left the islands in 1903, he made a speech which made him immensely popular with the Filipinos and immensely unpopular with the Americans. The keynote of the speech was, "The Philippines for the Filipinos." The Filipinos interpreted it to mean for them that ultimate independence was not so far in the dim distance of what is to happen after all the living are dead as to be a purely academic matter. And there was absolutely nothing in the speech to negative that idea, although he must have known how the great majority of the Filipinos would interpret the speech. On the other hand, the Americans in the islands, popularity with whom was then and there a negligible factor, interpreted the speech, not inaccurately, to mean for them, "If you white men out here, not connected with the government, you Americans, British, Germans, and Spaniards, and the rest of you, do not like the way I am running this country, why, the boats have not quit running between here and your respective homes." Then he came back to the United States and has ever since been urging American capital to go to the Philippines, all the time opposing any declaration by the lawmaking power of the government which will let the American who goes out there know where he is at, i.e., whether we are or are not going to keep the islands permanently, and how to formulate his earthly plans accordingly, though the educated Filipinos are concurrently permitted to clamor against American exploitation, American rule, and Americans generally, and to keep alive among the masses of their people what they call the spirit of liberty, and what the insular government calls the spirit of irreconcilableness. Clearly, a policy which makes for race friction and race hatred is essentially soft-headed, not soft-hearted, and ought not to be permitted to continue. Yet it has been true for 12 years, as one of President Taft's admiring friends proudly boasted concerning him some time since. One man virtually holds in his keeping the American conscience with the regard to the Philippines. This is true, and it is not as it should be, We should either stop the clamor or stop the American capital and energy from going to the islands. After an American goes out to the islands, invests his money there, and casts his fortunes there, unless he is a renegade, he sticks to his own people out there. Then the Taft policy steps in and bullyrags him into what he calls knuckling to the Filipinos. Every time he shows any contumacious dissent from the Taft decision, reversing the verdict of all racial history which has been up to date, that wheresoever white men dwell in any considerable numbers in the same country with Asiatics or Africans, the white man will rule. Yet the American in the Philippines, once he is beguiled into going there, must bow to the Taft policies. He has taken his family to the islands, and all his worldly interests are there. Yet he is living under a despotism, a benevolent despotism. It is true, so long as the non-office-holding American does not openly oppose the government's policies, but one which, however benevolent, is, so far as regards any brooking of opposition from anyone outside the government hierarchy, as absolute as any of the other despotic governments of Asia. Though the governor of the Philippines does not wear as much gilt braid as some of his fellow potentates on the mainland of Asia, still, in all executive matters he wields a power quite as immediate and substantial, in its operation on his subjects, as any of his royal colleagues. It never for a moment occurs either to the American government official in the Philippines or to the American citizen engaged in private business there who is in entire accord with the policies of the insular government and on terms of friendship with the officials, that the government under which he is living is any more of a despotism than the government of the United States. The shoe never pinches the American citizen engaged in private business until he begins, for one reason or another, to be at outs with the insular government, and to have opinions which American-like he at once wants to express. If he permits himself to get thoroughly out of accord with the powers that be, the sooner he gets out of the islands the better for him. This is the most notorious single fact in the present situation. There is no public opinion to help such a person, in any case where he differs with any specific act or policy of the insular government. The American colony is comparatively small, say between 10 and 20,000 all told, outside the army, which consists of 10 or 12,000 individuals living wholly apart from the rest of the community. The doctor who is known to have the patronage of high government officials is sure of professional success, and his wife is sure to receive the social recognition her husband's position in the community naturally commands. And this permits her to make auspicious entrance into the game of playing at precedence with her next neighbor called society. So dear to the hearts of many otherwise sensible and estimable women to, say nothing of carpet knights, callow youths, cads, and aging gourmands. Also, if the doctor and his lady have adult children, their opportunities to marry well are multiplied by the sunlight from the seats of the mighty. Thus the doctor and his wife are a standing lesson to the man, with convictions that yearn for utterance, but who is also blessed with a discreet helpmate, more concerned in the general welfare and happiness of all the family than in seeing her husband's name in the paper. What is true of the doctor is also true of the lawyer known to be persona grata to the government. Again, the newspaper man in favor with the government is sure to get his share of the government advertising, according to a very liberal construction, and that ensures his being able to command repertorial and editorial talent such as will sell his paper. And the consequent circulation is sure to get him the advertising patronage of the mercantile community, thus placing success for him on a solid, comfortable basis. Also, a contrary course will, slowly, maybe, but surely, freeze out any rash competitor. Consequently, the American in the Philippines is deprived of one of his most precious home pleasures, viz., letting off steam, in some opposition paper, about the real or imagined shortcomings of the men in charge of the government. For the reasonable expectancy of life of an opposition paper in Manila is pathetically brief. The hapless editor on the prosperous paper, whatever his talents, who happens to become afflicted with views which he airs in his editorial columns, is soon upbraided by his friends at his club as getting cranky, and is told by the orthodox old-timers among them, "John, you've been out here too long. You better go home." If he does not change his tone, the receipts of the advertising department of his paper soon fall off, and his friend, the more tactful proprietor, who knows how to get along with people, is not long in agreeing with the rest of his friends that he has been out here too long. Again, the successful merchant has too many interests at stake in which he needs the cordial friendship of the government to be able to afford to antagonize it. And so on, through every walk of life, the influence of the government permeates every nook and corner of the situation. The average public man in the United States would not feel natural unless intermittently bedewed with steam from the exhaust valve of the soul of some outraged citizen, through the medium of the public press. But in the Philippines, a public man occupying a conspicuous position with the government may be very generally detested and actually not know it. The American in the Philippines, with all his home connections severed, might as well send his family to the poorhouse at once as to come out in a paper with an interview or speech, even supposing any paper would publish it which, copied by the papers back in the United States, would embarrass the national administration's Philippine policy in any way. The same applies to talking too freely for the newspapers when home on a visit. I think the foregoing makes sufficiently obvious the inherent impossibility of the American people ever knowing anything about current governmental mistakes in the Philippines, of which there must be some, in time for their judgment to have anything to do with shaping the course of the government out there for which they are responsible. And therefore it shows the inherent unfitness of their governmental machinery to govern the Filipinos so long as they do not change the home form of government to meet the needs of the colonial situation, by providing a method of invoking the public judgment on a single issue, as in the case of monarchical ministries, instead of lumping issues as we now do. It is certainly a shame that the fate and future of the Philippines are today dependent upon issues as wholly foreign to anything Philippine as is the price of cheese in Kamchatka or the price of wool in the United States. Whether the Filipinos are fit for self-government or not, under our present form of government, we are certainly wholly unfit to govern them. In our government of the Filipinos, the nature of the case eliminates our most valuable governmental asset, to wit, that saving grace of public opinion which stops public men, none of whom are infallible, before they can accomplish irreparable mischief, through uncorrected faith in plans of questionable wisdom and righteousness to which their minds are made up. To show how absolute was the executive and legislative power over 8,000,000 of people entrusted by the sole authority of President McKinley to Governor Taft without consulting Congress, though afterwards the authority so conferred was ratified by Congress and descended from Governor Taft to his successor, an incident related to me in the freedom of social intercourse, and not in the least in confidence, by my late beloved friend Arthur W. Ferguson, long executive secretary to Governor Taft, will suffice. In 1901, the Commission had passed a law providing for the constitution of the Philippine judiciary, according to which law an American, in order to be eligible to appointment as a judge of first instance, the ordinary trial court, or nisi prius court, of Anglo-Saxon jurisprudence, must be more than 30 years old and must have practiced law in the United States for a period of 5 years before appointed. 1903, President Roosevelt wanted to make Hun Beekman Winthrop, then under 30 years of age, now 1912, Assistant Secretary of the Navy, a judge of first instance. Governor Taft called Ferguson in and said, "Fergie, make me out a commission for Beekman Winthrop as a judge of first instance." Ferguson said, "You can't do it, Governor, it's against the law, he's not old enough." Winthrop was a graduate of the Harvard Law School. Governor Taft said humorously, "I can't, eh? I'll show you, send me a stenographer." A law was dictated striking out 30 years and inserting 25, and adding after the words, "must have practiced law for a period of 5 years," the words, "or be a graduate of a reputable law school." Ferguson was then called in and told to go down the hall, see the other commissioners, and get them together, which he did, and the law was passed in a few minutes. Then Ferguson was sent for, and the governor said, handing him the new law, "Now make out that commission." Even if Ferguson colored the incident up a bit, in the exercise of his inimitable artistic capacity to make anything interesting, his story was certainly substantially correct relatively to the absoluteness of the authority of the governor, as will appear by reference to the two laws cited. It is only fair to say that Winthrop made a very good judge. There used to be current in the Philippines a story that Governor Taft had said, in more or less humorous vein, Gentlemen, I'm somewhat of an expert on judges. What you need in a judge is counting with the index finger of one hand on the fingers of the other. Firstly, integrity. Secondly, courage. Thirdly, common sense. And fourthly, he must know a little law. Winthrop's integrity, courage, and common sense were beyond all question. It could hardly have been otherwise. He came of a long line of sturdy and distinguished men, the first of whom had come over in the Mayflower days to the Massachusetts coast. And he did know a little law. But the manner of his appointment is none the less illustrative of how much quicker Governor Taft could make and publish a law than any of his fellow despots over on the mainland of Asia, considering how slow-moving all their various grand viziers were, compared with Fergie and his corps of stenographers. Having now given, I hope, a more or less sympathetic insight into what absolute rulers our governors in the Philippines have been in the very nature of the case from the beginning, let us observe the change of tone of the government, after the reign of the first ended, and the reign of the second began. Chapter 18. Governor Wright 1904. The blame of those ye better the hate of those ye guard. Kipling's White Man's Burden. Governor Taft left the Philippines on or about December 23, 1903, to become Secretary of War in President Roosevelt's cabinet, and shortly afterward Vice-Governor Luke E. Wright succeeded to the governorship. After the accession of Governor Wright, there was no more hammering it into the American businessmen having money invested in the islands that the Filipino was their little brown brother, for whom no sacrifice, however sublime, would be more than was expected. Governor Wright was quite unpopular with the Filipinos and immensely popular with the Americans and Europeans, because, soon after he came into power, he let the cat out of the bag by letting the Filipinos know plainly that they might just as well shut up talking about independence for the present, so far as he was advised and believed. In other words, that Governor Taft's Philippines for the Filipinos need not cause any specially billowy sighs of joy just yet, because it had no reference to any Filipinos now able to sigh, but only to unborn Filipinos who might sigh in some remote future generation. And that the slogan which had caused them all to want to sob simultaneously for joy on the broad chest of Governor Taft was merely a case of an amiable unwillingness to tell them an unpleasant truth, viz., that in his opinion they were wholly unfit for self-governmental, of which, in effect, meant that Governor Taft had been merely keeping the word of promise to the ear and breaking it to the hope. The right plain talk made the Filipinos one and all feel, alacrity, our true friend has departed. But as Secretary of War Taft, after 4 years more of trying to please both sides, at home, at last frankly told the Filipinos when he went out to attend the opening of the first Philippine legislature, in 1907, practically just what Governor Wright had begun to tell them from the moment his predecessor had exchanged the parting tear with them on the waterfront at Manila in 1903. The net result of the Wright policy of uncompromising honesty on the present political situation may easily be guessed. Governor Wright's method of repudiating the Taft straddle took for its keynote, in lieu of the Philippines for the Filipinos, the slogan, an equal chance for all. What Governor Wright meant was merely that there would be no more browbeating of Americans to make them love their little brown brother as much as Governor Taft was supposed to love him, but that everybody would be treated absolutely alike and nobody coddled. However, the Filipinos of course knew that they could not compete with American wealth and energy, and so did the Americans in the islands. So what the Wright slogan, unquestionably fair as was its intent, inexorably meant to everybody concerned, except the dignified, straightforward, and candid propounder of it, was, in effect, the British white man's burden or trust for civilization theory, a theory whereunder the white man who wants someone else's land goes and takes it on the idea that he can put it to better use than the owner. Thus early did the original jollying Mr. Taft had given them become transparent to his little brown brother. Thus early did it become clear to the Filipinos that behind the mask of executive protestations that they shall some day have independence when fit for it, lurks a set determination industriously to earn for an indeterminate number of generations yet to come. The blame of those ye better the hate of those ye guard. This book has been written, up to this point, in vain, if the preceding chapters have not made clear how much political expediency, looking to the welfare of a party in power, naturally seeking to continue in power, necessarily dominates Philippine affairs under American rule. We have observed under the microscope of history, made available by the official documents now accessible, the long battle between the political expediency germ and the independence bug, which began in General Anderson's dealings with Aguinaldo and continued through General Merritt's and General Otis's regimes. We have seen General MacArthur's attempt at a wise surgical operation to excise the independence bug from the Philippine body politic so that the expediency germ might die a natural death from having nothing to feed on. We have seen that operation interfered with by the Taft Commission during the presidential campaign of 1900, because the men in control of the Republic could not ignore considerations of political expediency. And we saw the consequent premature setting up of the civil government in 1901, with all its dire consequences in the then as yet unconquered parts of the archipelago, southern Luzon, and some of the Visayan Islands. We have observed the effective though heroic local treatment administered to the Philippine body politic by General Bell in Batangas in 1912, with a view of killing off the independence bug there. We have seen the fierce struggle between some of the bug's belated spawn and the expediency germ's now more emboldened forces in Albay in the off-year, 1903. We are now to take our 5th year's course in the Colonial Department of Politico-Entomological Research, the presidential year 1904. It was the way the Samar insurrection of 1904-56 was handled which finally convinced me that the Filipinos would not kill any more of each other in 100 years than we have killed, or permitted to be killed, of them, in the fell process of benevolent assimilation. American imperialism is not honest, like the British variety. American imperialism knows that avarice was its father, and piety its mother, and that it takes after its father more than it does after its mother. British imperialism frankly aims mostly to make the survivors of its policies happy, not the people it immediately operates on. American imperialism pretends to be ministering to the happiness of the living, and, though it realizes that it is not a success in that line, it resents identification with its British cousin by sanctimonious reference to the alleged net good it is doing. Yet in its moments of frankness it says, with an air of infinite patience under base ingratitude, well, they will be happy in some other generation, and that therefore the number of people we have had or may have to kill or permit to be killed in the process of benevolent assimilation is wholly negligible. This is simply the old argument that the end justifies the means, the argument that has wrought more misery in the world than any other since time began. When Judge Taft, General Wright, and their colleagues of the Taft Commission came out to the Philippines in 1900, they came full of the McKinley convictions about a people whom neither they or Mr. McKinley had ever seen, bound hand and foot by political necessity to square the freeing of Cuba with the subjugation of the Philippines. A perfectly natural evolution of this attitude resulted in the position they at once took on arriving in the islands, viz., that to do for the Filipinos what we have done for the Cubans would mean a bloody welter of anarchy and chaos. And the presidential contest of 1900 was fought and won largely on that issue. After 1900, for all the gentlemen above referred to, the proposition was always res judicata. All protests by Filipinos to the contrary caused only resentment, and welded the authorities more and more hermetically to the correctness of the original proposition. Loyalty to the original ill-considered decision became impregnated, in their case, with a fervor not entirely unlike religious fanaticism, and belief in it became a matter of principle, justifying all they had done and guiding all they might thereafter do. So that when General Wright came to the throne in our colonial empire as governor and legatee of the McKinley-Taft benevolent assimilation policies, his attitude in all he did was thoroughly honest and also thoroughly British. He honestly believed in the bloody welter of anarchy and chaos proposition and was prepared, in any emergency that might arise, to follow his convictions in that regard whithersoever they might lead, without variableness or shadow of turning. Take him all in all, Governor Wright was about the best man occupying exalted station I ever knew personally, President Taft himself not excepted. although I still adhere to Colonel Roosevelt's opinion of 1901 concerning Mr. Taft, quoted in the chapter preceding this, from the Outlook of September 21, 1901, notwithstanding that in the contest for the Republican nomination for the presidency in 1912, the Colonel recalled that opinion. Seriously, a man may combine the qualities which would make a first-class President of the United States with the qualities which would make a first-class Chief Justice of the United States, and still cut a sorry figure trying to fit a square peg into a round hole, or a scheme of government, the breath of whose life is public opinion, into the running of a remote colonial government, the breath of whose life is exemption from being interfered with by public opinion. After the Albay insurrection of 1903 had been cleaned up, I took charge of the 12th Judicial District, having been appointed thereto by Governor Taft just before he left the islands to become Secretary of War. In those trying pioneer days, they always seemed to give me the insurrections to sift out, but it was purely fortuitous. Whenever you ceased to be busy, prompt arrangements were made for you to get busy again. Judge Ide, the Minister of Justice, wasted no government money. The 12th District consisted of the 2 island provinces of Samar and Leyte, 2 of the 6 Visayas islands heretofore noticed as the only ones worth considering in a general view of the archipelago, such as the student of world politics wants or needs. Leyte had a population of 388,922 and an area of 3,008 square miles. Samar's population was 266,237, and its area, 5,276 square miles, makes it the 3rd largest island of the Philippine archipelago. So that as judge of the 12th District, consisting of 2 provinces, the governor of each of which was ex officio sheriff of the court for his province, I was, in a sense, a sort of shepherd of a political flock of some 650,000 people, whom I always thought of as a whole as my people. Samar and Leyte are separated, where nearest together, by a most picturesque winding strait bordered with densely wooded hills. San Juanico Strait is much narrower than the inland sea of Japan at its narrowest point, and almost as beautiful. In fact, at its narrowest point, it seems little more than a stone's throw in width. It is as pretty as the prettiest part of the Golden Horn. Leyte had been put under the civil government in 1901, and this premature interference with the military authorities, in the midst of their efforts to pacify the island, had the usual result of postponing pacification, by filling local politicians, wholly unable to comprehend a government which entreated or reasoned with people to do things, with the notion that we were resorting to diplomacy in lieu of force because of fear of them. Leyte and Samar were strategically won for the insurgents, just as the provinces of the Lake District of Luzon, described in an earlier chapter, were, because they could flee by night from one province to another in small boats without detection, when hard pressed by the Americano. The main insurgent general in Samar, Lukban, had surrendered to General Grant in 1902, but the cheaper fellows stayed out much longer, preying upon those who preferred daily toil to cattle stealing and throat-cutting as a means of livelihood, and continuing the political unrest intermittently in gradually diminishing degree through 1903. By the spring of 1904, however, there still remained in Samar riffraff enough, the jetsam and flotsam of the insurrection professional outlaws to get up some trouble, so that, as brigand chiefs, they might resume the rôles of Robin Hood, Jesse James, et al. During the first half of that year. The opportunity these worthies had been waiting for, while resting on their oars, developed. The crop of municipal officials resulting from the original McKinley plan of beginning the work of reconstruction during, instead of after, the war, and among the potential village Hamptons, instead of among the Cromwells, had resulted in some very rascally municipal officials who oppressed the poor, getting the hemp of the small farmer, when they would bring it to town, at their own prices, hemp being to Samar what cotton is to the south. From the lowland and upland farmers, the ever-widening discontent spread to the hills, where dwelt a type of people constituting only a small fraction of the total population of the islands, half savage and half child, but loving their hills, and wholly indisposed, of their own initiative, to start trouble, unless manipulated. Obviously, then, the public mind of Samar, those who know Samar will smile with me at the phrase, but it will do, for lack of a better was likely soon to be in a generally inflammable condition. By July 1904, the Robin Hoods, Jesse Jameses, et al., touched the match to the material and a political conflagration started, apparently as unguided save by the winds of impulse and, certainly as persistent, as a forest fire. Every native of the Philippine Islands, whether he be of the 7 million Christians or of the 500,000 non-Christian tribes, is born with a highly developed social instinct either to command or to obey. The latter tendency is quite as common in the Philippines as the former is in the United States. Hence the Samar disturbances of 1904-56, though made up at the outset of raids and depredations by various roving bands of outlaws yielding allegiance only to their immediate chief, soon took on a very formidable military and political aspect. The roving bands would ask the peaceably inclined people our flag was supposed to be protecting, "Are you for us or for the Americans?" promptly chopping their heads off if they showed any lack of zeal in denouncing American municipal institutions and things American in general. Pursuant to Mr. McKinley's original scheme concocted for a people he had never seen, under pressure of political necessity to rig up in short order a government, essentially popular in form. A lot of most pitiable municipal governments had been let loose on the people, a part of our series of kindergarten lessons. The plan was as wise as it will be for the Japanese. Someone please hold Captain Hobson while I finish the analogy when they conquer the United States, to go to the Bowery and the ghetto for mayors of all our cities. Thus, by our pluperfect benevolence, we had contrived in Samar by 1904 to rouse the Highland folk, or hill people, whom the Spaniards had always let alone, against the Pacific agricultural lowland people and the dwellers in the coast villages. The latter, or such of them as did not join the hill folk for protection, we permitted to be mercilessly butchered by wholesale, from August to November 1904, as hereinafter more fully set forth, because ordering out the army to protect them might have been construed at home to mean disturbances more serious and widespread than actually existed, and might therefore affect the presidential election in the United States by renewing the notion that the administration had never been frank with the American people concerning conditions in the Philippines. The annual report of the Philippine Commission for 1904 is dated November 1st, which was just a week before the presidential election day of that year. Their annual report for 1905 is dated November 1, 1905. In their report for 1904, the Commission deal with the general state of public order in the same roseate manner which, as we have seen, had made its first appearance during the political exigencies of 1900 in the language about the great majority of the people being entirely willing to benevolent alien domination in lieu of independence. When Rip Van Winkle was trying to quit drinking, he used to say after each drink, "Oh, we'll just let that pass." In their report for 1904, the Commission swallowed the conditions in Samar with equal nonchalance. After stating that some, impliedly negligible, disturbances had occurred in Samar 2 months since, they add that the constabulary of the province took the field against the bands of puelegends or outlaws, and that, as a result, they were soon broken up and are being pursued and killed or captured. P3. In their report dated November 1, 1905, by way of preface to an account of the extensive military operations inaugurated in Samar shortly after the presidential election of 1904, which operations had not only been in progress for nearly a year on the date of the 1905 report, but continued for more than a year thereafter, the Commission explained their 1904 nonchalance about Samar thus. It was then believed that the constabulary forces had succeeded in checking the further progress of the outbreak. P47. Let us examine the facts on which they based this statement, since it meant that they believed that a duly reported epidemic of massacres of peaceably inclined people, over whom the American flag was floating as a symbol of protection to life and property, had stood effectually checked by November 1, 1904, the date of their report. And first, of the massacres themselves, their nature and extent. The Samar massacres of 1904 began with what we all called down there, the outbreak of July 10th. In August 1904, I went to Samar to handle the cases arising out of the disturbances there, assisted by the native governor of the province, who, under the law already alluded to, was ex officio sheriff of the court, and an army of deputy sheriffs, as it were, the constabulary numbering several hundred. The outbreak of July 10th was always known afterwards as the Turin Affair. This Turin Affair was a raid by an outlaw band on the barrio of Turin, one of the hamlets of the municipal jurisdiction of the township called Gandara, in the valley of the Gandara River in north-central Samar, wherein 100 houses, the whole settlement, were burned and 21 people killed. The term of court lasted from early in August until early in November. The day after the Turin Affair, over on the other fork of the Gandara River, occurred what was called the Cantaguic Affair. Cantaguic was a hamlet or barrio about the size of Turin. The brigands killed the lieutenant of police of Cantaguic and some others, but they did not kill everybody in the place. Instead, after killing a few people, they went to the tribunal town hall, seized the local tenant, or municipal representative of American authority, tied the American flag they found at the tribunal about the head of the tenant, turban fashion, poured kerosene oil on it, and took the tenant downstairs and out into the public square, where they lighted and burned the flag on his head, the chief of the band, one Giuliano Cagicoy by name. Remarking to the onlookers that the act was intended as a lesson to those serving that flag, they then cut off the lips of the tenant so he could not eat. He, of course, died a little later, burned the barrio, and carried off 50 of the inhabitants. Cagicoy was captured some time afterward, and I sentenced him to be hanged. There was practically no dispute about the facts. After the Cantaguic Affair, during the term of court mentioned, the provincial doctor, Dr. Cullen, an American who had been a captain doctor of volunteers, had occasion to run up to Manila. The doctor was a most accomplished gentleman, but he had a fondness for the gruesome in description equal to Edgar Allan Poe himself. After he came back, he told me about having told the Governor-General of the Cantaguic Affair, and repeated with an evident pleased consciousness of his ability to make his hearers' blood curdle, how the governor had said to him slowly, "Doctor, that is awful." Blood seemed to whet the appetite for slaughter. The records of the August-November 1904 term of the Court of First Instance of Samar show all the various barrios of the Gandara Valley in flames on successive days, after the affairs of July 10th and 11th. I do not speak from memory, but from documents contained in a large bundle of papers kept ever since, in memory of that incarnadined epoch. You find one barrio burned one day and another day, until all the people of the Gandara Valley were made homeless. One of the constabulary officers, Lieutenant Bowers, a very gallant fellow, testified before me that from July 10th to the date of his testimony, which was on or about September 28th, some 50,000 people had been made homeless in Samar by the operations of the outlaws. I deem Lieutenant Bowers's estimate quite reasonable. His figures include only 1/5 of the population of an island, which was in the throes of an all-pervading brigand uprising. The conservative nature of Lieutenant Bowers's estimate concerning the mischief that had already been wrought by the end of September 1904, and was then gathering destructive potentiality like a forest or prairie fire, may be inferred from the contents of a memorandum appearing below, furnished me by a Spanish officer of the constabulary, a Lieutenant Calderon, who had been an officer of the rural guard in the Spanish days. It contains a list of 53 towns, villages, and hamlets. A barrio may be quite a village, sometimes even quite a town, though usually it is a hamlet, burned up to the date the memorandum was furnished me. In order to a clear understanding of these Samar massacres and town burnings of 1904, as well as for general geographical purposes, a few preliminary words of explanation will be appropriate just here. A province in the Philippines has heretofore been likened to a county with us. But in the largest provinces, the subdivisions of provinces called municipalities are more like counties, and each municipality is in turn subdivided into sections called barrios. A municipality, Spanish pueblo in the Philippines, is not primarily a city or town, as we understand it, i.e., a more or less continuous settlement of houses and lots more or less adjacent, but a specific area of territory, a township as it were. This area or territory may be 5 times 10 square miles, or 10 times 20, or more or less. For example, Samar's area is 5276 square miles. Yet it contained in 1904, and probably still contains, only 25 townships or municipalities all told, each municipality being subdivided in turn into barrios. Municipalities in the Philippines vary in size as much as counties do with us, and their total area accounts for and represents the total area of the province, just as the total area of the counties of a state represents with us the total area of the state. The seat of government of the municipality always bears the same name as the municipality itself, just as the county seat of a county usually, or frequently, bears the same name as the county with us. Take, for instance, the name of the first municipality or township in the list which appears below Gandara. The municipality of Gandara might be described by analogy as the county of Gandara, the list of barrios burned as a list of towns and villages of the county of Gandara. The municipality of Gandara included a watershed in north-central Samar, from which the Gandara River flowed in a southwesterly direction to the sea. Within this watershed, parallel 1212 north of the equator, intersects the 125th meridian of longitude east of Greenwich. Northern Samar is a very rich hemp country, cardamom hemp being usually quoted higher than any hemp listed on the London market. If you stand at the highest point of the Gandara watershed, you can see 4 streams flowing off north, northwest, northeast, and southwest to the sea. There are some half-dozen streams having their source there. Brigands making their headquarters there could always, when hard-pressed, get away in canoes toward the sea in almost any direction they wished. The following is Lieutenant Calderon's list. Relación por municipios de los barrios quemados. List by municipalities of the barrios burned. Municipality of Gandara. Torreon July 10, Cantaguic July 12, Coilan July 13, Arenas July 16, Blanca Aurora July 19, Bilao July 21, Pizarro August 8, Cajaybabago August 8, Nuva August 10, Hernandez August 10, San Miguel August 10, Buo August 15, El Cano August 17, San Enrique August 20, San Luis August 25. Municipality of Catbalogan. Calderon's list of barrios burned continued. Melino July 31, Salanga August 9, Jinga August 13, San Fernando August 15, Marigadon August 20, Talinga August 21, Santa Cruz August 22, Dap August 29, Palencia August 31, Albalate, date not given, Villa Hermosa, date not given. The above list of villages burned in the township of Catbalogan shows how bold the Pulegans had then grown. By that time, they were committing depredations, robbery, murder, and town burning in all the various villages within the municipal jurisdiction of the township of Catbalogan, coming often within a few miles of the town proper of Catbalogan itself, the seat of the provincial government. In the attack on Salanga, which occurred August 9th, a number of people were killed. Salanga was but little more than an hour's walk from the courthouse at Catbalogan. The governor at once wired Manila as follows. Catbalogan, Samar Og, 1904. Executive Secretary, Manila. The peaceably inclined people of the barrios near here are collecting here in large numbers, terrorized by Pulegans who are boldly roaming the country, burning barrios within 7 or 8 miles from Catbalogan. They kill men, women, and children without distinction. These Pulegans have fled from Gandara, where they are being actively pursued by constabulary. All forces that could be spared have gone out. We have about 30 available fighting men here. Pulegans liable at any time to enter Catbalogan. We are in danger of some occurrence quite as serious as the Surigao affair. There are buildings here which I must protect at all hazards: treasury, provincial jail with 95 prisoners, and commissary and ordnance stores of constabulary. We need at once at least 300 men, scouts if possible, to handle situation between here and Gandara. Pulegans undoubtedly have friends in Catbalogan. I suspect certain of the municipal authorities here. I estimate number of Pulegans now operating at about 500. Signed Fado, Governor. On September 2d, the provincial governor of Samar sent to Manila the following telegram. Catbalogan, Sept. 2, 1904. Carpenter Act, Excessi, Palace, Manila. 7:30 this evening, simultaneous reports from north and south sides of town, Pulegans approaching. They have not entered yet and may not, but have gathered Americans with wives and children in my house. Arms supplied. Treasury 25,000 canant. 140 prisoners in jail. Only 47 constabulary here. If Pulegans enter, much needless sacrifice life Pacific citizens here. Feel sure Pulegans have friends in Catbalogan. Request company either scouts or soldiers from Calbiog stationed here, preferably former. Their presence guarantees stability. Signed Fado, Governor. Of course, Governor Fado did not call for the regular army of the United States. His job, poor devil, was to demonstrate as best he could that the military were not needed. He would at once have been suspected of trying to scuttle the ship of benign civil government if he had admitted that the regular army was needed. But to return to Calderon's list. Municipality of Calbiog. Calderon's list of barrios burned, continued. Ilo August 17, Napuro August 17, Ballad August 17. Municipality of Right. Calderon's list of barrios burned, continued. Ginica and July 25, Calapi July 28, Bonga August 4, Tudubigin August 19, Moshing September 1 Lao, and October 10 Sao Jose, date not given. A sample of the distressing communications I was getting as these massacres progressed is the notification of the Moshing affair of September, first set forth below, which I give as a type of the methodical stoicism of those bloody times. Moshing was 7 miles down the coast road from Catbalogan. In the district of Moshing, Municipality of Right, Province of Samar, Philippine Islands, September 1, 1904. In the presence of the undersigned Peregrine Albano, member of the Village Council, there being also present the President of the Municipal Board of Health, Mr. Tomas San Pablo, and the principal men of the place, there has this day occurred the burial of the corpses, victims of the Pulegans in the cemetery of this place, to wit, the officer of volunteers, Rafael Rosales, and the following volunteers, viz. Gualberto Gabin, Juan Pacal, Dionisio Daisno, Pedro Damtanan, Carmelo Lagbo. Also the 2 women, Eustaquia Sapite and Apollinaria N., also one unknown Pulegan. This in fulfillment of the official letter of instructions, number 136, from the office of the President of the town of Wright dated today. Said burial ceremonies were conducted by the Reverend Father Marcos Gomez and were attended by the whole volunteer force of this place because of the death of their officer Rosales. Tomas San Pablo, President of the Board of Health. Peregrine Albano, Counselor. Illegible Morrow, Captain of Volunteers. Fancy having documents like the foregoing handed you with ever-increasing regularity as you sauntered, morning after morning, from your bath to your coffee and rolls, preparatory to the daily sifting of incidents, such as that which included the burning of the American flag on the head of the municipal representative of American authority already mentioned, and other like acts of poor misguided peasants stirred up by trifling scamps representing the dregs of insurrection. Moshing was not only within 7 miles of the courthouse at Catbalogan, but it was so near to Camp Bumpus, over in Leyte, where the 18th Infantry lay, that an order to them to move in the morning would have made life and property in all that brigand-harried region safe that night and continuously thereafter. General W.M. H. Carter, Major General U.S.A., well known to the American public as the able officer who, in 1911, commanded the United States forces mobilized on the Mexican border during the Mexican Revolution of that year, that ousted President Diaz and seated President Madero, was in command at the time the fall of 1904 of the military district of the Philippines, which included Samar and Leyte. A word of request to him would have made life definitely safe in all the coast towns and their vicinity within 2 or 3 days after receipt of such a request. Besides Gandara, Catbalogan, Calbiog, and Wright, Lieutenant Calderon's list included the trio of ill-fated municipalities set forth below, concluding with the illustrious name of Taft. Municipality of Catubig. Poblacion September 5, Tagaburan August 11, San Vicent August. Catubig was toward the north end of Samar. On the day of the burning and sacking of the poblacion of Catubig, September 5th, which was done by a force of several hundred Pulegans, the scouts and constabulary, so it was afterward reported, killed 100 of the Catubig Pulegans in an engagement. If this report were correct, as is likely, it was the biggest single killing of natives since the early days of the insurrection. But it did not in the least check the Pulegan insurrection, which simply swerved its fury from the Catubig region toward the coast, the Pacific coast, descending upon the towns, villages, and hamlets of the townships of Borongan and Taft, thus. Municipality of Borongan. Calderon's list of barrios burned continued. Sepa Sept, 23 Luksohang Sept, 23 Mabakog Sept, 23 Maydalong Sept, 23 Surabao Sept, 23 Bugas Oct, 10 Punta Maria Oct, 10 Canjoy Oct, 11. Municipality of Taft. Calderon's list continued. Del Remedio Sept, 22 San Julian Sept, 22 Nina Sept, 22 Libas Sept, 22 Pagbabangnan Sept, 22 San Vicent Sept, 21 Ginalaso Oct, 3. Of the 25 pueblos or townships of Samar, the Calderon list only pretended to throw light on events in 9 of them, those being the only ones from which definite news had then reached headquarters. But as a reign of terror prevailed all over Samar at the time, the rest may be imagined, though it can never be ascertained. Of these 9, the last 2 were: Municipality of Laurent, Pagbabalancayan Sept, 23. Municipality of Oras, Concepcion Sept, 23 Jipapad. Now it feels just as uncomfortable to be boloed in Pagbabalancayan as it would in a place with a more pronounceable name, and the same is true of the comparatively mellifluous Jipapad. True, some of these places were mere hamlets of 20 to 40 houses, but you may be sure there were 5 or 6 people, on an average, to each house. On the other hand, glance back again at the list of towns of the township of Taft that were sacked and burned, and consider that San Julian was about the size of the provincial capital, Catbalogan, and that Catbalogan, the town proper, contained a population of 4,000, though looked at from the amphitheater of hills which surround it, Catbalogan does not look like such a very large group of houses. Filipino houses are usually full of people. It is easier to live that way than to build more houses. After the Pulejan descent on Laurent, the people of Laurent all went off to the hills to the Pulejans for safety. They were not allowed to have firearms. This was forbidden by law, except on condition of making formal application for permission, getting it finally approved, and giving a bond, conditions which, in practical operation, made the prohibition all but absolute. The law was general for the whole archipelago. The theory of the law was that the inhabitants were under the peace and protection of a benign civil government. The real reason of the law was that if the people were allowed to bear arms, it was very uncertain which side they would use them on, our side or the other. But by 1904, the lowland and coast people of Samar would have been glad enough to have stuck to us and gone out after the mountain robber bands had we armed them. Left unprotected, a feeling seemed to spread in many places that about the only thing to do to be safe was to depart from under the protection of the American flag and take to the hills and join, or seem to join, the uprising. Toward the last of September, the provincial treasurer of Samar, an American, a Mr. Whittier, visited the east coast of Samar, including Taft. On October 5th, he stated before me as follows: "All the presidents that I have talked with, and this man Hill, said that they wanted some protection for their towns. Except at Borongan, there are no guns in the hands of the municipal police. This band near Taft was said to have 19 guns, and they felt they could not defend their towns with spears against these guns. There were reported to be between 200 and 600 in operation on the coast at that time, and they felt that they could not defend their towns with the means at hand. I found at Taft that they had taken all the records of the municipality and the money and taken it over to an island away from the main coast in order to protect their money and their records, and I understand the same thing was done at Laurent. At Oras, they had practically decided to take the same step if it became necessary. All of the commercial houses on the east coast and a large number of people congregated at Borongan, which was safe on account of the protection of the constabulary. And the constabulary there were doing very good work, doing everything they could with their small force, and they, the presidents, felt that if they had guns in the hands of the municipal police, or if they had the constabulary to guard their towns, they could go out after these people themselves. The importance of all this testimony, relatively to its forever sickening anyone acquainted with it with colonization by a republic, is that a transcript of Mr. Whittier's statement of October 5th was placed in the hands of the Governor General a few days later by Mr. Harvey, the Assistant Attorney General. And yet this situation continued until shortly after the presidential election. Several years afterwards, in the North American Review, Judge Ide, who was vice governor in 1904, after admitting that he was in constant consultation with the Governor-General all through that period, by way of showing his opportunities for knowing whereof he spoke. Denied that the failure to order out the military to protect the people from massacre had any relation whatever to the presidential election then going on in the United States. Mr. Whittier also stated before me that the total population of the municipality of Taft was 18,000, and that 25 men armed with guns in each of the 4 principal villages thereof that were burned would have prevented the destruction of those villages. So we did not protect the people, and we would not let them protect themselves. I do not select the Pueblo of Taft on account of its distinguished name. What's in a name? The fate of Taft and its inhabitants was simply typical of the fate which descended upon scores of other places in dark and bloody Samar between the outbreak of July 10, 1904, and the presidential election of November 8 of that year. And between those 2 dates, the shadow of such a fate was over all the towns of the island on which it did not in fact descend. Mr. Whittier stated to me informally that at the time he was speaking of in the above formal statement, there were pending, and had been pending for a long time. He seemed to think they must have been pigeonholed, applications for permission to bear arms from 15 different pueblos. After Mr. Whittier had finished his statement, the president of Taft made a like statement on the same day, October 5th. My retained copy shows that this official bore the ponderous name of Angel Custodio Crisologo. He declared a willingness to lead his people against the Puellagens if given guns, though the fervent soul did qualify this martial remark by adding, "If I am well enough," explaining that the presidential body was subject to rheumatism. Mr. Crisologo stated among other things that there had been 800 houses burned in the jurisdiction of Taft before he left the East Coast for Catbalogan about a week before. Like Mr. Whittier's, a copy of Mr. Crisologo's statement was delivered a few days later to the Governor-General in person by the Assistant Attorney General, Mr. Harvey, who had been present when it was made and taken down. This Mr. Harvey need not be, to the Western Hemisphere reader, a mere nebulous antipodal entity, as the Hun. Angel Custodio Crisologo might. He is a very live American, a very high-toned gentleman and an excellent lawyer, and was at last account still with the insular government of the Philippine Islands, though in a higher capacity, Solicitor General, than he was at the date of the events herein narrated. There was very little congenial society in Catbalogan when Mr. Harvey came there to help dispose of the criminal docket, and his advent was to me a very welcome oasis in a desert of the solitude of my own originality or lack of originality. On September 19th, had wired Vice-Governor Ide that there were 172 prisoners in the jail awaiting trial and many more coming. Of course, no justice of the peace would be trusted to pass on whether an alleged outlaw should or should not be held for trial. If he were secretly in sympathy with the discomfiture American authority in Samar was having, he might let the man go, no matter what the proof. Also, he might seek to clear himself of all suspicion in each case by committing men against whom there was no proof, thus unnecessarily crowding an already fast-filling provincial jail of limited dimensions, wherein Berry was already making its dread appearance. So the writ of habeas corpus remained unsuspended, thus making it possible to so state in later official certificates covering that period. But habeas corpus cut no more figure in the situation than it did at the Battle of Gettysburg, or at the crossing of the Red Sea by the chosen people, or at the sinking of the Titanic. The constabulary would worry along with such force as they had in the island of Samar, only a few hundred, certainly nearer 500 than 1,000. And whenever they had a battle with the outlaws, if they themselves were not annihilated, which happened more than once, they would bring back prisoners in droves and put them in the jail, and I was expected to sift out how much proof they had, or claimed to have, of overt acts by persons not actually captured in action. Of course, a race then began, a race against death, to see whether death or I would get to John Doe or Richard Roe first. And though I held court every day except Sunday from August to November 8th, sometimes getting in 16 hours per day by supplementing a day's work with a night session, death would often beat me to some one man on the jail list whom I happened to have picked out to get to the next day. Men so picked out were men as to whom something I might have heard held out the hope of being able to dispose of their cases quickly by letting them loose, thus getting that much farther from the danger limit of crowding in the jail. Some of these would be specially picked out because reported sick. I kept track of the sick by visiting them myself when practicable and talking to them. Of course, many of them were brigands pure legends, but some of them were the saddest looking, most abject little brigands that anybody ever saw. Of course, you might catch some nasty disease from them, but nobody, somehow, ever seemed to have any apprehension on that score in the Philippines. This does not argue bravery at all. It is merely the listless stoicism that lurks in the climate. I recollect going to walk one afternoon, after adjourning court at 5 o'clock, saying to the prosecuting attorney before adjourning, "We will take up the case of Capance Coral in the morning. There does not seem, from what I can understand, to be enough proof to convict him of anything." Of course, when you were dealing with hundreds of people, you did not have any nerve-wracking hysterics about any one man. Leaving the courthouse, I passed by the hospital, where Capance had been transferred, pending the arrival of witnesses against him and the rest of the crowd captured with him. I asked the hospital steward how Capance was. The answer was he had died at 4:45, some 20 minutes before. Death had beat me to Capance. When I meet Capance, he will know I did the best I could. I was under a great strain, a sort of writ of habeas corpus incarnate, the only thing remotely suggesting relief from unwarranted detention on the whole horizon of the situation. I was trying to do the best I could by the Constitution, in so far as the spirit of it had reached the Philippines. I broke down totally under the strain about November 8th, came home in the spring of the following year, and remained an invalid for several years thereafter. And as a noted corporation lawyer once said after recovery from a similar illness, "I haven't had much constitution since, but have been living mostly under the bylaws." American office holding in the Philippines is not so popular with the Filipinos as to have moved them to any outburst of gratitude in the shape of an effort to create a pension system for Americans who lose their health in the government service out there. When they leave the islands, they become as one dead so far as the Philippine insular government is concerned. And the men whose health is more or less permanently impaired by disability, incurred in line of duty in the Philippines, are not and will never be numerous or powerful enough back home to create any sentiment in favor of a pension system for former Philippine employees, since the Philippine business is not a subject of much popular enthusiasm at best. So if I had not had private resources, the results of the Samar insurrection of 1904 would have left me also in the pitiable plight in which I have beheld so many of my repatriated former comrades of the Philippine service in the last 7 years, to whom the heart of the more fortunate ex-Filipino, indeed, goes out in sympathy. But to return to the race to beat death to prisoners in that grim and memorable fall of 1904. In September, the crowded condition of the jail had begun to tell on the inmates. The constabulary force at Catbalogan was quite inadequate for the varied emergencies of the situation, there being, besides the town itself to protect, the provincial treasury to guard, the governor's office, the courthouse, and the jail. Consequently, the jail guard was too small. The jail buildings were in an enclosure a little larger than a baseball diamond, surrounded by high stone walls. But it was not safe to let the inmates sleep out in the enclosure at night. They had to be kept at night in the buildings. Any American who has visited the Central Penitentiary at Manila, called Balibid, has seen a place almost as clean as a battleship. This is American work. But the Filipinos are not trained in sanitary matters, and all they know about handling large crowds of prisoners they learned from the Spaniards. The governor was a native half-caste, a very excellent man, but free from that horror, which I think is an almost universal American trait, of seeing unnecessary and preventable sacrifice of human life, no matter whose the life. I inspected the jail as often as was practicable, and managed to keep down the death rate below what it might have been, the prisoners being allowed to go out in the open court during the day. They also had such medical attention as was available. However, during the last 5 or 6 weeks of that term of court, I would be pretty sure to find on my desk every 2 or 3 days, on opening court in the morning, a notice like this: Carcel Provincial de Samar, IF, Office in Adel Alcade. Catbalogan, Samar, IF, de September de 1904. Hun SR, Jusda Instancia de esta Provincia, Catbalogan, Samar, IF. Senar, Tengo el honor de poner en conocimiento de ese juzgado, que anoche entre 12 y 1 de ella, falleció el procesado, Ramón Boros, a consecuencia de la enfermedad de beriberi, que venía padeciendo. Lo que tengo el honor de comunicar es, juzgado para su superior conocimiento. De muy respetuosamente Gonzalo Lucero, alcalde de la cárcel provincial, which being interpreted means Provincial Jail of Samar, P.I. Catbalogan, Samar, P.I., September 22, 1904. His Honor, the Judge of First Instance of this province, Catbalogan, Samar, P.I. Sir, I have the honor to bring to the knowledge of the court that last night between 12 and 1 o'clock, the accused person Ramon Boros died in consequence of the disease of beriberi, from which he has been suffering, which fact I have the honor to communicate to the court for its superior knowledge. Very respectfully, Gonzalo Lucero, Warden of the Provincial Jail. Now a jail death rate of only 10 or 12 a month was not at all a bad record for an insurrection in a Philippine province. It would be rank demagoguery, at this late date, to be a party to anybody's getting excited about it. I was rather proud of it by comparison with the jail death rate of the Albay insurrection of the year before, where 120 men had died in the jail in about 6 months. But it began to get on one's nerves to have to expect a billet-doux like the above on your desk at the opening of court each day, when the accused person had had no commitment trial and may have been wholly innocent. It all came back to the difference between war and peace, viz., that in war it is to be expected that many innocent persons will suffer, but that in peace only the guilty should suffer. Moreover, in war that admits it is war, your agents, your army, are better able to handle crowds of prisoners than native police and constabulary, and the percentage of innocent who suffer with the guilty in such war will be far less. Whereas the contrary is true of war waged by constabulary checked by courts which pretends that a state of peace exists, i.e., which pretends there is no need for declaring martial law and calling on your army. It was this Samar insurrection which convinced me that waging war with courts and constabulary in lieu of the recognized method was, in its net results, the cruelest kind of war, and that the civil government of the Philippines was a failure, in so far as regarded Mr. McKinley's original injunction to the Taft Commission, where, after alluding to the articles of capitulation of the city of Manila to our forces, which concluded with the words, "This city, its inhabitants, and its private property of all descriptions, are placed under the special safeguard of the faith and honor of the American Army." He added, "As high and sacred an obligation rests upon the government of the United States to give protection for property and life to all the people of the Philippine Islands. I charge this commission to labor for the full performance of this obligation, which concerns the honor and conscience of their country." Commenting on this in his inaugural address as Governor of the Philippines, Governor Taft had said, "May we not be recreant to the charge, which he truly says concerns the honor and conscience of our country." No matter who was to blame, here we were in Samar, with the 14th Infantry 3 hours away in one direction at Calbayog, doing nothing, and the 18th Infantry 5 hours away in another direction, at Tacloban, doing nothing, and a reign of terror going on in Samar, with the peaceably inclined people of the lowlands and coast towns appealing to us for protection and not getting it, sometimes crouching in abject terror without knowing which way to fly, sometimes taking to the hills and joining the outlaws as a measure of self-preservation. 'Twas pitiful, wondrous pitiful. I then and there decided that we ought to get out of the Philippines as soon as any decent sort of a native government could be set up, and that our republic was not adapted to colonization. In his North American Review article above cited, in denying that the unwillingness of the Manila government to order out the army in Samar in the fall of 1904 had anything to do with the possible effect so doing might have had on the presidential election, then in progress in the United States, Governor Ide rebuked me with patronizing self-righteousness thus. Was Judge Blount opposed to kindness? He means in giving the Filipinos, under such circumstances, the protection of civil government, instead of ordering out the army. No, but I was opposed to using a saw in lieu of a lancet in excising the ulcers of that body politic at that time. In protesting that there was nothing sinister, about the failure to use the troops, Judge Ide cunningly wonders whether my attitude was subsequently assumed after I left the islands because of proclivities as a Democrat, or whether it was merely due to predilections in favor of military rule. Read Mr. McKinley's instructions to the Taft Commission, above quoted, that to protect life and property concerned the honor and conscience of their country, and consider if the Ide suggestion does not seem to hide its head and slink away in shame before the strong, clear light of what was then a plain duty. As a matter of fact, Judge Charles S. Lobinger, who is still with the Philippine judiciary, visited me en route to another point during that summer term of court, and he will recall, should he ever chance upon this book and this chapter, with what vehemence I said to him at the time, in effect, "Judge, we belong in the Western Hemisphere. We have no business out here permanently. If proclivities and predilections in favor of affording decent protection to the lives and property of defenseless people by properly garrisoning their towns constitutes lack of kindness, then the Ide rebuke was well taken. These details are not related with Pickwickian gravity in order to acquaint the reader with my utterances as being important per se. But it is important to make clear to the reader, and he is entitled, in all frankness, to have it made clear by one who has now so long detained his attention on this great subject, to know just when the light from heaven on the road to Damascus broke upon this witness, and how and why he came to be in favor of Philippine independence, because the reasons which convinced him may seem good in the sight of the reader also. If the man who reads this book shall see that the man who wrote it was, in Samar in 1904, neither a Republican nor a Democrat, but simply an American in a far distant land, jealous of the honor of his country's flag and its capacity as a symbol of protection to those over whom it floated, then the work will not have been written in vain. The presidents or mayors of the various pueblos were in session at Catbalogan in semi-annual convention during the first few days of October, 1904, when the Assistant Attorney General, Mr. Harvey, visited Catbalogan. Mr. Harvey and the writer had taken a number of long walks together in the suburbs of Catbalogan, though Major Dade, commanding the Samar Constabulary, an officer of the regular army, had warned us it was not safe outside of town. We had talked over the situation fully. Besides all its other aspects, there were a number of American women in Catbalogan, an American lawyer's wife, the wife of the superintendent of schools, her sister, and others. It was not at all likely that the Pulegans would enter Catbalogan, but there was always the possibility, not to be wholly ignored, that some such episode as that of March 23d of the preceding year at Surigao, already described, might be repeated. As hereinbefore noted, on August 9th, the Pulegans had done some killing and burning at Salanga, less than 10 miles north of Catbalogan, and likewise at Moshing, less than 10 miles south of Catbalogan, on September 1st, and on the evening of September 2d, about 7:30, there had been a false alarm caused by some native of Catbalogan running down the main street yelling, "Pulegans! Pulegans!" All of which did not tend to make you feel that your American women were quite as entirely safe from harm as they ought to be. In the course of one of our walks, Mr. Harvey and I had stopped on the mountainside overlooking Catbalogan to catch our breath and take in the view of the town below and the sea beyond. I said to him, because I knew his mind also was on the one great need of the hour, "Yes, sir, if President Roosevelt were here and could see this situation as we do, he would order out the army and protect these defenseless people, no matter which way the chips might fly." Mr. Harvey agreed with me. He promised to go back to Manila and tell the authorities there so. After we came back to town, we were advised that the Convention of Presidents desired to have Mr. Harvey favor them with an address. He said, "What shall I tell them?" I said, "Tell them that if they will do their duty by the American government will do its duty by them." He spoke Spanish fluently, made a good speech, and told them in effect just that thing. Then he went back to Manila, and shortly afterward wrote me the 2 letters which follow. Department of Justice, Philippine Islands, Office of the Assistant Attorney General for the Constabulary. Manila, PI, October 15, 1904. My dear Judge, we arrived in Manila on Tuesday morning, the 11th instant, and I prepared my report and submitted it to the Attorney General on the 12th. In the meantime, making a transcript of your summary and delivering a copy of same with other information to the Attorney General along with my report. After dictating the report and before delivering it, I had a conversation with General Allen on the situation in Samar and told him what my recommendations would be. He agreed that rewards should be offered for the capture of Pablo Bulen, Antonio Anagar, and Pedro de la Cruz, but took issue on the other recommendations. And to my mind, he takes a very extreme view. But I thought at the time and still think that he wanted to tone me down in my feelings in the matter. I think the real cause for his opposition is the effect that he fears an aggressive attitude might have on the presidential election. In other words, whatever they do aggressively might be misconstrued and made use of as political capital. At Governor Wright's request, I got the report from the Attorney General before it was sent up and went over to the Malakanan. And the governor read the report and read most of the data that I submitted with the report, including your summary. And while he did not say much, what he did say convinced me that there would be something doing if it were not on the eve of election. And in my opinion, there will be things doing in Samar within 30 days. I enclose herewith a copy of your summary and also a copy of my report to the Attorney General. On the 18th instant, I received your telegram to hold the completion of your summary until receipt of a letter mailed by you that day. I telegraphed you in reply that my report and your summary were placed in the hands of the Attorney General on the 12th instant. If there is any additional data in your letter mailed on the 13th, I will submit it to the proper authorities. For the lack of time, I will close and write more next time. Very truly yours, signed Gio R. Harvey, Assistant Attorney General. Department of Justice, Philippine Islands, Office of the Assistant Attorney General for the Constabulary. Manila, PI, October 19, 1904. My dear Judge Blount, since mailing my letter to you of last Saturday, I have found the copies of your summary on the situation in Samar and enclose two herewith, in accordance with my promise. This week, we have received some good news from Samar with reference to important captures and killings of legends. I am not in touch with what is going on with reference to Samar and can give you no information along that line. As I remember, the governor told me the other day when I was talking with him that one more company of scouts will be sent down right away. I sincerely hope the situation is improving and that you are getting along rapidly in disposing of the large docket before you. If there is not a very great improvement in the situation by the 9th of November, I think there will be a considerable movement of troops in Samar within 30 days. For the good of the government, I hope the situation will improve materially before that time. I would like to see them put the troops there right now. I am of the opinion that it would not affect the election a half-dozen votes, and it might save 2 or 3 or a half-dozen massacres and the destruction of much property. With best wishes for your success in your work, and with regards to Mr. Block, I am very truly yours, Gio R. Harvey, Assistant Attorney General, Philippines Constabulary to Hun. James H. Blount, Judge of First Instance, Cat Balogan, Samar, P.I. These two letters may be found at P. 2532, Congressional Record, February 25, 1908, where they were the subject of remark in the House of Representatives by Hun. Thomas W. Hardwick of Georgia, apropos of Governor Ide's North American Review article of December, 1907. A few weeks after the presidential election, I saw Mr. Harvey in Manila. We naturally talked about Samar and his 2 letters to me. The troops had then been ordered out. He referred to his conference with the Governor General and stated, "Yes, he told me that was the reason," meaning that the reason for not ordering out the troops was the one assigned in his Harvey's letter to me, viz. Whatever we do aggressively might be misconstrued and made use of as political capital. On October 18, 1904, there was received at Manila the following cablegram concerning the presidential campaign in the United States. New York, 16th. Judge Parker, in addressing campaign clubs ad Esopus the past week, returned to the subject of the Philippines in the evident hope of making it a paramount issue of the campaign. He repeated his former declaration that the retention of the Philippines and the carrying out of the policy of the Republican administration have cost $650 million and 200,000 lives. Secretary of War Taft, in addressing a mass meeting held in Baltimore Saturday night, ridiculed Judge Parker's statement and characterized his figures as alarmist. Of course, Judge Parker's figures were rather high of which more anon. He was not going to miss anything in the way of a chance of getting a rise out of the administration by understatement. But some statement from the Philippines at once became a supremely important desideratum to counterbalance Judge Parker's overstatement, some optimism to meet the Parker pessimism. Encouraged by the public interest aroused by the figures furnished him, and the consequent apparent uneasiness it created in the enemy's camp, Judge Parker soon had the whole Philippine group of islands going to the demnition bow-wows. On October 20th, Secretary of War Taft cabled Governor Wright, then Governor-General of the islands, a long telegram quoting Judge Parker as having used, among other language descriptive of the beatitudes we had conferred on our little brown brother, the following: the towns in many places in ruins, whole districts in the hands of ladrones. At that time, the whole archipelago was absolutely quiet for the nonce, except Samar. Samar was the only island where Judge Parker's statement was true, and as to Samar, it was absolutely true. On October 23, Governor Wright wired Secretary of War Taft as follows: there is nothing warranting the statement that towns are in ruins. It is not true that there are whole districts in the hands of ladrones. Life and property are as safe here as in the United States. This was followed by a perfectly true and correct picture of the peace and quiet, which then prevailed for the time being everywhere throughout the archipelago, except in Samar, which dark and bloody isle was specifically excepted. Then followed a statement as to Samar, full of allusions as elaborately optimistic as any of the Taft cablegrams of 1900, to impliedly inconsiderable, prowling bands of outlaws in Samar. Of course, nobody at home knew the answer to this, so it silenced the Parker batteries, and the Samar massacres proceeded unchecked. Meanwhile, the 14th Infantry at Calbiog, Samar, and the 18th Infantry at Tacloban, Leyte, smiled with astute, if contemptuous tolerance, at the self-inflicted impotence of a republic trying to make conquered subjects behave without colliding too violently with home sentiment against having conquered subjects. Sang their favorite barrack room song. He may be a brother of W.M. H. Taft, but he ain't no friend of mine. And continued to enjoy enforced leisure. They did chafe under the restraint, but it at least relieved them from the not altogether inspiring task of chasing pelegons through jungles and along the slippery mire of precipitous mountain trails, and at the same time permitted the secondest second lieutenant among them to swear fierce blasé oaths, not wholly unjustified, about how much better he could run the islands than they were being run. On October 26th, I wired Governor Wright at Manila as follows: since my letter of October 6th, situation appears worse. Additional depredations both on east and west coast. Smith Bell closing out. Reliable American residing in Wright says that during weekending last Sunday 13 families living along River Nakback, barrio of Tutubigan, said Pueblo, kidnapped by brigands and carried off to hills. This means some 60 people having farms along river, rice ready to be harvested. 7 of the 11 barrios of Wright have been burned. Blount. When I sent that telegram of October 26th, the situation in the Pueblo of Wright was typical of the reign of terror throughout the island. Wright could have been reached by the 18th Infantry, then over at Tacloban, in Leyte, and garrisoned on 8 hours' notice. But I had little hope that the telegram would stir the 18th. The best man I had ever personally known well in high station was at the head of the government of the islands, and as he was my friend, I sat down to think the situation out, determined, with the prejudice which is the privilege of friendship, to analyze his apparent apathy, and to conjecture how many times 13 families, having farms along river, rice ready to be harvested, would have to be carried off to the hills by the brigands in order to move the 18th Infantry before the presidential election. Then I wondered just how many seconds it would have taken a British Governor-General, backed by unanimous home sentiment concerning the wisdom of having colonies, to have acted, had a great British colonial mercantile house like Smith, Bell & Co. appealed to him for protection of its interests. And that brought me, there on the tie ribs of earth, as Kipling would phrase it, to the fundamentals of the problem. The British imperial idea of which Kipling is the voice and Benjamin Kidd the accompanist is based, superficially, upon a supposed necessity for the control of the tropics by non-tropical peoples, though fundamentally, It is an assertion of the right of any people to assume control of the land and destinies of another when they feel sure they can govern that other better than that other can govern itself. Is this proposition tenable, and if so, within what limits? Is it tenable to the point of total elimination of the people sought to be improved? If not, then how far? How far is incidental sacrifice of human life negligible in the working out of the broader problem of the greatest good of the greatest number? In his article in the North American Review for December 1907, Governor Ide makes exhaustive answer to the doctors who for some months past, in the columns of the North American Review and elsewhere, have published prescriptions for curing the ills of the Filipino people, including Senator Francis G. Newlands, Hun, William J. Bryan, and the writer. In the course of disposing of the quack last mentioned, Governor Ide gets on rather a high horse, asking, with much dignified indignation, how many people in the United States would have known or cared whether the army was or was not ordered out in Samar in 1904? I concede that the solicitude was a super-solicitude, as do the Harvey letters, but like them, I must recognize its reality. However, when Governor Ide reaches this rhapsody of conscious virtue, it is inconceivable that the Commission could have been animated by the base and ignoble partisan prejudices thus charged against them, capping his climax by triumphantly pointing out that Governor-General Wright was a lifelong Democrat. He doth protest too much. For the angelic pinions he thus attaches to himself are at once rudely snapped by the reflection that a very short while after his article came out in the North American Review, Governor Wright became Secretary of War in President Roosevelt's cabinet, and a little later took the stump for Taft and Sherman in 1908. Governor Wright did not stoop to deny or extenuate his share in the matter, and I honor him for it. But to stick to your own crowd and then deny afterwards that you did so, that is another story. However, let us brush aside such petty attempts to cloud the real issue, which is, how many people would Governor Wright and Vice Governor Ide have permitted to be massacred by the Pulegians in Samar in 1904 before they would have ordered out the military prior to the presidential election? Let us consider the case, not with a view of clouding the issue, but of clearing it. The truth is, Governor Wright was very gravely concerned about the Samar situation from August to November 1904. Of course, it is due to him to make perfectly clear that he did not realize the gravity of that situation as vividly as those of us who were on the ground in Samar, 400 or 500 miles away. But the information hereinbefore reviewed, conveyed to him by the provincial governor, by Mr. Harvey, the Assistant Attorney General sent to Samar for the express purpose of getting the Manila government in possession of the exact situation, and by myself, was certainly sufficient to make him chargeable with notice of all that happened thereafter, certainly chargeable with knowledge of all that had happened theretofore. Of course, there was General Allen, the Commander-in-Chief of the Constabulary, at Manila, presumably speaking well of his command, the right arm of the civil government, presumably giving industrious and tactful aid and comfort to the idea that the authorities could afford to worry along with the constabulary alone until after the presidential election. But that could not discount the actual facts reported from the afflicted province by the officials on the ground. General Allen, it should be noted, remained in Manila all this time, so that any Otis-like situation well in hand, bouquets he may have thrown at his subordinates in Samar, and the situation there generally were mere political hothouse products, surer to be recognized as such by the shrewd kindliness of the truly considerable man at the head of the government than by most anyone else he could hand them out to. That man knew, to all intents and purposes, in the great and noble heart of him, what was really going on in Samar. He knew that massacres had been occurring, and that they were likely to keep on occurring. In other words, he knew that preventable sacrifice of life of defenseless people was going on, and that he could put a stop to it any time he saw fit. The question he had to wrestle with was, should he stop it, knowing the hell for sartin, the Democratic orators in the United States would at once luridly describe as broke loose in the Philippines? I insist that there is no use for any holier-than-thou gentleman to become suffused with any glow of indignant conscious rectitude based on the premises we are considering. Better to look a little deeper, on the idea that you are observing your republic in flagrante colonization, with as good a man as you ever have had, or ever will have, among you, as the principal actor. Governor Wright's course was entirely right if the Philippine policy was right. If his course was not right, it was not right because the Philippine policy is fundamentally wrong. Governor Wright, of course, believed that the Philippine policy was right. I myself did not come finally to believe it was wrong until it was revealed in all its rawness by the period now under discussion. Of course, the governor did not vividly realize that the American women in Catbalogan were not entirely safe. If he had, he would have rushed the troops there, politics or no politics. But native life was politically negligible. What difference would a few score, or even a few hundred, natives of Samar make, compared with that pandemonium of anarchy and bloodshed all over the archipelago which Messrs. Taft, Wright, and Ide had long been insisting would follow Philippine independence? Was the whole future of 8 million of people to be jeopardized to save a few people in Samar? That was the moral question before the insular government in its last analysis. And the government faced the proposition squarely and answered it, no. I will go farther than this. If I had believed with Messrs. Taft, Wright, and Ide that Philippine independence meant anarchy in the islands and the orthodox, bloody welter of chaos, I too might have hesitated to order out the troops on the eve of the election, and my hesitation, like theirs, might have continued until the election was safely over. So might yours, reader. Don't be so certain you would not. Practically absolute power, sure of its own benevolence, has temptations to withhold its confidence from the people that you wot not of. Don't condemn Governor Wright. Condemn the policy and change your republic back to the course set by its founders. Give the Philippine people the independence they of right ought to have, instead of secretly hoping to unload them on somebody else through the medium of your next great war. The question of whether the troops should have been ordered out or not at the time above dealt with is by no means without two sides. On the bloody welter side, you have the well-known opinions of Messrs. Taft, Wright, and Ide. On the other side, you have before you for the moment only my little opinion. So instead of having in Governor Wright a Bluebeard, you simply have a man of great personal probity and unflinching moral courage, following his convictions to their ultimate logical conclusion without shadow of turning, in the act of colonization. In other words, Mr. American, you see yourself, as others see you. So face the music and look at yourself. In your colony business, you are a house divided against itself, which cannot stand. On the other hand, I knew the Filipino people far more intimately than either Mr. Taft, Governor Wright, or Judge Ide. I spoke their language which they did not. I had met them both in peace and in war which they had not. I had held court for months at a time in various provinces of the archipelago, from extreme northern Luzon to Mindanao which they had not. I had met the Filipinos in their homes for years on terms of free and informal intercourse impracticable for any governor-general. It was therefore perfectly natural that I should know them better than any of these eminent gentlemen. I was not prepared to be in a hurry about recommending myself out of office by assenting that our guardianship over the Filipinos should at once be terminated, but I knew there was nothing to the bloody welter proposition. The home life of the Filipino is too altogether a model of freedom from discord, pervaded as it is by parental, filial, and fraternal love, and their patriotism is too universal and genuine to give the bloody welter bugaboo any standing in court. But whosoever questions for one moment Governor Wright's high personal character simply does not know the man. To do so, moreover, would fatally cloud the issue I have sought to make clear between his view of the duty of our government and my own. In his moods that reminded one of Lincoln, Governor Wright used to say, "Don't shoot the organist, he's doing the best he can." It is true that his answer to Judge Parker was not a full and frank statement of the case. But did it lie in American human nature, when your antagonist was recklessly overstating the case in the heat of debate on the eve of a presidential election, to take him into your confidence and tell him all you knew, in simple trusting faith that he would thereafter quit exaggerating? To permit the dispute to boil down to the real issue, viz., how many lives it was permissible to abandon on the greatest good to the greatest number theory, would obviously jeopardize the existence of a government which the governor of the Philippines naturally believed to be better for all concerned than any other. And there is your cul-de-sac. Hinc illi lacrimae. We can point with pride to many things we have done in the Philippines, the public improvements, the school system, the better sanitation, and a long list of other benefits conferred. But in the greatest thing we have done for them, we have builded wiser than we knew. God moves in a mysterious way his wonders to perform. In 14 years, we have welded the Filipinos into one homogeneous political unit. In a most charming book, entitled An Englishwoman in the Philippines, we can see our attempts to fit government by two political parties into overseas colonization caricatured, without sting, until we really remind ourselves of a hippopotamus caressing a squirrel. In one passage, the British sister describes our program as one to educate the Filipino for all he is worth, so that he may, in the course of time, be fit to govern himself according to American methods. But at the same time, they have plenty of soldiers to knock him on the head if he shows signs of wanting his liberty before the Americans think he is fit for it. A quaint scheme, she naively adds, and one full of the go-ahead originality of America. The more we teach the Filipinos, the more intimately they will become acquainted, in their own way, with the history of the relations between our country and theirs from the beginning, including the taxation without representation, through congressional legislation, hereinafter noticed, placed or kept on our statute books by the Hemp Trust and other special interests in the United States. And they will learn all these things in the midst of a growing gulf between the two peoples. In 14 years, we have made these unwilling subjects, whom we neither want nor need any more than they want or need us, a unit. A unit for home rule in preference to alien domination, it is true. But nevertheless, a patriotic unit, one people, a potential body politic which can take a modest but self-respecting place in the concert of free nations, with only a little more additional help from us. In the handling of an insurrection in any given province with courts and constabulary, during the first 4 or 5 years after the Taft government of the Philippines was founded, the function of a representative of the Office of the Attorney General, coming from Manila to help the local prosecuting attorney handle a large docket and a crowded jail, was by no means remotely analogous to that of a grand jury. He originated prosecutions, found no bill, etc. When Mr. Harvey came to Samar, he came direct to the courtroom, and I suspended the trial of the pending case, and, after greeting him, began an informal talk which was akin to the nature of a charge to a grand jury, putting him in possession of the general aspects of the uprising. He was a very just and kindly man, and entered into the spirit of the task. I elaborated on the class of cases where the defendant claimed, as most of them did, yes, I joined the band of brigands, but I was made to do so. It was also indictable to furnish supplies to the public enemy. This presented the class of cases where the brigands would swoop down on a town and demand rice, and not getting it, would sometimes kill the persons refusing it, and so intimidate the rest into finding rice for them. Also, there was the class of cases where a man would claim to have been one of the inhabitants of an unprotected town who had gone off to the hills in a body, for safety, to propitiate the mountain people by becoming part of them. This sort of thing at one time threatened to become epidemic with all the coast towns. It did not, however. A modus vivendi of some sort, sometimes express, sometimes merely tacit, would be arranged between the coast people and the hill people. These modus vivendi arrangements enabled the coast people to obtain a certain degree of safety, in lieu of that we should have secured them, but did not, by making the hill folk believe that the coast men were against us, and for them. At one time, the prosecuting attorney got hold of evidence sufficient to authorize the issuance of a warrant for the president of Balingiga, the man supposed to have engineered the massacre of the 9th Infantry in September 1901. I authorized the issuance of the warrant for his arrest, but the native governor of the province, and also Major Dade, the American regular officer commanding the constabulary, satisfied me that we did not have force sufficient to protect Balingiga from the Pulegians if we arrested the president, who, being persona grata to the Pulegians, was able to keep them from descending on his town. To arrest him would therefore mean, in their opinion, that the people of Balingiga would take to the hills for protection and join the hill folk, or Pulegians, and if a town as large as Balingiga set any such example, all the coast towns might follow it. So the supposed perpetrator of the 9th Infantry massacre was allowed to remain unmolested. The American court was impotent to enforce its processes. In my mass of Philippine papers, there is one containing a copy of my remarks to the Assistant Attorney General on his arrival at Catbalogan, above referred to as analogous to a charge to a grand jury at home. It is dated Catbalogan, Samar, September 28, 1904, and is headed Remarks by the Court upon the occasion of the arrival of Assistant Attorney General Harvey, with regard to the recent disturbances in Samar and the cases for brigandage and sedition growing out of the same. Certain parts of this contemporary document will doubtless give the reader a more vivid apprehension of the then situation than he can get from mere subsequent description. Of course, the visiting representative of the Attorney General's office was familiar in a general way with the manner of the handling of the Albay insurrection in the previous year, described in the chapter preceding this. In discussing the Samar situation, the remarks of the court contain, among other things, this passage. In the cases growing out of the Albay disturbances, there were a great many people who strayed out to the mountains just like cattle. They did not know why or whither they went. As to those persons, Judge Carson, Mr. Ross, and myself were unanimous in the opinion that some of them could be indicted under the vagrancy law. There were others of a greater degree of guilt, but who did not appear to have been what you might call ordinary thieves, and we were all agreed to indict those under the sedition law, the limit of which is 10 years and $10,000. Thus you do not force upon a judge of first instance the responsibility of sentencing a man to 20 years of his life for a connection with bandits which may be but little more than technical. Besides those two classes, there were in Albay of course the bandits proper, to whom the banderismo law was specially intended to apply. There cannot be any doubt about the fact that this banderismo law is one of the most stringent statutes that ever was on the statute books of any country. It is very far from the purpose of this court to attempt to say what would be the wisest legislation, or to say that this is not the very best legislation, under the circumstances. How we administer the several laws alluded to governing public order will settle whether or not substantial justice is done. The men in the United States, who in those days were slinging mud at the Philippine trial judges as being subservient, wholly missed the core of the whole matter. In the provinces where so many heavy sentences were imposed, the real situation was that a state of war existed, and the judges believed, and I think correctly, that they were practically a military commission of one, and much more able to give a prisoner a square deal, tempering justice with mercy, than officers briefly gathered from the scenes of the fighting to act as a military commission. We tried those men with as little prejudice as if they had just come from the moon. Moreover, from the italicized concluding words of the above excerpt from my talk to the Assistant Attorney General, it will be seen that the court had practically unlimited discretion in the matter of punishment, and was, in fact, about the only court of criminal equity in the annals of Anglo-Saxon jurisprudence. In the last analysis, the righteousness or unrighteousness of a civil government in a country not yet entirely subjugated depends on whether more innocent people suffer through completing the work of subjugation with constabulary whose prisoners of war are tried, to see what they may have done, if anything, by one-man courts, or whether more innocent people suffer through completing the work of subjugation as any other great power on earth, but ourselves would have completed it with an army. Trying the prisoners by military commission. Unless you yourself were a traitor to your country, you considered as criminal attempts to subvert your government by cutthroats that no one of the respectable Filipinos, from Aguinaldo and Juan Cales down, would have hesitated to have shot summarily. But you sought to make the punishment in each case fit the crime, by ascertaining as dispassionately as if the defendant were fresh from the moon, just what each accused man had himself done. Either Aguinaldo or an American military commission would have had such people shot in bunches as not entitled to be treated as prisoners of war. The trouble with the civil government did not lie in its judiciary, but in its constabulary. It was the physical handling of the crowds of prisoners by the constabulary, and their failure, because not numerous enough, to protect peaceably inclined people, which made it a fact that turning the situation over to the military would have meant less sacrifice of the innocent along with the guilty. It is much more merciful to kill a few hundred people, as a lesson to the rest, and let the rest go, with the clear understanding that if they insurrect again you will promptly kill a few hundred more, than to permit a reign of terror from 1 month to another, and from 1 year to another, with all the untilled fields, famine, pestilence, and other disease this involves, merely in order to be able to invoke the blessing of the Dr. Lyman Abbotts of the world on a supposedly benign civil government. In all my sentences, and in all his indictments, Mr. Harvey and the writer sailed close to the wind, by holding only those responsible who had taken active parts in the sacking and burning of villages and the massacre of their inhabitants. I knew that sooner or later some officious prosecuting attorney of less noble mold than Harvey would ask me to convict some poor creature of brigandage for giving a little rice to the brigands, and my mind was made up to refuse to do so, and in so refusing to commit heresy once, and for all by expressing my sentiments, in the decision, concerning the failure to give adequate protection to defenseless people, along the lines indicated in this chapter. No such case was in fact presented. I broke down under the strain of graver cases early in November and left Samar forever, bound for Manila. Before I left, the whole island was seething with sedition. I was told by a credible American that the chief deputy sheriff of the court, an ex-insurgent officer, one of the Pisateni Price policy appointees, had remarked among some of his own people where he did not expect the remark to be repeated. I see no use persecuting our brethren in the hills. The municipal officials of the provincial capital, Catbalogan, were suspected by the native provincial governor, and the latter in turn was suspected by the Manila government. In fact, the whole political atmosphere of the island had become full of rumor and suspicion as to who was for the government and who was against the government. I left Samar, November 8th, which was the day of the presidential election of 1904, determined to try no more insurrections. By that time, nearly everybody in the island was more or less guilty of sedition, and I did not know the method of drawing an indictment against a whole people. Chapter 19. Governor Wright 1905. My heart is heavy with the fate of that unhappy people. Speech of Hun, A. O. Bacon in U.S. Senate. Because the especially cordial relations which existed to the last between Governor Wright and myself are familiar to a number of very dear mutual friends, I deem it due both to them and to myself, in view of the contents of the preceding chapter, to state that I see no reason why, in writing a history of the American occupation of the Philippines, I should omit or slur the facts which convinced me that that occupation ought to terminate as soon as practicable, and that any decent kind of a government of Filipinos, by Filipinos, would be better for all concerned than the McKinley-Taft program of benevolent assimilation, whereof Governor Wright was the legatee. By the 1,001 uncandid threads of that program, slowly woven from 1898 to 1904, as indicated in the first 16 chapters of this book, Governor Wright had found himself as hopelessly bound to concealment from the American people of the real situation in Samar in the fall of 1904, as a Gulliver in Lilliput. When I finally left Samar and came to Manila in November 1904, I was not prepared to figure out how or how soon the blunder we made by the purchase of the Philippine archipelago could be corrected. But my mental attitude toward the whole Philippine problem had undergone a complete change. In 1901, Governor Wright, then Vice Governor, had written me, "You younger men out here, who have cast your fortunes with this country, are to be, in all likelihood, in the natural course of events, its future rulers." Up to 1903, I had clung to that idea with the devotion of what was really high and earnest purpose, untroubled with misgivings of any kind. In November 1903, in Albay, Judge Carson and myself had talked over the long struggle of the civil government to walk without leaning on the military, and, with the readiness of one vested with authority to believe such authority wisely vested, and the readiness of a civilian lawyer to jealously guard the American home idea that the military should be subordinate to the civil authority. I had cordially agreed with a sentiment one day expressed by Judge Carson concerning Governor Taft about the splendid moral fiber of the man, meaning in keeping the military from prancing out of the traces. After Governor Taft left the islands to be Secretary of War, December 23, 1903, and while I was still in Albay, I had learned of the 120 men who had died in the Albay jail while awaiting trial, and thereafter something of the magnitude of the Ola insurrection there, and that had given me pause as to the practical benevolence of the operation of a benign civil government. Then the Samar massacres of 1904 and the gory panorama I had there witnessed had finally convinced me that a republic like ours is wholly unfitted to govern people against their consent. But I did not tell anybody in Manila all these things. I simply pondered them. Grover Cleveland was the only man in the world I would have liked to talk to just then freely and fully, and he was not about. My heart was heavy with the fate of that unhappy people, as Senator Bacon had said in the Senate in 1902 after visiting the islands in 1901. I did not condemn Governor Wright. I quite realized that I was up against about the largest ethical problem of world politics, one on which the nations are much divided, and that I was not infallible. I did not say to the governor, "Governor, let's resign and go home and tell our people that this whole business is a mistake." Nor did I ever lose faith in Governor Wright personally. If I had, I might just as well have said, "After this, the deluge." I would simply have lost faith in human nature. I had not then, nor have I since, known a man of higher personal character. I had simply lost faith in benevolent assimilation and begun to take the Filipino people seriously as a potential nation, probably better able to handle their own domestic problems than we will ever be able to handle them for them. The day after I resigned, Mr. Justice Carson of the Supreme Court and Mr. Wilfley, the Attorney General, came to call on me. My friends knew I was very much troubled over the Samar business. I was doing some grumbling, but without specifying, because to specify would mean that we all of us ought to give up the life careers we had planned for ourselves in the islands. I knew the old familiar answer a grumbler was sure to get in the Philippines, viz., "Old man, you've been out here too long. You better go home." But I did a little more grumbling to my friends Judge Carson and Mr. Wilfley during the course of their visit. They could both pretty well guess what was the matter. But Judge Carson and I had come out in 1899 and had served through the war together. He knew all about the Albay business and somewhat of the Samar business. Wilfley had not come out until the civil government was founded in 1901. Mr. Wilfley said cheerily, "Oh, Blount, you are too conscientious." I shall never forget what happened then. Judge Carson said, with a ring of something like anger in his tone, "No, Wilfley, I'll be DD if he is." Is it any wonder that ever since I have worn that man, as Hamlet would say, in my heart's core, here was as brave and true an Irishman as ever gained distinction on battlefield or bench, and he understood. He did not say which was the implication of Wilfley's tone, "Old man, you've been out here too long, and illness has made you peevish." He knew what was the matter. He knew that as trial judges he and I had not been small additions of Lord Jeffreys, as some of our American critics had implied, but he also knew that there was no method of drawing an indictment against a whole people. Possibly the intensity of my feelings on this great subject, then and ever since, hampers the power of clear expression. Therefore, a word more in attempt at elucidation. In 1898, Judge Carson and I, with many thousands of other young Americans, had trooped down to Cuba, in the wake of the impetuous Roosevelt, to free the inhabitants of that ill-fated island from Spanish rule, drive the Spaniards from the Western Hemisphere, and put a stop to Spain's pious efforts, to spare the great island from the dangers of premature independence, as she always expressed her attitude toward Cuba. We had many of us been fired by the catchy Roosevelt utterance, which did so much to bring on the Spanish War, viz., "The steps of the White House are slippery with the blood of the Cuban reconcentrados." Then, in 1899, we had gone to the Philippines, and had ever since been engaged there in sparing the islands from the danger of premature independence, and the Samar massacres of 1904 were, to me, the apotheosis of the work. So that after November 8, 1904, I felt, the steps of the White House are slippery with the blood of the people of my district. It had all been done under the pious pretense that the Filipinos welcomed our rula pretense, which had taken the form for 6 years of systematic asseveration that they did so welcome it. Yet it was not true that they, or any appreciable fraction of them, had ever welcomed our rule. And it never will be true. Surely no man can see in this book any scolding or unkindness. It is an attempt merely to bring home to my countrymen a strategic fact, a fact which it is folly to ignore. But to return to the thread of our story. 4 days after the presidential election of 1904, to wit, on November 12th, Governor Wright left Manila and went to Samar, including in his itinerary various others of the southern islands. Soon after their return, the 700 native troops in Samar were increased to nearly 2,000, and 16 companies of regulars, say 100 men to a company, were also thrown into Samar. It took until the end of 1906 to end the trouble. You cannot find in the reports of the civil authorities anything explaining their 3 or 4 week stay in the Visayas Islands in November-December 1904. That is not absolutely in accord with the original Taft obsession of 1900 about the popularity of the proposed alien civil government with its subjects. Governor Wright's description of the trip says, "The warm hospitality of the Filipino people made this trip of inspection a most agreeable one." As a matter of fact, on such occasions, the more disaffected a leader of the people was, the more he would seek, by warm hospitality. Warm oratory telling the visiting mighty what the visiting mighty longed to hear, parades, fiestas, etc., to divert suspicion of sedition from himself. The poor creatures had met General Young's cavalry column in northern Luzon in 1899 with their town bands, doing the only thing they knew of to do to temper the wind to the shorn lamb, i.e., to temper it to their several communities, many of them doubtless expecting to be put to the sword by General Young's troopers, as the Cossacks did the Persians during the brief and sensational sojourn of that brilliant young administrator, Hun. W. Morgan Shuster, in Persia in 1911-12. I have no doubt that high on the list of those extending some of the warm hospitality above mentioned appeared the name of Don Jaime de Vera. Yet in the summer of 1904, Don Jaime had gotten out of a sick bed to attend a convention called to send delegates to the Democratic National Convention in the United States that year, and also, in that same year, had run for governor of Leyte on a platform the principal plank of which was Carthago est delenda, Carthago, being us, the American regime. De Vera was defeated that time, but ran again the next time and was elected. While the writer is not one of those who seek to show their breadth of view by gossiping with outsiders regarding what is peculiarly our own affair, still, the British viewpoint of the situation in the Visayas Islands, as conveyed by an Englishwoman whose husband was engaged in mercantile business there in 1904-05, and who therefore was certainly in a position to know the opinion of the little circle of British people at Cebu and Iloilo, may not be superfluous here. This lady, living then at Iloilo, wrote a series of letters to friends back home in England which she afterwards published in book form. In a letter dated Iloilo, January 22, 1905, page 86, she says, "The Americans give out and write in their papers that the Philippine Islands are completely pacified, and that the Filipinos love Americans and their rule. This, doubtless with good motives, is complete and utter humbug, for the country is honeycombed with insurrection and plots. The fighting has never ceased, and the natives loathe the Americans and their theories, saying so openly in their native press and showing their dislike in every possible fashion. Their one idea is to be rid of the USA, and to be free of a burden of taxation which is heavier than any the Spaniards laid on them." Also an Englishman who was in Samar in 1904-05, a Mr. Hyatt, who, with his brother, served with the American troops there in the bloody Pulejan uprising, afterwards wrote a book called The Little Brown Brother, wherein he fully corroborates Mrs. Dauncey's appreciation of the situation during that period. In its blindness to the unanimity of Visayan discontent, as manifested in its report now under consideration, the civil government of the Philippines was not trying willfully to deceive anybody. It was deceiving itself. It was obeying the law of its life, its existence having been originally predicated on the consent of a great free people to keep in subjection a weaker people eager to be also free. Such consent having been obtained through diligent nursing of the original idea that the subject people were not in fact so eager, but were, on the contrary, in a mental attitude of tearful welcome toward the proffered protection of a strong power. In his report for 1905, General William H. Carter, commanding the Department of the Philippines, which included Samar and the rest of the Visayan Islands, gives the key to the Commission's 26-day stay in his district in the following part of said report. Within a few days after the rendition of the annual report for last year, a serious outbreak occurred in the Gandara Valley, Samar. This was followed by disorders in all the other large islands of the department, Negros, Panay, Cebu, and Leyte. Nowhere in the civil government reports do you find the slightest recognition that these disorders had any relation to each other, or to the fundamental problem of public order, or any political significance whatsoever, each being treated as a purely local issue. The idea that the circumstance of Samars having been thrown into pandemonium by the successes of the enemies of the American government might have encouraged its enemies in the neighboring islands, never seeming to occur to the authors of the said reports. General Carter's report goes on to state that within 5 months after the Samar outbreak of July 1904, 700 native troops had been put in the field in that turbulent island. In December 1904, troops began to be poured into Samar, so that it was not long before the 700 native troops had become 1,700 or 1,800, and, says General Carter, in order to free them from garrison work in the towns. 16 companies of the 12th and 14th Infantry were distributed about the disaffected coasts to enable the people who so desired to come from their hiding places, whither they had gone because the American flag afforded them no protection, and undertake the rebuilding of their burned homes. General Carter avoids touching on the civil government's, to him, well-known, obsession about its popularity, a state of mind which could see no political significance in outbreaks of any kind. But he does use this very straightforward language about Samar. Whatever may have been the original cause of the outbreak, it was soon lost sight of when success had drawn a large proportion of the people away from their homes and fields. Except in the largest towns, it became simply a question of joining the Puelegans or being harried by them. In the absence of proper protection, thousands joined in the movement. Early in 1905, Hun. George Curry of New Mexico, who was an officer of Colonel Roosevelt's regiment in Cuba, and had gone out to the Philippines with a volunteer regiment in 1899, remaining with the civil government after 1901, was made governor of Samar. Governor Curry has since been governor of the territory of New Mexico and is now, 1912, a member of Congress from the recently admitted state of New Mexico. Governor Curry has told me since he was elected to Congress that it took him all of 1905 and most of 1906, aided by several thousand troops, native and regular, to put down that Samar outbreak. Yet a certificate signed March 28, 1907, by the Governor General and his associates of the Philippine Commission, states that a condition of general and complete peace had continued in the islands for 2 years previous to the date of the certificate. We will come to this certificate in its chronological order later. How many and what sort of uprisings were blanketed in that forget it certificate of 1907 is material to the question whether or not the national administration has ever been or is now frank with the country about the universality of the desire of the Philippine people for independence and local self-government, and pertinent to the insistently recurring query, why should we make of the Philippines an American Ireland? But inasmuch as, in addition to the Samar uprising which raged all through 1905, another insurrection occurred in that year, which was duly forgotten by said certificate, this last movement must now claim our attention. The provinces which were the theater of the outbreak last above mentioned were all near Manila. They were Cavite, a province of 135,000 people almost at the gates of Manila; Batangas, a province of 257,000 inhabitants adjoining Cavite; and Laguna, a province of 150,000 people adjoining both. Some 500 brigands headed by cutthroats claiming to be patriots were terrorizing whole districts. Far be it from me to lend any countenance to the idea that the leaders of this movement, Sake, Felizardo, Montalon, and the rest of their gang were entitled to any respect. But they certainly had a hold on the whole population akin to that of Robin Hood, Little John, and Friar Tuck. In refusing in 1907 to commute Sake's death sentence after he was captured, tried, and convicted, Governor General James P. Smith gives some gruesome details concerning the performance of that worthy and his followers, yet in dealing with the nature and extent of the trouble they gave the Manila government, he says they assumed the convenient cloak of patriotism, and under the titles of defenders of the country and protectors of the people proceeded to inaugurate a reign of terror, devastation, and ruin in 3 of the most beautiful provinces in the archipelago. It has already been made clear that, during the time of the insurrection against both the Spaniards and Americans, the insurrecto forces were maintained by voluntary contributions of the people. Major D. C. Shanks, 4th U.S. Regular Infantry, who was governor of Cavite province in 1905, after calling attention to this fact, adds, "When the insurrection was over, a number of these leaders remained out and refused to surrender. Included among them were Felizardo and Montalon. The system of voluntary contributions, carried on during the insurrecto period, was continued after establishment of civil government." Again, Governor Schenck says, with more of frankness than diplomacy, considering that he was a provincial governor under the civil government. The establishment of civil government of this province was premature and ill-advised. Records show the capture or surrender since establishment of civil government of nearly 600 hostile firearms. One of the causes contributory to the Cavite Batangas Laguna insurrection is stated in the report of the Governor General for 1905 thus. In the autumn of 1904, it became necessary to withdraw a number of the constabulary from these provinces to assist in suppressing disorder which had broken out in the province of Samar. Another of the contributory causes is thus stated. There was at the time also considerable activity among the small group of irreconcilables in Manila, who began agitating for immediate independence, doubtless because of the supposed effect it would have on the presidential election in the United States, in which the Philippines was a large topic of discussion. Evidently, this was regarded as a favorable time for a demonstration by Felizardo, Montalon, De Vega, Oruga, Sake. All these men had been officers of the Filipino army during the insurrection. Consider the benevolent casuistry necessary to include these fellows, and the tremendous following they could get up, and did get up, in Cavite, the home of insurrection, and the adjacent provinces, in a certificate to a condition of general and complete peace, alleged in the certificate to have prevailed for 2 years prior to March 28, 1907. To make a long story short, on January 31, 1905, a state of insurrection was declared to exist, the writ of habeas corpus was suspended in Cavite and Batangas, the regular army of the United States was ordered out, and reconcentration tactics resorted to, as provided by Section 6 of Act 781 of the Commission. This is the act already examined at length, intended to meet cases of impotency on the part of the insular government to protect life and property in any other way. Political timidity is conspicuously absent from the resolution of the Philippine Commission of January 31, 1905, formally recognizing a break in the peerless continuity of the general and complete peace. It is virilely frank, the presidential election being then safely over. It concludes by authorizing the Governor General to suspend the writ of habeas corpus and declare martial law, the public safety requiring it. Then follows a proclamation of the same date and tenor by the Governor General. It appears from the case cited in the footnote that in the spring of 1905, 1. Felix Barcelon filed in the proper court a petition for the writ of habeas corpus, alleging that he was one of the reconcentrados corralled and detained and restrained of his liberty at the town of Batangas, in the province of Batangas, by one of Colonel Baker's constabulary minions down there. The writ was denied by the lower court. In one part of the opinion of the Supreme Court in the case, it is stated, p. 116, that the petitioner has been detained for a long time, not for the commission of any crime and by due process of law, but apparently for the purpose of protecting him. The opinion of the court, delivered by Mr. Justice Johnson, very properly held that the detention was lawful under the war power, basing its decision on the authority conferred on the Governor General of the Philippines by the Act of Congress of July 1, 1902, Section 5 of which expressly authorizes the suspension of the writ of habeas corpus, when in cases of rebellion, insurrection, or invasion the public safety may require it. A long legal battle was fought, the court holding that the executive department of the government is the one in which is vested the exclusive right to say when a state of rebellion, insurrection, or invasion exists, and that when it so formally declares, that settles the fact that it does exist. At page 98 of the volume, above cited the court held, as to the above-mentioned resolution of the Philippine Commission and the above-mentioned executive order declaring a state of insurrection in Cavite and Batangas. The conclusion set forth in the said resolution and the said executive order, as to the fact that there existed in the provinces of Cavite and Batangas open insurrection against the constituted authorities, was a conclusion entirely within the discretion of the legislative and executive branches of the government, after an investigation of the facts. Yet 2 years later, the same constituted authorities certified to the President of the United States, in effect, as we shall see, that no open insurrection against the constituted authorities had occurred during the preceding 2 years. They do not in their certificate ignore Cavite and Batangas. They mention them by name, with a lot of whereases, explaining that after all they really believe that the majority of the people in the provinces aforesaid were not in sympathy with the uprising. However, after they get through with their whereases, they face the music squarely and certify to the condition of general and complete peace. Of the nigger in the woodpile, more anon. Governor Wright was not a party to the certificate of 1907. He left the islands on leave November 4, 1905. A speech made by him prior to his departure, as published in a Manila paper, indicates an expectation to return. He never did. In 1906, he was demoted to be ambassador to Japan, a place of far less dignity and far less salary, which he resigned after a year or so. Vice Governor Ide acted as Governor General until April 2, 1906, on which date he was formally inaugurated as Governor General. Just why Governor Wright did not go back to the Philippines as governor, after his visit to the United States in 1905-06, does not appear. It would seem almost certain that if Secretary of War Taft had wanted President Roosevelt to send him back, he would have gone. Mr. Taft never did frankly tell the Filipinos until 1907 that they might just as well shut up talking about any independence that anybody living might hope to see. Governor Wright began to talk that way soon after Mr. Taft left the islands. Possibly, Governor Wright undeceived them too soon, and thereby made the Philippines more of a troublesome issue in the presidential campaign of 1904. President Roosevelt recognized the sterling worth of the man by inviting him to succeed Mr. Taft as Secretary of War in 1908. But President Taft did not invite him to continue in that capacity after March 4, 1909. Gossip has it that when the incoming President Taft's letter to the outgoing President Roosevelt's last Secretary of War, Governor Wright, was handed to the addressee, and its conventional hope to be able to avail myself of your services later in some other capacity, was read by him, the outgoing official quietly remarked, "Well, that is a little more roundabout than the one Jimmy Garfield got, but it's a dismissal just the same." I have always thought that the reason Governor Wright did not go back to the Philippines as governor after 1905 was that he did not continue to jolly the Filipinos and abstain from ruthlessly crushing their hopes of seeing independence during their lifetime, as Mr. Taft did continuously during his stay out there. The inevitable tendency of the Wright frank talk was from the beginning to discredit the Taft pleasing and evasive nothings. Also, it was followed, as we have seen, by quite a crop of serious disturbances of public order, and somebody had to be the goat. Chapter 20. Governor Ide 1906. The tariff is a local issue. General W. S. Hancock. After Governor Wright left the islands finally on November 4, 1905, Vice Governor Henry C. Ide acted as Governor General until April 2, 1906, when he was duly inaugurated as such. He resigned and left the islands finally in September thereafter. All through 1905, Governor Curry, as governor of Samar, which is the third largest island of the archipelago, wrestled with the Pulajan uprising there, aided, as has been stated in the previous chapter, by the native troops, scouts, and constabulary, and also by the regular army. But at the end of 1905, the situation was not yet well in hand. Since his election to Congress in 1912, Governor Curry has told me that in 1905, many thousands of people of Samar participated actively as part of the enemy's force in the field during that period. By the spring of 1906, Governor Curry was getting a grip on the situation, and in the latter part of March of that year, some of the main outlaw chiefs agreed to surrender to him. The report of Colonel Wallace C. Taylor, commanding the constabulary of the 3rd District, which included Samar states. After several weeks of negotiating, during which time the camp of the Pulahanes was visited by Governor Curry, and the Pulahan officers visited the settlement at Magtown A Settlement in south-central Samar. an understanding was arrived at by which the Philippines were to surrender, March 24, 1906. Instead of surrendering as agreed, the Philippines, commanded by Nazario Aguilar, made a treacherous attack on the constabulary garrison on the day and hour appointed for the surrender. The constabulary numbered some 50 men, the Philippines about 130. After the Philippines opened fire, they made a rush on the constabulary, and a hand-to-hand fight ensued. Colonel Taylor's report continues. After the first rush, the fighting continued fiercely, and when the last of the Philippines disappeared, there remained but 7 enlisted men of the constabulary able to fight. 7 more were lying about more or less seriously wounded, and 22 were dead. Captain Jones received a bad spear thrust in the chest early in the fight, but fought on, regardless. Lieutenant Bowers received a gunshot wound through the left arm, which, however, did not put him out of the fight. 35 dead Philippines were found on the field, and 8 more have since been found some distance off. The number of wounded who escaped cannot be determined. The unarmed Americans present with Governor Curry escaped to the river and afterwards rejoined Captain Jones, who armed them. The explanation of this treachery, as given by Governor Curry, is curious and interesting. The outlaws had intended in good faith to surrender as a result of his negotiation with them, but at the last moment there arrived to witness the surrender certain native officials and other natives bitterly hated by the Philippines and wholly mistrusted by them. Their arrival caused the outlaws to suspect treachery themselves, and that was the cause of their change of plans. It was not until the end of the year 1906 that the various energetic campaigns which followed the Magtown incident finally began to work more or less complete restoration of public order by gradual elimination of the enemy through killings, captures, and surrenders. An idea of the seriousness and magnitude of these operations may be gathered without going into the details from the annual report for 1906 of General Henry T. Allen commanding the Philippines Constabulary. This report, dated August 31, 1906, states, "At present, 17 companies of scouts and 4 companies of American troops under Colonel Smith, 8th U.S. Infantry, are operating against the Philippines, but with success, that will be largely dependent upon time and attrition." General Allen adds, "The entire 21st Regiment is also in Samar." These facts are here given because they relate to the period covered by the Certificate of the Philippine Commission of March 28, 1907, heretofore alluded to, and which will be more fully dealt with hereinafter, which stated that a condition of general and complete peace had prevailed throughout the archipelago for 2 years prior to March 28, 1907. Without a brief exposition of all these matters, it would be impossible to enable the reader to feel the pulse of the Filipino people as it stood at the time of the election of their assembly in 1907. The fact of our having been unable to discontinue Filipino killing altogether for any considerable period, from 1899 to the end of 1906, is too obviously relevant to the state of the public mind in 1907 to need elaboration. The report of the Philippine Commission for 1906 deals at some length with disturbances which occurred in the island of Leyte, area 3,000 square miles, population nearly 400,000, beginning in the middle of June. It describes, among other things, a visit of Governor-General Ide to Tacloban, the capital of Leyte, made in consequence of said disturbances, and conferences held by him there with Major General Wood, commanding all the United States forces in the Philippines, Brigadier General Lee, commanding the Department of the Visayas, which included Leyte, headquarters, Iloilo, Colonel Borden, commanding the United States forces in the island of Leyte, Colonel Taylor, the chief of the constabulary of the district, etc. Certainly from this formidable gathering of notables, it is clear that there was about to take place in Leyte what our friends of the Lambs Club in New York would call an all-star performance. Leyte was 400 to 500 miles from Manila. Yet so serious was the disturbance that the highest military and civil representatives of the American government in the archipelago deemed it necessary to meet in the island, which was the scene of the trouble, with a view of handling it. Yet in the report of the Philippine Commission for 1906-1 finds the usual rotund rhetoric treating the disturbances as of no political significance, which was only another way of claiming that they were not serious. It is difficult to handle this aspect of the matter without imputing to the civil authorities intent to deceive, but to leave such an imputation unremoved would be to miss the whole significance of the matter. As has already been made clear, when Judge Taft, Judge Ide, and their colleagues of the Philippine Commission had left Washington for Manila in 1900, Mr. McKinley had assured them he had no doubt that the better element of the Philippine people, once they understood us, would welcome our rule. As soon as they set foot in the Philippine Islands, they had at once begun to act upon the theory that there was no real fundamental opposition to us on the part of the people of the Philippines, and had continued obstinately to act upon that theory ever since. Certainly, the attitude of the civil government toward the disturbances in Leyte in 1906 is not surprising when the mind adverts for a moment to the panorama of the 5 more or less sanguinary years, already fully described hereinbefore, and then takes the following bird's-eye glance at the official reports for those years. The report of the Philippine Commission for 1900, page 17, had said, "A great majority of the people long for peace, and are entirely willing to accept the establishment of a government under the supremacy of the United States." The report of the Philippine Commission for 1901, page 7, had said, "The collapse of the insurrection came in May." The report of the Philippine Commission for 1902, page 3, had said, "The insurrection, as an organized attempt to subvert the authority of the United States in these islands, is entirely at an end." Referring farther on to the whole Christian Philippine population as enjoying civil government. If the enjoyment thus described had been genuine, continued, profound, and sincere, it would have been another story. But the net attitude of the civil government toward the general health of the body politic, relatively to public order, reminds one of the cheerful gentlemen who remarked of his invalid friend, "He seems to be enjoying poor health." The report of the Philippine Commission for 1903, page 25 says, "The conditions with respect to tranquility in the islands have greatly improved during the last year." The report of the Philippine Commission for 1904, page 1 says, "The great mass of the people, however, were domestic and peaceable." The report of the Philippine Commission for 1905, part 1, page 59 says, "On the whole, life and property have been as safe as in other civilized countries." The report of the Philippine Commission for 1906, page 40 says, "Viewing the entire situation, the islands are in a peaceable and orderly condition aside from various disorders which fill some 10 pages of the report." The inflexible attitude of the Commission from the beginning, of treating each successive disturbance of public order as a purely local issue, after General Hancock's method with the tariff, is thus sufficiently apparent. They always refuse to see in successive outbreaks in various parts of the islands any evidence of general and unanimous lack of appreciation for a benign alien civil government. Therefore, it was of course clearly a foregone conclusion, in 1906, that Governor Ide, who had been in the islands all these years, was going to be wholly unable to see anything in the disturbances in Leyte in the least tending to show that American rule was unpopular. And yet, it was a matter of common knowledge all over the Viscayan Islands that Jaime Vera, then governor of Leyte, elected by the people, was one of the most obnoxious anti-Americans in the archipelago. Both the army and constabulary were ordered out in Leyte, and a good deal of fighting occurred before order was restored. The report of General Allen, commanding the constabulary for that year, shows one engagement with the outlaws in Leyte participated in by the constabulary and the 21st Regular Infantry, in which the enemy numbered 450 and left 49 dead upon the field. All this period is covered by the Certificate of General and Complete Peace of 1907, in the fall of which year a Philippine legislature was elected, and those of the membership of that body not in favor of Philippine independence were almost as few as the Socialist Party in the American House of Representatives, which, I believe, consists of Representative Berger. True, the peace certificate does not ignore the Leyte outbreak. It forgets and forgives it, so to speak, as we shall see. Governor Ide left the islands finally on September 20, 1906, having resigned. Why he should have resigned, it is difficult to say. Take it all in all, he made a splendid governor-general and ought to have been allowed to remain. He knew the islands from Alpha to Omega and had been there 6 years. His going out of office to make way for still another governor-general was wholly uncalled for. So far as the writer is informed, he was, when he left, still blessed with good health. He had filled a very considerable place in the history of his country most creditably. He had drawn up a fine code of laws for the islands known as the Ide Code. He had made a great minister of finance, successfully performing the perilous task of transferring the currency of the country from a silver basis to a gold basis, and in so doing had proven himself fully a match, in protecting the interests of the government, for the wily local financiers representing the Hong Kong and Shanghai Bank, the Chartered Bank of India, Australia, and China, and other institutions run by experienced men of more or less piratical tendencies. As Governor-General of the islands, his justice, firmness, and courtliness of manner combined to produce an administration in keeping with the dignity of his great office. After returning to the United States, he remained in private life for a time, and was finally given a comparatively unimportant post as minister to a second-class country, Spain, which post he still occupies, in 1912. When, fresh from the memory of the Samar massacres of 1904, I landed at Seattle, at the end of my last homeward-bound journey across the Pacific, in April 1905, one of the natives of Seattle asked me, "Have those people over there ever got quiet yet?" The question itself seemed an answer to the orthodox official attitude at Manila, which had so long been elaborately denying, as to each successive local outbreak, that such outbreak bore any relation to the original insurrection, or was anywise illustrative of the general state of public feeling in the islands. At the time the question was asked, the answer was, not entirely. Not until toward the end of 1906 did yes become a correct answer to the question. In other words, there were no more serious outbreaks after 1906, nor was a state of general and complete peace ever finally established until then. Since 1906, there have been occasional dispatches from Manila recounting small episodes of bloodshed, several of which have had quite a martial ring. These have related merely to the country of the Mohammedan Moros, who are as wholly apart from the main problem as the American Indian today is from our tariff and other like questions. The Moros are indeed what Kipling calls half savage and half child. They never did have anything more to do with the Filipino insurrection against us than the American Indian had to do with the Civil War. Chapter 21. Governor Smith 1907-9. Oh, but honey, dis rabbit des, bleeged her climb dis tree. Uncle Remus. On September 20, 1906, says the report of the Philippine Commission for 1907, the resignation of the Hun, Henry Clay Ide as Governor-General became effective, and on that date the Hun, James F. Smith, was inaugurated as Governor-General of the Philippine Islands. The year 1907 will be known most prominently to the future history of our far eastern possession as the year of the opening of the Philippine Assembly, which momentous event occurred on October 16th. But in the departments both of politics and psychology, it should be known as the year of the Great Certificate. The Great Certificate was a certificate signed by certain eminent gentlemen on March 28, 1907, which made the preposterous affirmation that a condition of general and complete peace had prevailed throughout the archipelago, except among the non-Christian tribes, for the 2 years immediately preceding. Taken in its historic setting, that certificate can by no possibility escape responsibility, as accessory after the fact at least, to the pretense that a similar condition had prevailed ever since President Roosevelt's final war whoop of July 4, 1902, published to the American troops in the islands on the day named. That war whoop, it will be remembered, was in the form of a presidential proclamation congratulating General Chaffee and the gallant officers and men under his command on some 2,000 combats, great and small, and declaring, in effect, that benevolent assimilation was at last triumphantly vindicated, and that opposition to American rule was at an end. The certificate of March 28, 1907, appears at pages 47-8 of the report of the Philippine Commission for 1907, Part 1. If we consider what is now going on in the islands as modern history, and the days of the early fighting as ancient history, this certificate will serve as the connecting link between the two. It furnishes the keynote to all that had happened during the American occupation prior to 1907, and the keynote of all that has happened since. Therefore, though somewhat long, it is deemed indispensable to clearness to submit here in full the text of the Great Certificate of 1907. Whereas the census of the Philippine Islands was completed and published on the 27th day of March, 1905, which said completion and publication of said census was on the 28th day of March, 1905, duly published and proclaimed to the people by the Governor-General of the Philippine Islands, with the announcement that the President of the United States would direct the Philippine Commission to call a general election for the choice of delegates to a popular assembly, provided that a condition of general and complete peace with recognition of the authority of the United States should be certified by the Philippine Commission to have continued in the territory of the Philippine Islands for a period of 2 years after said completion and publication of said census. And whereas since the completion and publication of said census, there have been no serious disturbances of the public order save, and except those caused by the noted outlaws and bandit chieftains, Felizardo and Montalon, and their followers in the provinces of Cavite and Batangas, and those caused in the provinces of Samar and Leyte by the non-Christian and fanatical Pulihanes resident in the mountain districts of the said provinces and the barrios contiguous thereto. And whereas the overwhelming majority of the people of said provinces of Cavite, Batangas, Samar, and Leyte have not taken part in said disturbances, and have not aided or abetted the lawless acts of said bandits and Pulihanes. And whereas the great mass and body of the Filipino people have, during said period of 2 years, continued to be law-abiding, peaceful, and loyal to the United States, and have continued to recognize, and do now recognize the authority and sovereignty of the United States in the territory of said Philippine Islands. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Philippine Commission in formal session duly assembled, that it, said Philippine Commission, do certify, and it does hereby certify, to the President of the United States that for a period of 2 years after the completion and publication of the census, a condition of general and complete peace, with recognition of the authority of the United States, has continued to exist and now exists in the territory of said Philippine Islands not inhabited by Moros or other non-Christian tribes, and be it further resolved by said Philippine Commission that the President of the United States be requested, and is hereby requested, to direct said Philippine Commission to call a general election for the choice of delegates to a popular assembly of the people of said territory in the Philippine Islands, which assembly shall be known as the Philippine Assembly. Let us examine these amiable liberties, thus taken with the facts of history, by men of irreproachable private character, briefly analyzing their action. Such an examination and analysis are indispensable to a clear understanding by a great free people whose proudest boast is love of fair play, of whether the Filipino people, or any appreciable fraction of them, have ever in the least consented, or do now in the least consent, to our rule, as the small minority among us interested in keeping the islands, have systematically sought, all these years, to have this nation believe. As the above certificate of 1907 was the last hurdle that benevolent assimilation had to leap on the benevolent hypocrisy course, over which we had to gallop in order to get from the freeing of Cuba to the subjugation of the Philippines. Let us glance back for a moment at the first hurdle or two, leapt when Mr. Taft was in the Philippine saddle. Judge Taft had said on November 30, 1900, "A great majority of the people long for peace, and are entirely willing to accept the establishment of a government under the supremacy of the United States." And pursuant to that idea, he had set up his civil government on July 4, 1901. He never did thereafter admit that he was mistaken in his original theory, but kept on trying to fit the facts to his theory, hoping that after a while they would fit. He clung to his policy of disinterested benevolence with a tenacity born of conviction, to borrow a phrase from Governor-General Smith's inaugural address of 1907. But in this same inaugural address of Governor Smith of 1907, you find, for the first time in all the Philippine state papers, a frank admission of the actual conditions under which the civil government of 1901 was in fact set up. Says he, "While the smoke of battle still hung over the hills and valleys of the Philippines, and every town and barrio in the islands was smoking hot with rebellion, She replaced the military with a civil regime, and on the smoldering embers of insurrection, planted civil government. That confession, made with the bluntness of a most gallant soldier, is as refreshing in its honesty as the Roosevelt war whoop of 1902. There shall be no tiresome repetition here concerning the original withholding of the facts from the American people in 1898-9. But to place in juxtaposition Secretary of War Root's representations to the American public in the year last named, and the actual facts as stated earlier in the same year by General MacArthur, one of our best fighting generals, during the thick of the early fighting, in an interview already noticed in its proper chronological place, will forever fix the genesis of the original lack of frankness as to conditions in the Philippines, which has naturally and inexorably made frankness as to those conditions impossible ever since. As late as October 7, 1899, Mr. Root, who had not then, and has not since been in the Philippines, had said in Chicago, in a speech at a dinner of the Marquette Club, "Well, against whom are we fighting? Are we fighting the Philippine nation? No, there is none. There are hundreds of islands, inhabited by more than 60 tribes, speaking more than 60 different languages, and all but one are ready to accept American sovereignty." As early as the beginning of April, 1899, just after the taking on March 31st of the first insurgent capital, Malilow's General MacArthur, who commanded our troops in the assault on that place, had said, in an interview with a newspaper man afterwards verified by the general before the Senate Committee of 1902 as substantially correct, "When I first started in against these rebels, I believed that Aguinaldo's troops represented only a faction. I did not like to believe that the whole population of Luzon was opposed to us. But after having come thus far, and having been brought much in contact with both insurrectos and amigos, I have been reluctantly compelled to believe that the Filipino masses are loyal to Aguinaldo and the government which he heads." The presidential election of 1900 had been fought out, in the midst of considerable bitterness, on the idea that the Root view was correct and the MacArthur view was altogether mistaken. So that after 1900, the McKinley administration was irrevocably committed to the Root view. The Philippine government had, after 1900, diligently set to work to live up to the Root view, and to fit the facts to the Root view by prayer and hope, accompanied by asseveration. Hence, in 1901, the alleged joyous sobs of welcome with which the Filipino people are, in effect, described in the report of the Philippine Commission for that year as having received the benign civil government, said sobs or other manifestations having spread, if the Commission's report is to be taken at its face value, like wildfire. Hence also the attempt of 1902 to minimize the insurrection of 1912 in Batangas and other provinces of southern Luzon, conducted by what Governor Luke E. Wright, in a speech delivered at Memphis in the latter part of 1902, called the Die-in the Last-Ditch Contingent. Hence the quiet placing of the province of Surigao in the hands of the military in 1903 without suspension of the writ of habeas corpus, and the failure to order out the army in Albay in 1903 and in Samar in 1904. Hence also the prompt use of the army in Samar, Batangas, and Cavite in 1905, after the presidential election was safely over. Hence also the seething state of sedition which smoldered in the Visayan Islands in 1906, punctuated by the outbreak in Leyte of that year. The psychologic processes by which the distinguished gentlemen who signed the Great Certificate of March 28, 1907, got their own consent to sign it make the most profoundly interesting study, relatively to the general welfare of the world, in all our Philippine experiments so far. They are the final flowering of the plant political expediency. They are the weeds of benevolent casuistry that become from time to time unavoidable in a colonial garden tended by a republic based on the consent of the governed, and therefore, by the law of its own life, unfitted to run any other kind of a government frankly. These processes find their origin in the provisions of the Act of Congress of July 1, 1902, known as the Philippine Government Act. 3 days after President Roosevelt approved the act, he issued his proclamation of July 4, 1902, above noticed, declaring the insurrection at an end. Section 6 of that act provided, "Whenever the existing insurrection in the Philippine Islands shall have ceased, and a condition of general and complete peace shall have been established therein. And the fact shall be certified to the President by the Philippine Commission. The President, upon being satisfied thereof, shall order a census of the Philippine Islands to be taken by said Philippine Commission. This census was intended to be preliminary to granting the Filipinos a legislature of their own, but as a legislature full of insurrectos would, of course, stultify its American sponsors before all mankind, it was announced in effect, in publishing the census program, that no legislature would be forthcoming if the Filipinos did not quit insurrecting and remain good for 2 years. If they did remain good for 2 years after the census was finished, then they should have their legislature. During the lull of general and complete peace which, in the fall of 1902, followed the suppression of the Batangas insurrection of 19012, and preceded the Ola insurrection of 19023 in the hemp provinces of southern Luzon, the Commission made, on September 25, 1902, the certificate contemplated by the above Act of Congress, and the taking of the census was accordingly ordered by the President of the United States, Mr. Roosevelt, by a proclamation issued the same day. Section 7 of the aforesaid Act of Congress provided, 2 years after the completion and publication of the census, in case such condition of general and complete peace with recognition of the authority of the United States shall have continued in the territory of said islands not inhabited by Moros or other non-Christian tribes, and such facts shall have been certified to the President by the Philippine Commission. The President, upon being satisfied thereof, shall direct said Commission to call, and the Commission shall call a general election for the choice of delegates to a popular assembly of the people of said territory in the Philippine Islands, which shall be known as the Philippine Assembly. On March 27, 1905, the President of the United States was duly advised that the census had been completed, and on March 28, the presidential proclamation promising the Filipinos a legislature 2 years later if in the meantime they did not insurrect any, was duly published at Manila. It is true that there is no Philippine state paper signed by anybody, either by the President of the United States or the Governor-General of the Philippines or anyone else, certifying to a condition of general and complete peace between the certificate to that effect made by the Philippine Commission on September 25, 1902, above mentioned, which authorized commencing the census, and was justified by the facts, and the presidential promise of March 28, 1905, that if they would be good for 2 years more, they should have a legislature. But the whole manifest implication of the representations of fact sought to be conveyed by the action both of the Washington and the Manila authorities at the date of the presidential promise of March 28, 1905, is that a condition of general and complete peace had obtained ever since the last certificate to that effect, the certificate of September 25, 1902. Yet, as we saw in the chapter covering the last year of Governor Wright's administration, besides the Samar disturbances that lasted all through 1905, a big insurrection was actually in full swing in Cavite, Batangas, and Laguna provinces. On March 28, 1905, had then been in progress since before the first of the year, and continued until the latter part of 1905. The then Governor-General, Governor Wright, having, by proclamation issued January 31, 1905, declared Cavite and Batangas to be in a state of insurrection, ordered the military into those provinces, and suspended the writ of habeas corpus. President Roosevelt's proclamation of March 28, 1905, can by no possibility be construed as saying to the Filipinos anything other than substantially this: you have not insurrected any since my proclamation of July 4, 1902. If you will be good 2 years more, you shall have a legislature. What then was the Philippine Commission to do at the end of those 2 years, peppered, as they had been, with most annoying outbreaks in various provinces not inhabited by Moros or other non-Christian tribes? During the presidential campaign of 1904, the Commission had committed themselves, as we have seen, to the proposition that nothing serious was going on at that time in Samar. So how could they take frank official cognizance on paper of the reign of terror, let loose there by their delay in ordering out the army until after the presidential election? A delay which, like a delay of fire engines to arrive at the scene of a fire, had permitted the Samar outbreak to gain such headway that it took 2 years to finally put it down. Then there was the outbreak of 1906 in Leyte, described in the last chapter, as to which even the Commission had admitted in their annual report for that year. Possibly its immediate vicinity to Samar has had to do with the disturbed conditions. In other words, possibly, a fire may spread from one field of dry grass to another nearby. As to the Cavite Batangas Laguna insurrection of 1905, in an executive order dated September 28, 1907, noticed in a previous chapter, but too pertinent to be entirely omitted here wherein, are set forth the reasons for withholding executive clemency from the condemned leaders of that movement, Governor General Smith describes in harrowing terms. A reign of terror, devastation, and ruin in 3 of the most beautiful provinces in the archipelago. Wrought by the condemned men, who, he says, assumed the cloak of patriotism, and under the titles of defenders of the country, and protectors of the people proceeded to inaugurate said reign of terror. These men were most of them former insurgent officers who had remained out after the respectable generals had all surrendered. This Cavite Batangas Laguna insurrection was the very sort of thing which the conditional promise of a legislature made by Congress to the Filipino people in sections 6 and 7 of the Act of July 1, 1902, the Philippine Government Act had stipulated should not happen. This is no mere dictum of my own. In the case of Barcelin against Baker, 5 Philippine Reports, pp. 87 et seq. Already very briefly noticed in a previous chapter, the Supreme Court of the Islands had, in effect, so held. Section 5 of the Act of Congress of July 1, 1902, had provided that if any state of affairs serious enough should arise, the governor of the Philippines should have authority to suspend the writ of habeas corpus, when in cases of rebellion, insurrection, or invasion the public safety may require it. Sections 6 and 7 of the same Act had provided, on the other hand, that if a condition of general and complete peace should prevail for a stated period, the Filipinos should have a legislature. In the case of Barcelin against Baker, the Supreme Court held that the situation contemplated by Section 5 of the Act of Congress had arisen in the provinces of Cavite and Batangas. That, of course, automatically, so to speak, made the postponement of the Philippine Assembly a necessary logical sequence, under the provisions of Sections 6 and 7. These Sections 6 and 7 promised the Filipinos a legislature in the event the conditions contemplated by Section 5 should not arise. Barcelin, who was one of the non-combatant reconcentrados restrained of his liberty at Batangas, claimed that his detention as such reconcentrado by the defendant in the habeas corpus proceeding, the constabulary officer, Colonel Baker, was unlawful, in that, he being charged with no crime, such detention deprived him of his liberty without due process of law. The Philippine Commission, however, had declared, by virtue of the authority vested in it by Section 5 of the Act of Congress aforesaid, that a state of insurrection existed in Cavite and Batangas, and accordingly the Governor-General had suspended the writ of habeas corpus and declared martial law in those provinces. The Attorney General representing the Philippine Commission before the court rested the government's case on the proposition that the petitioner was not entitled to claim the ordinary due process of law because open insurrection against the constituted authorities existed in the provinces named, and the Supreme Court upheld his contention. In so holding, they say, among other things, page 93, in construing Section 5 of the Act of Congress we are considering, inasmuch as the President or Governor-General with the approval of the Philippine Commission can suspend the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus only under the conditions mentioned in the said statute, it becomes their duty to make an investigation of the existing conditions in the archipelago, or any part thereof, to ascertain whether there actually exists a state of rebellion, insurrection, or invasion, and that the public safety requires the suspension of the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus. When this investigation is concluded, and the President or the Governor-General with the consent of the Philippine Commission declares that there exists these conditions, and that the public safety requires the suspension of the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus, can the judicial department of the government investigate the same facts and declare that no such conditions exist? They answer no. The head note of the decision is as follows. The privilege of the writ of habeas corpus may be suspended in the Philippine Islands in the case of rebellion, insurrection, and invasion when the public safety requires it, by the President of the United States or by the Governor General of the Philippine Islands with the approval of the Philippine Commission. Thus, the Supreme Court of the Islands squarely held that on the 4th day of August, 1905, the day the writ of habeas corpus was made returnable, open insurrection existed against the constituted authorities in the islands, in the provinces named, and had existed since the executive proclamation of January 31st, previous, declaring a state of insurrection, and on that ground denied the writ. Yet the Commission certified on March 28, 1907, that a state of general and complete peace, as contemplated by the Act of Congress conditionally promising a legislature, had prevailed for the 2 years preceding. In other words, the Philippine Commission declared a state of insurrection to exist in certain populous provinces, and was upheld by the Supreme Court of the Islands in so doing, and later certified to the continuance of a state of general and complete peace covering the same period. All the uncandid things uncandid in failure to take the American people into their confidence that have been done by all the good men we have sent to the Philippines from the beginning, have been justified by those good men to their own consciences on the idea that, because the end in view was truly benevolent, therefore the end justified the means. As a matter of fact, American benevolent assimilation in the Philippines has, in its practical operation, worked more of misery and havoc, first through war, and since through legislation put or kept on the statute books by the influence of special interests in the United States with Congress, than any which has darkened their unhappy past, to use one of Mr. McKinley's early expressions, deprecating doing for the Philippines what we did for Cuba. But let us see just how much the Philippine Commission that signed the peace certificate of March 28, 1907, swallowed, and how they swallowed it. It will be observed that they sugar-coated their certificate with a lot of whereases. The first of these recites President Roosevelt's promise of March 28, 1905, that the Filipinos should have a legislature 2 years thereafter, provided that a condition of general and complete peace with recognition of the authority of the United States should be certified by the Philippine Commission to have continued in the territory of the Philippine Islands for a period of 2 years, after the proclamation. Whereas number 2, it will be noted, goes on to state that there have been no serious disturbances of public order save, and except, those in Cavite, Batangas, Samar, and Leyte, the magnitude of which has been fully described in previous chapters. Of the Cavite Batangas insurrection, the only one they had previously formally admitted to be an insurrection, they say it was caused by certain noted outlaws and bandit chieftains and their followers. Obviously, this was hardly sufficient to show that an insurrection they had once officially recognized as such was not in fact such at all. So in order to justify a statement that a condition of general and complete peace had continued in these 2 great provinces of Cavite and Batangas, which they had but shortly previously declared to be in a state of insurrection, and been upheld by the Supreme Court in so doing, they resort to the old Otis expedient of 1898-9, worked on the American people through Mr. McKinley to show absence of lack of consent of the governed. This expedient, as we have seen in the earlier chapters of this book, consisted in vague use of the word majority. It had stood Judge Taft in good stead in the campaign of 1900, because when he then said that the great majority of the people were entirely willing to accept American rule, there was no earthly way to disprove it in time for the verdict of the American people to be influenced by the unanimity of the Filipinos against a change of masters in lieu of independence. It was the only possible expedient for an American conscience, because every American naturally feels that unless he can, by some sort of sophistry, persuade himself that the majority of the people want a given thing, then the thing is a wrong thing to force upon them. So the ethical hurdle the Commission had to leap in order to sign the certificate of 1907 was cleared thus. The overwhelming majority of the people of said provinces have not taken part in said disturbances, and have not aided and abetted the lawless acts of said bandits. As a matter of fact, the report of the American governor of Cavitan conditions were conceded to be identical in the 2 provinces of Cavite and Batangas shows that the reason it was so hard to suppress the Cavite Batangas troubles of 1905 was that the people would not help the authorities to apprehend the outlaws. No doubt the King of England would have signed a similar certificate as to the people of the shires and counties in which Robin Hood, Little John, and Friar Tuck held high carnival. Of course, I do not mean to libel the fair fame of that fine freebooter Robin Hood and his companions by placing the rascally leaders of the bands of outlaws, now under consideration, in the same jolly and respectable class with those beloved friends of the childhood of us all. But the Cavite Batangas, patriots of 1905, could never have given the authorities as much trouble as they did if the people had not at least taken secret joy in discomfiture of the American authorities. Until finally suppressed, all such movements as these always grew exactly as a snowball does if you roll it on snow, says Governor Shanks, a major of the 4th United States Infantry, who was governor of Cavite in 1905 in his report for that year, in explaining the uprising under consideration and the way it grew. The Filipino likes to be on the winning side. Certainly, this is not peculiar to the Filipino. Governor Shanks proceeds. The prestige acquired by the uprising at San Pedro Tunasan, Paranaque, Taal, and San Francisco de Malabon had great weight in creating active sympathy for ladrone bands and leaders. Something was needed to counterbalance the effect of their combined successes, and the appearance of regular troops was just the thing needed. This explains how the overwhelming majority, of which the certificate of 1907 speaks, was obtained in Cavite. It took 6 months to obtain said majority, at that. I suppose the campaigning of the American regulars might be credited with obtaining the majority, and the reconcentration of Brother Baker of the Constabulary might be accorded the additional credit of making the majority overwhelming. If you have, as election tellers, so to speak, a soldier with a bayonet on one side and a constabulary officer with a reconcentration camp back of him on the other, you can get an overwhelming majority for the continuance of American rule even in Cavite province. Through men I commanded during the early campaigning, I have killed my share of Filipinos in the time of war. And after the civil government was set up, I had occasion to hang a good many of them, under what seemed to me a necessary application of the old Mosaic law, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and a life for a life. But I thank God I have never been a party to the insufferable pretense that they, or any appreciable fraction of them, ever consented to our rule. This, however, is the whole theory of the Philippine Commission's certificate of March 28, 1907. It is curious how generously and supremely frank a brave soldier will get when he forgets to be a politician. In one of his state papers of 1907, Governor General Smith speaks of General Trias, who had been Lieutenant General of the insurgent army in the days of the insurrection, and next in rank to Aguinaldo himself, as one whose love of country had been tested on many a well-fought field of honorable conflict. Contrast this tribute to the respectability of the original Philippine War for independence against us with the long list of stale falsehoods already reviewed in this volume, on the faith of which, in the presidential campaign of 1900, the American people were persuaded that to deny to the Filipinos what they had accorded to Cuba was righteous. The leaders of the Cavite Batangas uprising of 1905 had been officers of the insurgent army, and that was the secret of their hold upon the people of those provinces. It is true that they must have been pretty sorry officers, and that they were ladrones brigands. They were cruel and unmitigated scoundrels working for purely selfish and vainglorious ends. But it was the cloak of patriotism, however, infamously misused, that gained them such success as they attained in 1905. Says the American governor of Cavite Province in his annual report for 1906. The province should be most carefully watched. I am convinced that ladrone leaders do not produce conditions, but that the conditions and attitude of the public produce ladrones. So much for the Cavite Batangas hurdle, and now as to the Samar and Leyte hurdle. The signers of the certificate of 1907 justify their certificate as to Samar and Leyte on a very ingenious theory. The Act of Congress of July 1, 1902, already cited, which had provided for the taking of a census preliminary to the call of an election for delegates to a legislature, had recognized the crude ethnological status of the Moros and other non-Christian tribes. These had never had anything whatever to do with the insurrection against us. Therefore, in making the continuance of a state of general and complete peace for a prescribed period, a condition precedent to granting the Filipinos a legislature. The Act of 1902 had limited that condition precedent to the territory of said islands not inhabited by Moros or other non-Christian tribes. In fact, President Roosevelt's proclamation of September 25, 1902, already noticed, ordering the taking of the census on the theory that a state of general and complete peace then existed, explains that this theory is entirely consistent with trouble among the Moros and other non-Christian tribes, because they, it says, quoting from a statement of the Philippine Commission previously made to the President, never have taken any part in the insurrection. The Moros and other non-Christian tribes were, so to speak, in no sense assets of the Philippine insurrection. All the rest of the population was, that is, if there was anything in the veteran General MacArthur's grim jest of 1900, prompted by Governor Taft's half-baked opinion to the contrary, that ethnological homogeneity was the secret of the unanimity of the opposition we met, and that somehow people will stick to their own kith and kin. When the Philippine Government Act of 1902 was drawn, nobody pretended for a moment that there were any non-Christian tribes either in Samar or Leyte. The whole population of those islands were valuable assets of the insurrection. If anyone doubts it, let him ask the 9th Infantry. You will find in the census of 1903 that there are no non-Christian tribes credited either to Samar or Leyte. When the Philippine Government Act of 1902 was drafted, the exception about Moros and other non-Christian tribes was intended to accept merely certain types of people as distinct from the great mass of the Philippine population, as islands are from the sea. The fact is, no person connected with the Philippine government, either before or after the certificate under consideration, ever thought of classifying the ignorant country people of the uplands and hills of Samar or Leyte as non-Christian tribes. The Philippine census of 1903 does not so classify them. The very volume of the report of the Philippine Commission for 1907, in which the certificate aforesaid appears, does not. In that volume, the report of the Executive Secretary deals elaborately with the subject of non-Christian tribes. Professor Worcester of the Philippine Commission has for the last 12 years been the grand official digger-up of non-Christian tribes. He takes as much delight at the discovery of a new non-Christian tribe in some remote, newly penetrated mountain fastness, as the butterfly catcher with the proverbial blue goggles does in the capture of a new kind of butterfly. The Executive Secretary's report, out of deference to the professor, omits no single achievement of his with reference to his anthropological hobby. It treats, with an enthusiasm that would delight Mrs. Jellaby herself, of the progress that was made during the fiscal year in the work of civilizing non-Christian tribes scattered throughout the archipelago. It gives an alphabetical list of all the provinces where there are non-Christian tribes, and under the name of each province it gives notes as to the progress during the year with those tribes. Neither Samar nor Leyte appear in that list of provinces, so that the Samar Pelagians, or Red Breeches Fellows, fanatical Pelagians, they are called in the certificate were non-Christian tribes for peace certificate purposes only. One thing which makes it most difficult of all for me to understand how these gentlemen got their consent to sign that certificate is that each non-Christian tribe in the Philippines has a language of its own, whereas the country people of the uplands and mountains of Samar and Leyte, who are labeled or libeled non-Christian tribes, in the certificate of 1907, were no more different from the rest of the population of those islands than, for instance, the ignorant mountain people of Virginia or Kentucky are different, ethnologically, from the inhabitants of Richmond or Louisville. In his report for 1908, Governor-General Smith himself makes this perfectly clear, where he describes the Samar Pelagian, or mountaineer, thus. The Pelagian is not a robber or a thief by nature, quite the contrary. He is hard-working, industrious, and even frugal. He had his little lade of hemp on the side of the mountain, and breaking out his pickle of hemp, he carried it hank by hank for miles and miles over almost impassable mountain trails to the nearest town or barrio. There he offered it for sale, and if he refused the price tendered, which was generally not more than half the value, he soon found himself arrested on a trumped-up charge, and unless he compromised by parting with his hemp, he found himself, after paying his fine and lawyer's fees, without either hemp or money. The non-Christian tribes, on the other hand, never have anything to do with the civilized people. The Act of Congress of 1902, therefore, had no sort of reference to the simple, ignorant, and ordinarily docile mountain folk who tilled the soil, revered the priests, paid their cedula or head tax like all the rest of the population of the islands, and carried their agricultural products from season to season, their hemp and the like, to the coast towns to market. In other words, inclusion of the Samar Puellagens, or Red Breeches Brigade, and the late bandits, in the peace certificate of 1907, as non-Christian tribes was an afterthought, having no foundation either in logic or fact. It was a part of benevolent assimilation. This is clearly apparent from President Roosevelt's message to Congress of December 1905. You do not find any bunkum about non-Christian tribes in that message. In their reviewing the Samar and other insurrections of 1905 in the Philippines, you find him dealing with the real root of the evil with perfect honesty, though adopting the view that the Filipino people were to blame therefore, because we had placed too much power in the hands of an ignorant electorate, which had elected rascally officials. Cavite and Samar, he says, are instances of reposing too much confidence in the self-governing power of a people. If we had let the Filipinos go ahead with their little republic in 1898, instead of destroying it as we did, they knew and would have utilized the true elements of strength they had, viz., a very considerable body of educated, patriotic men having the loyal confidence of the masses of the people. But we proceeded to ram down their throats a preconceived theory that the only road to self-government was for an alien people to step in and make the ignorant masses the sine qua non. Yet if there was one point on which Mr. McKinley had laid more stress than on any other, in his original instructions of April 7, 1900, to the Taft Commission, that point was the one consecrated in the following language of those instructions. In all the forms of government and administrative provisions which they are authorized to prescribe, the Commission should bear in mind that the government which they are establishing is designed not for the expression of our theoretical views, etc. Of course, the ignorant electorate we perpetrated on Samar as an expression of our theoretical views proved that we had gone too fast in conferring self-government, or, to quote Mr. Roosevelt, had been reposing too much confidence in the self-governing power of a people. If to begin with the rankest material for constructing a government that there was at hand was to offer a fair test of capacity for self-government. But President Roosevelt's message above quoted shows you that the ignorant electorate was merely an ignorant electorate, and not a non-Christian tribe, as the Philippine Commission later had the temerity to certify they were. Now the plain, unvarnished, benevolent truth is just this. The Commission knew that nobody in the United States, whether they were for retaining the islands or against retaining them, had any desire to postpone granting a legislature to the Philippine people. So in their certificate, they simply included everybody who had given trouble in Samar and late as non-Christian tribes. The only justification for this was that they had in fact acted in a most un-Christian-like manner, for people who devotedly murmur prayers to patron saints in good standing in the church calendar. In making their certificate, the Commission simply ignored the various uprisings of the preceding 2 years. They simply said, generously, "Oh, forget it." They knew nobody in the United States begrudged the Filipinos their conditionally promised legislature or cared to postpone it. The leading Filipinos begged the authorities to forget the various disturbances that had occurred since the publication of the census, and there was a very general desire in the islands to let bygones be bygones, wipe the slate, and begin again. Any other attitude would have meant that the legislature would have to be postponed. Then the opposition in the United States would want to know why, and by 1908 Philippine independence might become an issue again. In the eyes of the Commission, the end, being benevolent, justified stretching the language of the Act of 1902 as if it had been the blessed veil of charity itself, i.e., the end justified the means. In fact, it did almost justify the means, but not quite. The moral quality of the Great Certificate of 1907 was not as reprehensible as General Anderson's dealings with Aguinaldo, already described, which, like the certificate, were a necessary part of the benevolent hypocrisy of benevolent assimilation of an unconsenting people. Yet General Anderson is an honorable man. It was not as bad as General Greene's juggling Aguinaldo out of his trenches before Manila in a friendly way, and failing to give him a receipt for said trenches, as he had promised to do, because such a receipt would show cooperation and might look too much like an alliance. This also was done on the idea that the end justified the means. Yet General Greene is an honorable man. The signers of the Great Peace Certificate of 1907 are all honorable men. But they sign that certificate just the same. Judge not that ye be not judged. All I have to say is, I would not have signed that certificate. I would have said, no, gentlemen, the end does not justify the means. The Philippine Assembly must be postponed if we are going to deal frankly with Congress and the folks at home. The conditions Congress made precedent to the grant of an assembly have not been met, and we each and all of us know it. We owe more to our own country and to truth than we do to the Filipinos. The Act of Congress of 1902 did not vest in the Philippine Commission authority to pardon disturbances of public order. It imposed upon the Commission an implied duty to report such disturbances, fully and frankly. It is not true that there has been a continuing state of general and complete peace in these islands for the last 2 years, and I, for one, will not certify that there has been. The truth is, the attitude of the signers of the certificate was like that of Uncle Remus, when interrupted by the little boy in one of his stories. When Uncle Remus gets to the point in the rabbit story where the rabbit thrillingly escapes from the jaws of death, i.e., from the jaws of the dogs, by climbing a tree, the rapt listener interrupts. Why, Uncle Remus, a rabbit can't climb a tree. To which Uncle Remus replies with a reassuring wave of the hand, oh, but honey, dis rabbit des bleeged ter climb dis tree. Should any of my good friends still in the Philippines feel disposed to censure such levity as the above, I can only say, as Kipling writes from England to his Anglo-Indian friends in a foreword to one of his books. I have told these tales of our life for a sheltered people's mirth in jesting guise, but ye are wise, and ye know what the jest is worth. Moreover, my authority to speak frankly about these matters is also aptly stated by the same great poet thus. I have eaten your bread and salt, I have drunk your water and wine, the deaths ye died I have watched beside, and the lives that ye led were mine. Was there aught that I did not share in vigil or toil or ease, one joy or woe that I did not know, dear friends across the seas? The above reflections are not placed before the reader to show him what a pity it is that the writer was not a member of the Philippine Commission at the time of their certificate of 1907, or to show what a fine thing for our common country it would be if he were made a member of that commission now. He is, personally, as disinterested as if Manila were in the moon, for he cannot live in the tropics anymore. The effect of a year or so of residence there upon white men invalided home for tropical dysentery, and then returning to the islands, is like the effect of water upon a starched shirt. However, it is believed that the facts of official record collected in this chapter up to this point are a demonstration of this proposition, to wit, what the Philippine government needs more than anything else is that the minority party in the United States should be represented on the commission. By this I do not mean representation by what are called, under Republican administrations, White House Democrats, nor what under a Democratic administration, if one should ever occur, would probably be called Copperhead Republicans. I mean the genuine article. A Democrat who has cast his fortunes with the Philippines is no longer a Democrat relatively to the Philippines, because the Democratic Party wants to get rid of the Philippines, and the Democrat in the Philippines, of course, does not. How absurd it is to talk about former governors Wright and Smith as lifelong Democrats, by way of preliminary to using their opinions as admissions. In the law of evidence, an admission is a statement made against the interest of the party making it. The first election for representatives in the Philippine Assembly was held on July 30, 1907, and on October 16 thereafter the Assembly was formally opened by Secretary of War, William H. Taft. The various whereases hereinabove reviewed, importing complete acquiescence in American rule since President Roosevelt's proclamation of July 4, 1902, were first duly read, and then the Assembly was opened. Of course, no man could have been elected to the Assembly without at least pretending to be in favor of independence, and all but a corporal's guard of them were outspoken in favor of the proposition. As the present Governor-General Mr. Forbes said, while Vice-Governor in the Atlantic Monthly for February, 1909. To deny the capacity of one's country for self-government is essentially unpopular. When he visited the Philippines to open their assembly in 1907, Mr. Taft had said nothing definite and final on the question of promising independence since his departure from the islands in 1903. His then benevolent unwillingness to tell them frankly he did not think they had sense enough to run a government of their own, and that they were unfit for self-government, has already been reviewed. For 2 years after 1903, Governor Wright had made them pine for the return of Mr. Taft. They longed to hear again some of the siren notes of the celebrated speech, "The Philippines for the Filipinos." They had gotten very excited and very happy over that speech. Of course, they would not have gotten very excited over independence, supposed to be coming long after they should be dead and buried. During the 2 dark frank years of Governor Wright's regime, they had frequently been told that they were not fit for independence. So that when Secretary of War Taft had visited the islands in 1905, they all had been on the qui vive for more statements vaguely implying an independence they might hope to live to see. During the visit of 1905, the time of the visiting congressional party was consumed principally with tariff hearings, and comparatively little was said on the subject uppermost in the minds of all Filipinos. It is true that Mr. Taft said then he was of the opinion that it would take a generation or longer to get the country ready for self-government, but he said it in a tactful, kindly way, and did not forever crush their hopes. So when he went out to the islands to open the assembly in 1907, the attitude of the whole people in expectation of some definite utterances on the question of a definite promise of independence at some future time was just the attitude of an audience in a theater as to which one affirms, "You could hear a pin fall." In this regard, Mr. Taft's utterances were as follows. "I am aware that in view of the issues discussed at the election of this assembly, I am expected to say something regarding the policy of the United States toward these islands. I cannot speak with the authority of one who may control that policy. The Philippine Islands are territory belonging to the United States, and by the Constitution, the branch of that government vested with the power and charged with the duty of making rules and regulations for their government is Congress. The policy to be pursued with respect to them is therefore ultimately for Congress to determine. I have no authority to speak for Congress in respect to the ultimate disposition of the islands." After that, there was some talk about mutually beneficial trade relations and improvement of the people both industrially and in self-governing capacity. But with regard to the process of political preparation of the Filipino people, for self-government, the secretary said that was a question no one could certainly answer. And so far as he was concerned, he thought it would take considerable longer than a generation. Somewhere in the early Philippine state papers, there is a quotation used by Mr. Taft from Shakespeare about keeping the word of promise to the ear and breaking it to the hope. The Filipinos have eagerly read for the last 12 years every utterance of Mr. Taft's that they could get hold of. If any of those embryonic statesmen of the First Philippine Assembly, familiar with the various Taft utterances, had looked up the context of the Shakespearean quotation above alluded to, he would have found it to be as follows. "And be these juggling fiends no more believed, that palter with us in a double sense, that keep the word of promise to our ear and break it to our hope." Since the announcement by Secretary of War Taft at the opening of the Philippine Assembly in October 1907 of the policy of indefinite retention of the islands with undeclared intention, the Filipinos have of course clearly understood that if they were ever to have independence they must look to Congress for it. But they know Congress is not interested in them and that they have no influence with it, and that the Hemp Trust, the Tobacco Trust, and the Sugar Trust have. So that since 1907, both the American authorities in the Philippines and the Filipinos have settled down, the former suffused with benevolence hardened however by paternalistic firmness, the latter stoically, to the program of indefinite retention with undeclared intention. No conceivable program could be devised more ingeniously calculated to engender race hatred. The Filipino newspapers call the present policy one of permanent administration for inferior and incapable races. The Act of Congress of July 1, 1902, known as the Philippine Government Act, which is the Constitution, so to speak, we have given the Filipinos, accords liberty of the press in the exact language of our own Constitution. The native press does not fail to use this liberty to the limit. Naturally, the American press does not remain silent. So here are a pair of bellows ever fanning the charcoals of discontent. And the masses of the Filipino people read the Filipino papers. If they cannot read, their children can. In one of the reports of one of the American constabulary officials in the Philippines, there is an account of the influence of the native press too graphic to be otherwise than accurate. He says one can often see, in the country districts, a group of natives gathered about some village Hampton, listening to his reading the latest diatribe against the American occupation. Never was there such folly in the annals of statesmanship. In their native papers, the race situation, of course, comes in for much comment. Now the most notorious and inflexible fact of that race situation is that the colonial Anglo-Saxon does not intermarry with the yellow and brown subject people, as the Latin colonizing races do. It would be an overstatement of the case to say that the Filipinos today had rather have the Spaniards back as their overlords instead of us. In 1898, they tasted the sweets of liberty, to use an expression of one of their leaders, and I am perfectly sure that today the desire of all those people for a government of their own is so genuine and universal as that it amounts to a very hopeful positive factor in the equation of their capacity for self-government. But there is no doubt that many of the Filipinos after all have a very warm place in their hearts for the Spanish people. How could it be otherwise when so many of the Filipinos are sons and grandsons of Spaniards? Much of like and dislike in life's journey is determined prenatally. On the other hand, the American women in the Philippines maintain an attitude toward the natives quite like that of their British sisters in Hong Kong toward the Chinese and in Calcutta toward the natives there. The social status of an American woman who marries a native I myself have never heard of, but one case is like that of a Pacific Coast girl who marries a Jap. This is merely the instinct of self-defense with which nature provides the weaker sex, just as she provides the porcupine with quills. But look at the other side of the picture. When an American man marries a native woman, he thereafter finds himself more in touch with his native in-laws, it is true, but correspondingly, and ever increasingly, out of touch with his former associations. This is not as it should be, but it is a most unpleasant and inexorable fact of the present situation. In an address delivered at the Quill Club in Manila on January 25, 1909, Governor Smith, after reciting the various beneficent designs contemplated by the government and the various public works consummated, at the expense of the people of the islands, deplored, in spite of it all, what he termed the growing gulf between the races. Said he, "An era of ill feeling has started between Americans and Filipinos, and, I hesitate to say it, race hatred. Cherchez la femme? You find her, on the one hand, in the American woman whose attitude has been indicated, and you find her, on the other, in the refined and virtuous native woman, who finds her American husband's relations to his compatriots altered queered since his marriage to her, no matter how faithful a wife and mother she may be. This is the unspeakably cruel situation we have forced upon the Filipino people whom I really learned to respect, and became much attached to, before I left the island's and President Taft knows it as well as I do. Yet he does not take the American people into his confidence. He simply worries along with the situation, wishing it would get better, but knowing it will get worse. That this situation is a permanent one is clearly shown by all the previous teachings of racial history. In his Winning of the West, written in 1889, speaking of the French settlers in the Ohio Valley before 1776, and the cordial social relations of the dominant race with the natives' relations which have always obtained with all Latin races under like circumstances, Mr. Roosevelt says, Volume I, page 41. They were not trammeled by the queer pride which makes a man of English stock unwilling to make a red-skinned woman his wife, though anxious enough to make her his concubine. Men of English stock have changed but little in the matter of race instinct since 1776. If we had a definite policy, declared by Congress, promising independence, the American attitude in the Philippines toward the Filipinos would at once change, from the present impossible one, to our ordinary natural attitude of courtesy toward all foreigners, regardless of their color. On May 7, 1909, the Honorable James F. Smith took his departure from the Philippine Islands forever and turned over the duties of his office to the Honorable W. Cameron Forbes, as acting president of the commission and governor general. As in the case of Governors Wright and Ide, so in that of Governor Smith, no reason is apparent why the Washington government should have been willing to dispense with the services of the incumbent. This was peculiarly true in the case of General Smith. He was but 50 years of age when he left the islands in 1909. He has rendered more different kinds of distinguished public service than any American who has ever been in the Philippine Islands from the time Dewey's guns first thundered out over Manila Bay down to this good hour. Going out with the first expedition in 1898 as colonel of the 1st California Regiment, he distinguished himself on more than one battlefield in the early fighting, and in recognition thereof was made a brigadier general. Subsequent to this, he became military governor of the island of Negros, that one of the 6 principal Visayan islands which gave less trouble during the insurrection, and after than any other a circumstance doubtless not wholly unrelated to General Smith's wise and tactful administration there. Later on during the military regime, he became collector of customs of the archipelago. The revenues from customs are the principal source of revenue of the Philippine government, and the sums of money handled are enormous. The customs service, moreover, in most countries, and especially in the Philippines, is more subject to the creeping in of graft than any other. General Smith's administration of this post was in keeping with everything else he did in the islands. When the civil government was founded by Judge Taft in 1901, he was appointed one of the justices of the Supreme Court and filled the duties of that office most creditably. Thence he was promoted to the Philippine Commission, which is, virtually, the cabinet of the Governor General. Still later he became vice-governor, and finally governor, serving as such from September 1906 to May 1909. Any other government on earth that has overseas colonies and recognizes the supreme importance of a maximum of continuity of policy would have kept Governor Smith as long as it could have possibly induced him to stay, just as the British kept Lord Cromer in Egypt. Governor Smith was succeeded by a young man from Boston who had come out to the islands 4 years before, and who, prior to that time, had never had any public service in the United States of any kind, had never been in the Philippine Islands, and probably had never seen a Filipino until he landed at Manila. General Smith is now, 1912, one of the judges of the Court of Customs Appeals at Washington,